Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC RPS. My name is Sleeper here together with Clover today, and we're getting ready for another amazing tournament where all the top Nordic teams will go against each other. Clover, how do you feel today, man?
I'm feeling great. I always love seeing national leagues playing each other because I think the national pride is what people love, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, we have a lot of great national teams taking place here in this tournament. Some we've seen before, and some are brand new to us. One of those brand new teams are actually playing right here in the first game against a team that we actually know. First game will be Bitfix Gaming, second seed from Norway, and they will go against Bloodline for second RPS in a row, first seed from Sweden. How do you expect this game to go, Clover?
I mean, it will be interesting to see because always the first seed will be the favorite. But if we talk about Norway's league, I think Bitfix had a hard time playing in the final, but I think they have a great chance. But I think Bloodline will be the favorites when going into the game.
Yeah, Bloodline still playing the Swedish Online League. We haven't finished quite yet. We have our final 25th, 26th of May. So we still don't know who's the champion. Our seeds are taken from the basic season, so to say. So we took number 1 and number 2, and playoffs will be played later this month. But Bitfix Gaming, they are the second seed and they came in second place. So second best team in Norway right now. It's still something we have to respect. But if we look here, Norway last season were the winners in the RPS. Rich Gang taking it home in an all Norwegian final against Kaos. And Sweden, we made it out of groups with Bloodline as the first seed from that group, and Rich Gang was actually in that group as well. So Sweden did very, very well, but the journey ended there. Finland did a lot better, if I can say so myself, but that doesn't mean that you will do great this time.
We'll see. But hey, I think all of the national leagues have strong contenders this year. For example, Rich Gang was like heavy favorites in my opinion last time, but this year I think it's more competitive. Everybody has a chance, of course, but I don't know. I think Finland will do great, but before Finland plays, we'll have to see if Norway can beat Sweden. That's the most important part. If Finland doesn't win, at least Sweden loses.
I mean, I'll help you right now. Nobody's going to beat Sweden, okay? Sweden's going to win the whole thing. It doesn't matter if we come as third seed in the groups. Doesn't matter. We're still going to win. Like, everybody knows Sweden is the greatest country in the north. We will deliver. I've talked to the players. They know the task, and they will execute perfectly. Don't you worry about that. I'll tell you right now, okay? But this first game of the season, NLC RPS Summer Split 2024, to open it all up is amazing. And first time together with you, Clover, here in the RPS. How are you? Are you really, really excited for this tournament? Did you see last season?
Yeah, I watched it last season. Unfortunately, I wasn't so confident in coming to cast yet, but this time I'm really excited to be here, and of course I love seeing good League of Legends, and this is where the teams actually show if they're good enough to play in the higher level. So it will be exciting to see if they can execute their plan correctly.
Yeah, let's see who gets the first win of this season. Bitfix Gaming, we can go through their lineup. I don't actually know any of the players, but top lane we have Hatsu, jungle we will have Cuddy, mid lane Energy, ADC will be Naxi, and support will be Thug. Is that any of those names that you've heard before or you know anything about?
I'm not so familiar with their team. I have heard of Energy. I'm not so familiar with their team, but we will see. I hope they perform well.
Bloodline, number 1 seed from Sweden, will have Chaos top lane, Citron jungle, mid lane Lofty, ADC Lönar and support Lewis. The only one switching there is the ADC. They have a different ADC in the Swedish Online League, but otherwise it's the same team that they play normally, and they have performed well. They went undefeated the first half of the season in Swedish Online League, and then they started losing some games because of subs, and I think they only lost games where they had to sub somebody in. So as a full team, they are actually undefeated this season in Swedish Online League. So they're looking good. They're looking good, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, it's always impressive regular season if you go undefeated. But just saying, in our league, the undefeated team wasn't even in the final. So it will be interesting if they can get their team together so they can win the first game, and let's see if they can win the regular split in the RPS too.
The special thing about RPS for you guys at home that haven't watched before is that there is just as much of a fight between casters as there are between the teams, because we want our team so badly to win this tournament and to be the best, of course, region or national league out there. But it's hard. Sometimes when you talk the talk, you can't always walk the walk, and hopefully I don't talk too much. But I always have Sweden's back. I will never back down on Sweden. I can tell you that right now. And Bloodline will go 2-0 today in the first group. That's for sure. Especially against Epic Avalanche, because we have some grudges there. We need to take care of.
Yeah, you might have grudges, but it doesn't matter. We will win. But it's always fun to see these games. Like, of course, we're a bit biased. We have to be. It's our country. It's our themes. We have to be. It's not like it's our choice. But of course, the better league team always wins. You can at least clown me if I have some strong words to say about Epic Avalanche and they play worse than expected. You can always clown on me. I don't care, but I believe in them. And if we will see if your Sweden belief will work in the first game.
Well, we are the largest Nordic country. We're actually the largest country out of all the countries taking part in NLC RPS. Just saying. So when it comes to mass, we are the largest, and as for casters, I'm actually also the largest. So we'll see. We'll see. But I'm pretty sure Sweden got this. I know that the two casters coming later will also talk the talk and try to walk the walk later on as we go on into this tournament. A lot of banter will be thrown around. So if you are not currently following NLC on Twitter, you should do that right now. And also you should follow all the casters, because there will be a lot of interesting content coming out during these weeks. But for Finland, how do you feel like Finland in the tournament? Do you feel like you are the favorites? Because there's been talk like Sweden, Finland. Who are the favorites in this tournament?
I think it will be interesting, because I think Epic Avalanche are one of the favorite teams to win. Because last year they performed really well. This year they are back as our champions and ready to perform again. I think they are one of the favorites, but I think Huutis is a bit underrated here, because people just don't expect them to win. But I think they have really strong team, and their playstyle could really well work here. Like, I think we have a great chance. I'm not saying both teams are favorites to go up, but I don't know. At least I think one of our teams will go up. That's for sure.
So you're saying at least one team will play the finals, NLC RPS Summer 2024?
Of course.
Well, I'm saying it's an all-Swedish final, everyone. We're going to have an all-Swedish final on our hands. So we get the information. We have a little bit of a delay here. That's very, very normal here in the esports world. Nothing we're not really familiar with since before. So we will just have to talk a little bit more trash. Sweden is actually one of the countries who has the most seeds this season. We have Leo Esports coming in from the ladder as well. Shout out to Leo Esports. We got your back. Also for relegations from NLC Division 2, which all these teams are fighting for spots in. We have both Karolinona and G2 Hell, who has a lot of Swedish players, and I think they would decide to belong to Sweden if they would get relegated. So we have Bloodline, Fritt Fall, Leo Esports, we have Karolinona, we have G2 Hell. So the odds that Sweden is in the final, I would say they're pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, our teams are actually contending for the title in NLC Division 2, just saying. We had a lot of Finnish players there, so we're looking to add more Finnish players so we can make the division better, knock out the Swedish teams out there, like you clearly can't perform. But I think we have a great chance here. I don't think Sweden will have... it's interesting. Maybe you make semis. Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, next game for everyone is actually Sweden versus Finland, so it's kind of fun that it's me and Clover covering that game. We'll see. We also have a bunch of community casters out there, co-casters. You can check them out. They cast in their origin language. I think we have English and Swedish out there. I'm not exactly sure how many there are, but you can check that out on social media. Go to Twitter and you can check out the co-streamers. Give them some extra support. But mainly, we have the game Bloodline versus Bitfix Gaming. This is Group A. First day and first game of the NLC Summer Split 2024. I'm so excited to get this started because I want to see the identity of each country. Last season, we saw the different countries had the same priorities, but like when they ban against each other, they ban champions that we don't normally ban, and we have to somehow adjust. Do you know some typical bans? Finland had a lot this season.
Yeah, I mean, some champions were a bit stronger. Like, I would say, like Nautilus was the most played support. Really heavy prio on teams because you could always pick it early. Like, there's always a bad matchup like Rome, but it was usually a safe pick to pick. And we saw a lot of Lucian Milio, not so much Lucian Nami actually. So it's interesting to see if those bans will go through. And of course, there were target bans because, for example, Epic Avalanche really have interesting picks that they can flex and counter pick. So you have to always watch out for them.
With that said, everyone, let's get into the first picks and bans here, NLC RPS. To your left, you have BFG, second seed from Norway. To your right, Bloodline, first seed from Sweden. First ban coming out is Gwen.
Yeah, really interesting actually to see. I don't know if it's a target ban or are they looking for something weak side like Ornn. Maybe that Elise ban is also interesting. You don't want the counter jungle matchup, probably.
Yeah, one of the junglers we've seen a lot in Swedish Online League because of the projectile, a lot of range champions, stuff like that, is Chin Zhao. He's very, very good to block the projectiles and peel for your champions and also have that very easy early gank setup. Like if you have a good setup lane, it's basically a kill if they don't have flash every single time.
Yeah, Zinza always been a great champ, at least in this meta. It's interesting to see also against Lucian and those types of champs. But Yone ban is really interesting. I don't know if it's target ban, but I don't usually see it in the first 3 bans.
And also very interesting, Bitfix Gaming skipped one of their bans. I'll ask if that was because of the delay or if they actually just forgot to ban a champion. And Jinx coming out as the last ban for Bloodline. As we're now, we'll reveal the first pick of the season, which BFG will first pick in any second now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what they will want to prio first. Do they prio something like Varus, have a strong bot lane in that pick? But they are giving it in the last second, and they pick Skarner. Interesting.
That if you look at the Swedish Online League, this has been a permaban champion. This champion is not allowed to be played. But Bloodline skipping that one this time, going for more unconventional bans. I think it's target bans actually, because we haven't seen that much banning of especially Elise. So Skarner over Elise should, like, normally if they face a Swedish team, they would go Skarner over Elise. But now Skarner locked in for BFG.
Ooh, and Blood Knight respond with Viego Zeri. This is really interesting because Viego has seen a lot of popularity if you have watched pro play right now, but I don't know what they will pair it up with. Zeri wants a Lulu or some Enchanter usually, so it's interesting to see if Bitfix will pick something aggressive lane like Ashe and maybe pair it up with something like Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus still open. As you mentioned before, one of the most played supports this season. Such easy access CC, and could change a fight completely. But it looks like Ashe will be combined with something. Not revealing the support quite yet. We don't know how crazy the Norwegians are though. Skarner might be support, Wukong as well. I haven't seen this team play before, but I'm used to people going a bit crazy here in the RPS. They usually cook and spice things in all directions. But Wukong last pick in the first phase for BFG, and now the last pick in the first phase for Bloodline hovering Talia, and actually locking it in as well.
Yeah, I think Bloodline will have a really hard time banning because Skarner can go into support jungle top and Ashe can go into support also. So yeah, they want to ban the Varus so they don't have Varus Ashe botlane. That's it. Actually, I like that ban a lot.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2 ADC bans so far for Bloodline. So they are thinking that Ashe is support here. Do you think so as well?
Yeah, I think because of the Zeri lane, Zeri is not the easiest champ in lane to play. So the Varus Ashe lane would be really hard, and I think they would have to try this lane swap tactic. But I don't know if they're comfortable with it. Have they trained it a lot? So I think it's a good way to ban out the Varus, and they also ban out Milio. So maybe something heavy CC incoming.
Yeah, Lulu's still open though. Might be a good option here, but they have a lot of dashes and stuff. Janna could be valuable here as well. But we'll see what they could pull out. Top lane focused here for Bitfix Gaming as they're going in for the last ban. Now Ornn being the first one. Try to limit chaos as much as possible, and his historical Olaf will be removed. I was kind of excited they left it open, but now it's removed. Do you have a lot of history with Olaf in the Finnish league?
Some players have. I think Carworks is really good with it, but more like we are more of a Jax country here. But
Jax country?
yeah. Okay, Rakan pick from Bloodline.
Yeah, Lewis picking up that heavy initiation champion. So no Enchantress played together with this Zeri. And now last pick will go to Chaos, who got banned out in the last ban phase here. So we'll see what he cooks. But Lulu hovered here for BFG, and it looks like it's actually gonna be Ashe ADC. And it is! Ashe will be played as marksman for BFG.
Yeah, like they forced the butter spam because of it. I think it's really good. And the Lulu is also great into Rakan in lane. So they have a strong pick, and now they have to show if the Skarner is going jungle and Wukong top. Do they pick mid lane? They have everything, yeah. And they pick Syndra, I think. They're giving it a thought,
yeah.
And yeah, Syndra.
So last pick now. We have seen all 5 champions from BFG. To finish it off, we will know what Chaos plays in top lane this first game of NLC RPS. And it's looking like a Sion. Sion top lane for the insane top laner Chaos. Wouldn't even surprise me if it's Lethality Sion in Swedish fashion because of the boss. Looking at these two comps, Clover, what are your initial thoughts?
I think it's really interesting because the Zeri Rakan don't have the easiest lane, and we know Sion isn't the strongest laner here. So I don't know, they really have to play through mid, I think, Bloodline here. Get the jungle and mid moving, when Talia gets 6, play for the bot dives, and I think like they have priors with Bitfit gaming a lot here.
So priors there, Citroen. I know Citroen is used to handling a lot of pressure. He was playing ADC actually last season. Bloodline is right now reigning champions in Sweden. Actually took home the whole tournament last season, season 7 of Swedish Online League, and Citroen played ADC that season. So this guy can play everything, but this time we will see him in the jungle as Viego. Sweden versus Norway. Who will take the first game? It's gonna be spicy, Clover.
Yeah, I think so too, and I'm interested to see how the Skarner goes because it was banned in our country. It wasn't available to play in playoffs, so it will be really interesting to see because I know it's a strong top laner right now. So I want to see how it goes with the Norwegian team. So we will see.
This will be the first influence of Norway I get 2024. So let's see what they got. If they can handle the reigning Swedish champions Bloodline, or if they actually have what it takes to take them down here in the first game of the season. So more delay as we wait to get into the first game here. Is there anything in the picks and bans that shocked you, that you really didn't expect that we saw now?
I think the Rakan pick was really interesting to me because normally you see the Lulu when it's open. You pick it with Zeri because you want the hyper carry there. So Rakan is a safe choice. Like Rakan is not the best at any lane, but it's not the worst. So it's a really safe pick. But I really thought it was Lulu there.
You really thought it was Lulu?
Yeah.
Well, we're about to find out if they made the right choice or not. As we try to get back into the first game of the season, we will see Bloodline, first seed from Sweden, Bitfix Gaming, a second seed from Norway. I mean, winning the first game of the season will put the tempo and show everyone what you're going for here. And Bloodline is one of the favorite teams overall in this championship. So just first of all, coming from Sweden, and second of all, of course, being reigning champions and first seed from Sweden, and Bitfix just being second seed. Do you think Bloodline is heavy favorized after seeing picks and bans as well?
I actually think Bitfix has the better and easier comp because I think Bloodline, they really need to play sides well here and have really good communication because you don't have priors in either side lanes. So the objective contests will be hard, but if the mid jungle works together really well, then I think Bloodline will be okay here. And to give to your point, I think this is a really important game for Bloodline because they have the next game also. So you don't want to go against Epic Avalanche or any other team with a bad mentality after losing the first game and then you have to play another after that.
Yeah. Let's see how they will perform here in the first game as we see the amazing transition going into Summoner's Rift for us to be able to see the first game of the season. NLC RPS Summer Split 2024. To your left, Bitfix Gaming, second seed from Norway. To your right, Bloodline, first seed from Sweden, and reigning champions in the SOL. Let's see who takes game one.
Yeah, they put the normal cover, just trying to cover the jungle. That the enemy can't put vision in there. It's interesting to see if they will go for the Raptors here, but the Viego is really hovering it, so I don't think they can. And this Sion is just waiting there, seeing if he can probably grasp there.
Yeah, early aggro Sion is something we're very used to here, but because it's so common, I think Hatsu is a bit suspicious. I think he knows he's there. Players on this level, that suspicion just grows in your stomach, I think.
Yeah, and yeah, he goes another side, and both junglers starting from their top side, so they both want to play for bot. I think the bot 3v3 will be interesting because Wukong really wants to play for the 6 normally, and also the VA go. So it will be interesting if they can meet there.
Yeah, both junglers starting top side. Bot lane should be a win con for both of these teams. It's something you want to play around. ADC, this meta is pretty strong, to say the least. Do you think Kari or Citroen should have an easier way to impact their bot lane?
I think Citroen has a better way to impact it because he has the CC there, but also the Wukong clone can really help there, and they have a stronger 3v3 in my opinion because of the Ashe Lulu. The Rakan has a really hard time there, and Zeri isn't the strongest, so if they meet up there, I think Citroen just has to cover there, just hope that Kuri and the Bitfix boys don't force there.
Yeah, top lane, a bit of skirmishing here. Hatsu actually going down a lot here as he's trying to shove in one of the first waves in top lane. None of the junglers interested of this lane, and I don't think they will for the entirety of the game. Two tanks just bashing each other in this lane.
Yeah, and they will have a easier time, and also Bloodline has the information.
Oh, actually ghosting here from Chaos, looking for first blood, and he will get it! Sweden scores first!
I was so surprised there, I wasn't even ready for that, but great play from Chaos, getting the first kill and forcing the flash also. It's a great, forcing both of the summoners from Hatsu there, and it's interesting to see if Chaos can look for another solo kill maybe later.
I'm telling you, man, Sweden will show up. I told you before, Chaos is a crazy top laner. Doesn't matter if he plays Sion or if he plays Olaf, he will deliver. And now Sweden is first on the board.
Yeah, and you can see Citron actually moving top side, just clearing and just basing and going top side, trying to help here, and really good trading.
Trying to crash this wave. Hatsu trying to hold it. Chaos is a bit low. Looking for that 1v1. I think Chaos, if he can get him low, maybe he can take him in the afterlife. But it looks like Hatsu, relatively uncontested, takes him down. And Chaos gets a bit greedy there.
Yeah, the bot dive is coming in. It will be interesting if they can execute it, probably.
Cuddy from the side. Noxy and Dark Risen wants to get in. Lewis with a double knock up. Will it be enough? Tries to get out. Bad aggro on tower, but doesn't matter because Lewis is down now. And Lona is alone on the tower. Successful for the Norwegians.
Yeah, I think it's great play. Just seeing how Lewis is so low there, got junked and executed really well there. Lewis played really well, almost survived, but couldn't in the end. But Citron really well moved top side, got the enemy gromped there, and just gets a bit gold for that play, but still a winning play for Bitfix.
Yeah, it's impressive to see Cuddy coming in from the side. Like you said earlier, should be easier for Citroen. But right now, Cuddy first down in bot lane, giving an edge to Naxi, who's now on 1 kill here. And will be able to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, this top is really hard here for Hatsu because the lane is a bit pushing against the Sion here, so you can't really force your way in and you're low on mana and health, so the Sion has all of the control, so I think Kudi just needs to play for bot here, just try to get something here, and Citron also on the bot side, so it's a hard time for Bitfix at the moment.
Yeah, ulti top lane, we don't catch that actually, but it's another solo bolo coming out from the Swedish top laner in Bloodline. And it's 2-1 now. I didn't expect this top lane, Skarner Sion, to have 3 kills in total. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, we just talked about how the bot meta is the most important here. So it's really interesting to see the top laners just fist fighting and getting the solo kills there, but Chaos gets a really good back here. Got the wave pushed in, and Citron now goes for the grabs, but they are trading the objectives. So good movement from Citron, noticing that they are outside.
Yeah. Mid lane is neutralized, no teleport available for Chaos, but I think they will shake hands here. and get one each. What do you think about this? Bitfix Gaming getting Dragon, Bloodline getting Grubs. What are the perks and cons with this?
I think it was a bit obvious that Bitfix will get the first break in this game. You don't have the strongest bot lane in Bloodline, but okay.
Hatsu being aggressive, has energy with him from mid lane. A lot of CC coming down on Citroen, who gets executed. And 3-2 now for the Norwegians.
Yeah, I think it was a bit greedy from Citroen, but really well played from Hatsu. Noticed the Viego there, and the mid movement from energy was really great here. And they punish Bloodline for their mistakes here. It's really well played from Bitfix, but the grabs are really great here, because now you get 4, you get grapplings.
Top lane now looking for Chaos again, who has Ghost available. Plays the Uno reverse card on Cuddy as he starts chasing him down now in topside jungle, and Hatsu has to catch the wave. This is a bit of bullying from the top laner in Bloodline.
Yeah, I mean, well, you'll see if Chaos gets caught here. No, he doesn't, but just tracking the jungler, making his life a bit more miserable, and it's really great for Bloodline though. They have full information where the enemy jungler is, his level and everything, so Citroen can just move around, clear his camps, and bot lane can just take a safe reset. They know that Kari can't pressure, even though they got a bad trade in there. So I think Bloodline are in a good spot though. The gold is even, and Chaos is really performing well in the top lane. So just the bot needs to scale up here, play a bit safe so they don't get dived when the Wukong gets the 6, which he has now.
So a lot of rotations coming out from BFG, not so much from Bloodline. Do you think that's something they discussed in advance, that Bloodline, they're going to stay in their lanes, whilst Bitfix, they are more of a early game rotational team?
Yeah, Bloodline really doesn't have the strongest side lanes, so I think before the Talia 6, Bitfix knew that they can play the map a bit more than Bloodline can, but now when the Talia has 6, the Syndra really needs to match the lane push here, so he can't let Lofty move anywhere in the map, because then the bot lane is vulnerable here, and the Drake is the next target for both, I think.
Citroen coming in from the side, Lewis is here as well, Flash coming out early from Energy, keeping him alive. But as we talk about rotations, we see one of the first ones here from Bloodline.
Yeah, and Lonar plays it really safe here. It's a right choice. Can't let himself die. It's interesting.
Yeah, immediately top lane Citroen and Lofty once again. They heard us talking about rotations, they got provoked, and now the Swedes unleash the brat, and Citroen picks up a first kill of the game.
Yeah, it's a great movement from Bloodline here. They just punish everything that Bitfix does when the lane's pushed in, but the bot lane is really scary here. This could be a dive.
Yeah, Energy is moving down. Question is if Bloodline has that information. Lewis should be ready. 4-man versus 2 teleport coming in now from Chaos as they turn on Energy, who's all alone behind the turret looking for damage on Lonar. Will not have it. Bloodline with the counterplay coming out clutch.
Really great TP from Chaos there, and great turn onto Energy. They neutralize the dive and get 1 for 0 there, so Bloodline is really controlling the map here everywhere. Mid flash forced, top lane kill, also covering the bot dive. They have a really great tempo here also for the grab, so they could get 6 here.
Yeah, right now almost 20 minion deficit in top lane. Chaos is getting tickled on his back as Citroen comes top lane looking for Hatsu. Now ulti coming out from Lofty. It's a good flash from Hatsu.
Yeah, the lane swap is also helping here because it's a 3v4. You force Hatsu's flash here, but you don't have the Talia or the VA gold, so it's not the easiest fight.
3 first grubs went to Bloodline. Now BFG looking for the second 3. They get at least 1 here. You only need 4 for the tiny voidlings these days. Lewis actually has very good information here over the wall as Lofty tries to join the fight as well. Lewis coming back in. It's a good wombo combo from the side of BFG, who does a lot of damage here at 2 the Swedes. Citroen flashing the wall, but it will not be enough. Double kill to Cuddy as Bloodline oversteps.
Yeah, and Bitfix punishes really well here, but as you can see, Chaos is just taking the plates there, so even though they get a great play in top side, they still get punished a bit in the side lane because the Lulu and Ashe both move, but still I think Bitfix didn't want to give the grabs there, but still they get the grublings with 4, so they are in a great spot here, Bloodline, and the Drake tempo is also theirs because they saw Cuddy kill the last grubling, so they could just force the Drake here.
And it looks like they are going to do so as well. I think Chaos is sitting smiling. That has 4 grubs, playing Cyan. That will be a fun side lane for him.
Yeah, and they really need to watch out for Chaos here, because Chaos is getting really strong here. Usually the Cyan can't really do anything in the early game, but because of the solo kills and the grubs now, he's a big threat on the side lane, and the Skarner can't match it easily, so Cuddy needs to start making plays in bot lane, I think, because you can really force here against their bot lane. Zeri doesn't have flash, so they have a great chance when the cleanse is not up yet either.
Lunar still not getting his first item. Kraken Slayer completed on Naxi. So right now, big difference in the ADCs. Lunar has to play safe down here. And that's a big reason why Lois has decided to start roaming the map.
Yeah, the Cyan is just going to proxy here. Nobody's going to stop him. And it gives him a great tempo here. He can just push the waves, take him back if he wants to. And Haru needs to match here, but Citron can look for something here.
Yeah, let's see if he's strong enough to take down Hatsu. CC is actually clutch, doing a lot of damage here. Heart still stacked, but Citroen is just chopping down as Chaos joins the fight and Citroen picks up the kill.
It's a great pick here, but is Louis looking for a flank here? Can he look something?
Yeah, flashing in, trying to get the damage directly to Naxi as they're joined by Lofty. Flashes left, right, and center. Lonar gets left behind. And that means BFG picks up at least 1 kill and another one. Naxi happy with that, of course. Now 2 kills for the ADC. And Herald gets picked up at the same time as Citroen punishes up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Bitfix, a really great response there. Cuddy was in at the right time in the bot lane, and they punish Bloodline's play really well, but at the same time the Cyan gets the first tower. They couldn't get it in the bot lane, and it will be interesting what the lane assignments will be. It looks like Bloodline wants to go mid here, send the Talia maybe to the top lane, and Cyan bot, yes. So it will be interesting how Bitfix will match this, and Luis is trying to go put vision here, but can he be spotted? No, the tempo is great for them.
Lewis with the deep vision here. They will spot him, so they know that there is information. If Dark Risen hasn't got the opportunity right now to clear it out, but at least they know that Bloodline knows.
Yeah, and the Lulu could go and clear the vision when he has the Oracle up, but he doesn't have it yet, so just helping his ADC there in the mid lane, but actually a TP from the Skarner to defend the bottom lane.
Yeah, they are not enjoying Chaos. He will be here in the side lane every single time this game, especially now with the 4 grubs being a big problem here.
And I think it's a big problem because the Cyan just can't go hit the tower a few times, back out, even though he will take the damage from the Sunfire because of the Sunfire for the tower. But Bitfix really needs to do something in the top side because you really don't want the Cyan to just play against the Skarner all the time here.
Majority of Bloodline right now top side on the map. Chaos very alone down here. 3 members from BFG try to do something in mid lane. Teleport right now available for everyone except Hatsu.
Yeah, and the mid tower falls here, and they're trying to make a play here. And a bit scary, but now Lofty is in danger here. He really needs to play safe with the Weaver's Wall or something if Bitfix pulls the trigger, but they seem to give up on it. They don't have any vision of the enemy team, so they don't want to do a play, but Drake's bombing in 40 seconds, and they really need to go put vision here. Lewis is in a great timer to just take control of the enemy jungle with the vision, and Bitfix Gaming a bit late here.
Yeah, good macro coming out when it comes to vision from Lois. And Dark Risen should be moving over quite soon. 18 seconds for Drake. And Cuddy first to move over the wall as Lewis actually loses a big chunk of health there, being curious.
Yeah, Thunder Sky helps Wukong a lot, but Chaos actually bit chunked here, but they have 5.
Oh, good ultimate from Chaos, denies the stun, going for Naxi, hits right on! Good ultimate though, and Wombo coming out for BFG, but let's see if they have the damage as the Loner goes crazy with his ultimate. Hatsu from the side, looking for Lerna, cannot get it, but into the tower we go! Citroen doing a lot of damage, getting unstoppable and untargetable, and ulti from Hatsu. It's a 3-for-3, and what a scramble!
Yeah, Bloodline pulls the trigger, and Chaos gets a really good engage, but just really well played from Bitfix Gaming on the turn. The Skarner gets a great ult, and also the E to the wall, so Citron can't escape there. So Hatsu just playing a bit here, but it's interesting to see if Kudi could get the Drake here solo.
Lofty Lewis interested to get some disturbance in the air as they walk into River now. 4 members from BFG. 5 with that teleport. They actually get energy teleport. I think they think that Bloodline was going to commit harder to that objective, as Bloodline actually just reset it. And now going with Herald in mid lane to try to open up and it's something more, and we got a hit. Sometimes the miss, but we got a hit.
Yeah, and great play from Bitfix Gaming. They recognize they don't have a jungler, we do. Just start hitting it and we can force it, but okay.
Going for Noxy, they know he doesn't have flash from last fight, and it's a perfect execution from the side of Bloodline. Sitsuku now a bit deep though. But they know Noxy doesn't have flash, and then it's easy for them to secure.
And Chaos is just ulting on cooldown here, getting the place here, forcing the mid tower open and getting the kill here. I think it's a really big problem if the Sion just can't engage any time he wants, so the Bitfix needs to really start looking for and tracking the Sion here, and Hatsu's playing for it, and they're starting to Bitfix put some vision up here. They might be scared that the Zeri can just melt it with the Viego, but I think the game will slow down a bit here. Both teams don't want to really just force the Baron unless they have information on the map, and only information that both teams get that the top laners are just both going bot and mid laners just matching there.
I think Bloodline is a little bit more keen to taking fights right now. If you look at flash timers on Naxi and Energy, they are not looking to fight right now, but both Lerna and Lofty has flash up and could potentially get out. So let's see if they decide to play a little bit more aggressive here.
And Louis just protecting the board, doesn't want it to be taken away, but they have the information that the board's there, so they don't want to force anything, but this tower is really interesting.
Good stun coming in from Energy as Cuddy gets under tower, and enough shields from Dark Risen to do that. Quite uncontested try, very easy from the side of BFG.
Yeah, Bloodline just matching, going for the mid push because you have information of 3 and Nevi.
Naxi still doesn't have flash though, has to use Ghost.
Yeah, and great response from Bloodline. I think they will take the trade, get mid tier 2 here, and they just need to watch out for the collapse.
They can use Hatsu to initiate something here from the sides. It's going trying to get out as Cuddy walks up. They're struggling to find the fight. Bloodline is accepting, walking slowly. Chaos trying to zone as much as possible. This is great job from Chaos. And Chaos will be the one to initiate and try to look for this fight. And Lou is coming in with the double knock-up, and now Bloodline can reign on top of BFG. 2 quick pickups for the Swedes.
And really well played from Bloodline. They have the patience to wait out for Lofty's TP there and then just force the fight, and Luis gets a great engagement. This is a really hard contest for Cuddy.
Bloodline stop laner cares doing what he thinks is zoning, but actually standing and fighting against 2 members of BFG as his team is trying to take Baron here. Sign is quite strong, I would say. He's pretty tanky. Cuddy actually using his ultimate here. Now Lois joining, trying to do some CC here. Baron going down very, very low now. Cuddy trying to walk up. Chaos cannot hold them off any longer, but Baron power play goes to Bloodline after enormous work from Chaos, who eventually will probably die because of teleport from energy.
Yeah, Chaos is 1 against all, you could say here, but just great. Stopping the Cuddy from engaging there. Can't go for the steal, and it's just Baron for Bloodline, but it's interesting to see how they will use it. I think they should just get the mid push here and just go for the Drake. They have a good timer on the TP there for the sign, but top lane flash used.
Yeah. Original ADC for Bloodline not playing RPS. Unclear why, but right now Luna is showing up, doing it well. Hasn't picked up all the kills, but I think he positions well and he's doing well in fights, so fun to see another player coming in showing us what he got.
Yeah, and this is a hard Drake contest. You have zero vision on the Drake, and I think it
I don't think they care. Teleport coming in from Chaos. Unclear where. Now going back in once again. They're getting Drake. Hatsu trying to get Chaos to get out of position as Itskun, Lerner, and Lofty is doing all the damage they can on Hatsu. Cuddy coming from the side, looking for something as Chaos still just soaking all this damage so that Bloodline now can move forward. Lerner flashing forward, trying to look for something. Naxi wants to trade back, and all of a sudden BFG is looking for the fight. Chaos going down very low. And after all of that, so far just 1 kill, and it goes to BFG together with a dragon.
Yeah, and a great win for Bitfix here. They get the Drake, they have the soul point, and also they are stopping the Baron timer here because of the delayed fight, so they have a really hard time using this Baron for their advantage. Bloodline is in a hard spot here because, I don't know, you don't have the tempo here to do anything really, because Bitfix can catch the mid wave here, and your both side lanes are in the middle of the map, so it will look like they can't do anything with the Baron because of that.
Yeah, one of the more passive Baron power plays we've seen. Like you said, haven't been able to do much at all. But still a lot of gold to get Baron. But BFG handling it all very, very good. And performing great as second seed from Norway, making their nation proud here in the first game.
Yeah, they have played really well, I think. Bloodline has punished them really well, but as you can see, Cuddy has performed really well on the jungle side there. And they have a really good timer on the Baron and Drake, so they don't have to do anything on the map right now. Just wait till the Drake and Baron spawn, and then make Bloodline move on the other side how they want to, because you have the cards to play with the objectives.
Bloodline now taking over top side. Everyone in BFG rotating up to try to stop this siege. It's not a very big wave, so Bloodline will not accomplish a lot of things up here.
Yeah, it's just Bloodline is trying to make something up here. Try to play for top tower, but they really can't. But he's cut in purple.
That's a good, quick pick from the side of Bloodline.
Yeah,
A bit
really
curious there.
Good punish there, though. They just know they have the vision control there. Cuddy walks up and they punish.
Oh, Lofty trying to zone them out, so tower will be easier to get as Hatsu comes from the side. Not much to do as a lone Skarner in the middle of 5 members. Lulu actually investing a lot, and they're trying to get the kill on Citroen. And now going back in, we see Bloodline doing a lot of damage. Picking up 2 quick kills, 3 members dead, 5 members pushing mid. Could they look for the game here?
They have a chance. They really need to protect the wave though here and force the enemy back. They are trying to defend Bitfix. Has the damage though to force them back.
1 turret goes down. Chaos is very, very low, but very, very tanky as well. Not quite finishing up the game just yet, but Sweden comes real close in that situation.
Bloodline just knows when to punish the enemy team here. Just gets a good pick, forces the mid tower open, and then gets the few kills to just open one of the Nexus towers also. So 1 minute for the Baron, and they have a really good spot here. But the waves need to push. They need to push the side waves here, in my opinion. Get the side push, and then force a bit, because you already have the mid push as the super minions come in. And Bitfix, though, they have the opportunity to play for the Soul or the Baron, so they need to make the choice which one they want to mark up with vision.
I think Bloodline would willingly give away Dragon to get Baron power play and try to finish off this game right now. I think BFG has to respect that. Baron power play would be devastating from their side. They could put Chaos in a side lane, and it would be difficult for them to defend. But right now, playing around bot side as Dragon now spawns in just 20 seconds.
Yeah, and they have the control here, Bitfix game. I think Bloodline has a really hard time here. So they just need to push the wave here and force the Baron play if Bitfix goes for Drake. But both teams seem to just wanna...
Chaos has to teleport.
We will see. Kadi's just trying to look for the bit of an engage here.
Chaos not afraid to walk up and give information to his team. Uses ultimate to try to look for a pick here. Soaking a lot of damage. Good stun coming in on Lois. And we see Cuddy in the backline trying to do something here. Chaos is just soaking damage and nobody's actually helping him. And it's BFG who's trying to look for a perfect fight here. And now maybe they could turn as Lunar is trying to move forward. And they do as well. Hatsu perfect with the zoning. Good reset here for Citroen, going over the wall, looking for something. Stun coming out. Noxy is working as Citroen and Lofty now turns back. It's back and forth for everyone. And it's only energy standing. But what a fight from both teams.
Really patient fights here from both teams. Kari gets great engaged to the backline, but they played front to back really well. And they have a Baron play also here. So a big win for Bloodline though. They get the last fight, and Citroen and Lofty play really well. And this Baron is huge because first you get the Drake, you don't give them the soul, and now because of the Baron you might get the Baron buff play as you have inhib, but they have to just give it up because of the timer. Don't have enough damage.
No, they struggle. They gotta be brave there. They're like, we could try, but find out quite fast that it will be difficult for them. Now Lo is actually stepping up a bit far as he wants more information before this objective, of course. But Bloodline picks up that dragon from earlier, denying soul. So fight was even, but they get a dragon, and they have a 5 gold lead right now, so it's still favorable for Swedes.
Yeah, they really need... Bitfix really needs to shut down a Citroen in the fights. He's really been taking over after a reset and just goes ham on these fights. Chaos really tanking up for his team, but as everybody's getting items, he's starting to get a bit weaker. Not saying he's weak at all, but Talia has the TP as does Hatsu.
That's an execute! That's a great pick from BFG. And I think it was initiated by Noxy hitting his ultimate. And Luna not having cleanse available. And Energy will pick up that kill and execute him quite fast. I don't think Bloodline wants to fight. They don't have an ADC, and Cuddy steps up on Chaos. We know he can tank a lot, but do they have enough damage to win the fight? They still have Citroen. Noxy very alone, walking around, trying to do damage. Lewis in the backline is going down. Noxy falls now. Citroen reset. Hatsu trying to tank for his team. 4 members of BFG trying to move forward. Stun is good! As Cuddy now walks up. Citroen is still alive somehow, and Chaos will be the sacrificial goat here on the side of the Swedes. Citroen will make that recall. He will make that recall. Might still available from the side of Bloodline as Energy goes down slow from Lofty. They are showing a lot of nerve in Bloodline.
Yeah, because that they don't get the Baron. They try to get the jungler here, but Citron plays it really well, gets out of the fight, and even though it was a 4v5, Bloodline just shows that they want to win so badly, and a great fight from both of the teams. It's so close. Even though Bloodline has the lead, it's always so close, and I think Bloodline has the timer to try the Baron rush and maybe force out a TP from Energy.
Imagine if Cuddy got that shot down on Citroen. 1,000 gold. Denied once again as he somehow escapes death time and time again. Now Bloodline moving into River, where BFG already has settled camp. Teleport coming in now from Energy.
Yeah, it's just a standoff over here on the Baron, and Chaos just trying to protect his team. The fights have been so long on the Baron that Drake's almost in 1 minute here, and both teams just don't want to give up on the Baron and just taking control. But the mid push here is great for Bitfix. They could get the tower, but they really want to force.
Oh wait, we actually see Cuddy picking up Luna as he's trying to escape, and Hatsu will come from the side. Luna cannot get out. It's a disaster for Bloodline as BFG catches them off guard. Chaos tries to ult out, cannot get blocked by Hatsu. CC for the Norwegians, who finds 3 picks and potentially a Baron. Smite still available for Citroen.
Yeah, Lofty is trying so hard to help here, but the Baron will fall for Bitfix Gaming, and there's 27 seconds on the Drake. It's so bad for Bloodline. They really need to get Citron so that he could maybe take it or steal it, just pushing the wave so they could not use the Baron play, but big win for Bitfix, and Citron might be looking for a pick here.
Really well played to Cuddy, being very curious, walking up, spotting Luna, teleporting in or resetting in a really bad situation. And then everyone from BFG quickly picks up the scent and gets 3 quick kills and a Baron power play, and now also has Soul, and all of a sudden it looks quite favorable from the side of Norway.
Yeah, they get a really great play here, and Soul is amazing here for the Wukong for the movement speed, but are they trying to look for a pick? No, they can't. Hatsu just goes through walls, says bye-bye, and now Bloodline just needs to get these waves pushed in, try to stop the Norwegians Baron play here, but I don't think they really can. They're just trying to look for a pick in top, but the Bitfix game will just go as 5 in mid and try to open up the mid tower here.
Yeah, Hatsu looking in mid lane. Not very coordinated. Hatsu picking him away, but Chaos once again alone against 5 members. He's standing strong for a very long time, but eventually the giant will fall. And with Baron power play, they can now start shoving down this mid lane.
Yeah, it's still hard to push because you use 3 of your ults, and there's the Beaver's wall stopping the push. I think it's not the easiest tower to take here. If Bloodline wants, they could take the 4v5 here with ultimates.
Yeah, 4 members versus 5. BFG now in the same situation as Bloodline was in before. They managed to hold off. Can Bloodline do the same, or will they be picked off as Citroen gets stunned? And now Lewis the first to pull the trigger. They could wait out Luna. He has used his ultimate already. As Hatsu gets a bit out of position. They will stop the siege. And then Chaos will get to play at least another fight.
Yeah, just giving the mid inhib is not the worst here, and also that you have the waves pushed in. Bitfix doesn't have another play there, so just backing at the Baron play will go off because of that. But Bitfix Gaming got back into the game really well here, so their ADC is really strong now. Like, you have Lulu buffing Naxi, but he doesn't have the summoner, so they have timers to make plays here, Bloodline. They have really found great picks, but Luis may be a bit far, but no.
Actually, Hatsu will have a hard time getting out here. He has flash available, but there's 4/5 members waiting for him. He could flash that wall. Instead, he tries to do some form of initiation, does so on Luna, who has to cleanse and try to move around, but cannot. And BFG once again looking spicy in this fight. Lofty throwing around, Citroen has fallen. The only one standing is Lofty and Chaos. And this could be the game. It's 50 to 40 seconds timer on Bloodline's players. And Norway's looking really good here.
Yeah, I mean, Chaos really needs to make a big play, but he's not even getting to the back. I think he's just dancing on the enemy bait because he knows the game is just over. And Bitfix Gaming fights back and takes the first win.
Yeah, well played to the Norwegians, picking up game 1, taking down Sweden's #1 seed and one of the favorites in the tournament. Wow, what a performance.
Yeah, Bitfix Gaming really punished well there. Like, I have to point out the jungler Wukong here was a really big engage maker. Found great engages for the backline and really made it hard for the Bloodline's team to play because Chaos was really strong, but he couldn't tank all the game there for his team.
Nah, we had the deciding fight where Bloodline tried to reset and Luna was in a bad position and they got the kills, they got the picks, they got Baron power play, they got sold, they got everything they needed, and then they turned the whole game around. So first win here in the tournament goes to Norway, and Bitfix Gaming, second seed from Norway, will have a little break now. And when we come back, we will have an interview with the winners, Bitfix Gaming. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC RPS Summer Split 2024. My name is Sleeper, and I'm here together with Clover, and we just witnessed the first win of the season. It's Bitfix Gaming taking home Game 1 against Bloodline. Together with us now, Hatsu, who played top lane for Bitfix Gaming. How did that feel, Hatsu?
I mean, it felt good. The game itself felt very difficult, although we had some amazing fights where we're able to get 2 picks before even the fight started itself. Then they were able to turn around 3v5, and it was kind of hard. But then Sion gave us a lot of lead on mid. He just got caught, and then they had to give up mid, and and then the game went pretty straightforward from this point, kind of.
Clover, do you have any questions?
Yeah. The top lane was a bit of bloodbath there. So, was it a bit of a surprise to you that Chaos played it that way with the Sion, or did you expect him to be so aggressive player?
To be fair, I've never played Skarner top in my life. I think I only played him like one time in the jungle, so I only just had barely idea of how his like spell works. I didn't know his limits, so I was all of my deaths on top were just like not even planned. Although I was mainly confused why they were playing so much the top side, since they were just giving up the bot side for free for us. And yeah, I mean, I was kind of clueless at the beginning, to be fair. Then once the game went on, I just got the hold of the champion more and more, and yeah, it was better for me to operate him.
I think you guys play great. Of course, it's bittersweet for me because I'm Swedish. You know, like I was rooting for Bloodline. I wanted them to win, but you guys are showing up great here. Second seed from Norway, taking down first seed from Sweden, and getting your first win. How did you guys feel? Like, were you scared going into this? Did you think you could win this?
No, I think our mental was very good. I think they even were coming to each other. With no need to panic that the game was winnable. We're always on the point what we should do next, and we're always focused on the next objective that we should be doing on the map. Although the plays may not have been executed as we wanted to, but we're always on the track what we should do next.
Yeah, and later on you will take on Epic Avalanche for the last game of the day. Do you think the Finns will be better than the Swedes?
Be
honest.
Truth to be told, I don't really know any of the players, neither of the teams that are playing here. So I'm being open-minded, and I actually am trying to play my best to my degree, because I don't know how it's gonna play. But
so Sweden or Finland?
Everyone's equal. That's all I'm gonna say. But if you wanna do it for the, I can say Sweden is better.
Hey, let's go! Let's go! I'll take that. Okay. Thank you so much, Hatsu, and congratulations on the first win of the day.
Yeah, thank you.
We will go to a short break, and when we come back, we will see Finland versus Sweden in the form of Bloodline versus Epic Avalanche. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC RPS Summer Split 2024. My name is Leafer. I'm here together with Clover, and we just witnessed the saddest moment in NLC history. Bloodline got taken down by Bitfix Gaming, and Norway took home the first win. But I'm ready. I'm ready to take down the worst and best team from last season, Epic Avalanche, who took out both seeds last season. Fritfall and Bloodline was eliminated by Epic Avalanche, and now Bloodline will face them once again. I'm wearing my Swedish flag. I'm using all my Swedish energy here to try to force out a win. Clover, do you think Epic Avalanche will win this game?
Is it even a question? We will win it. Like, you can have your Swedish powers here in use, but it didn't help in the first game, and Epic Avalanche is even stronger. We are ready to show you that the Finnish are just better.
I mean, there's one thing Finland is better than everyone else in the world except Sweden, and that's Swedish, because you guys are forced to learn Swedish in school because we are the superior country with the superior language. And how does it feel, Clover, that you know Swedish, but I don't know Finnish? Does it feel good?
I mean, we have to talk to you to show that we are better. I don't know. Just saying, we have the glider in, you made it, so you thought you win, but just saying it's our song now.
We will win, baby! With that said, we're going into Picks and Bans, everyone. The rivalry is on. Bloodline versus Epic Avalanche. And with all that hype coming in, we go out of Picks and Bans again.
we got a bit too hyped there. The production fell down, but it will be a hype. Like, I'm excited for this match. Finland versus Sweden is always a fun match to watch in any sport, and in this esports especially, it's really fun, and it will be fun to see Finland stomp you guys.
Okay. I believe it when I see it. Okay, I agree. Bloodline had a first rough game here of the day. Bitfix Gaming delivered. They did well. I'll respect that. I'll give them that praise. But I know what Bloodline can do, and I know they will show up. Don't worry about it. Sweden will conquer this tournament. One lose is not everything. But this is actually one of the most important wins in the tournament. Epic Avalanche is... they have made a big impact on the Swedish league scene. Like I said, they eliminated both teams last year. They eliminated Fritfall in groups, and then they eliminated Bloodline immediately after groups in playoffs. And I remember being so mad about this, and I was so happy to see them playing once again in this RPS to let both Fritfall and Bloodline once again taking on this team. And this time, I think we have better chances. We have better chances this time.
I mean, Epic Avalanche is our champions again. They're 2 times champs. Just saying, like, they're not getting any weaker. I don't think you have a great chance here, but we will see. I think Bloodline had a few problems with the draft there, where the game went further there. But we will see if the draft will help here.
Should I hype up again, or are we canceling? Okay, everyone, let's go into Picks and Bans. It's game 2 of the day. To your left, Bloodline, first seed from Sweden. And to your right, Epic Avalanche. And I believe they're second seed, right? No, first seed from Finland.
Yeah, first seed. 2-time champs of FPL. Just saying, but
are they reigning champion?
Yeah.
So it's reigning champion Sweden versus reigning champion Finland.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's spicy. I like that.
Yeah. It will be really interesting to see. So no excuses for the loser here.
I think it's interesting that Bloodline switching all the bans. Last time they banned Elise, Yon, and Jinx against Bitfix, and now they ban Ashe, Vi, and Jinx. So the only thing they have in common from last game is actually the Jinx ban, but the other two have been flexed out to Ashe and Vi. Do you think that it was Noxy that made them ban Ashe in this game?
Yeah, I think it really helped there on the forcing the ban because he played really well with the Lulu. So I don't think they want to play if they are playing Zeri Rakan. They don't want to play against Ashe again. But is it a Sion first? Chaos played really well, but no, it's actually the Viego.
And it looks like a Garen hover from Epic Avalanche. Is this something Carvex plays a lot? I know you told me Carvex, like, he doesn't play League of Legends, he has a big champion pool and whatever, but Garen top lane?
No, we put the bread and butter here. we have two jungle and top who can play the Jax here, but Carvex is really known for this pick. He's actually smashed people with this pick, and Epic Avalanche take the Zeri from Lennar.
Yeah, and then can you say the name of the jungler in Epic Avalanche, please?
Rauhantuomari.
What?
Rauhantuomari.
And his nickname is
Tattoo.
Tattoo?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me write that down. I ain't saying that. I am not saying that. Tattoo?
Maybe you should start learning some Swedish so you can say this name.
Dude, you can't even fit it in a row. Look at that. What is that? I can't... What is that name, bro? What?
It's a banger.
Man, you guys are crazy, man. You guys are crazy. But it looks like Smolder and Azir picked up here for Bloodline, and now we will see the first pick phase for Epic Avalanche. But that name. Did you say Tattoo or Ta'u?
Yeah, Tattoo.
Tattoo. Okay, let me fix this.
Almost like a tattoo, you know.
Yeah.
But the brand is really interesting. It's one of the picks for Merza here. He usually plays it in mid lane. It's not the usual pick for support or jungle in their team, but they can also flex it. But I think this Smolder pick is really interesting because after the nerfs, I haven't really seen it a lot in pro play.
Banning out Chaos once again. Enemy team always fearing the top laner. Just kidding. They already picked mid ADC in jungle. I don't think they care too much about support. So, but Olaf is open. This is actually a challenge from Epic Avalanche because he hovered Olaf, and they still didn't ban it. So it's not impossible that Chaos will accept the challenge and go Olaf top lane here. It's a bit difficult against the Jax, but I think he could do it.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if Chaos's pick is the Olaf, that if Carvex is playing his champ as a Jax, it would be really interesting. But the support span from Bloodline, so it will be interesting what Epic Avalanche will pick here. Do they want to pick the support here, or do they want to show if the Jax is going jungle or top? No, it's the Rakan.
And the ADC is Rökkää.
Rökkää. Close enough, just go with it.
Oh, the team fights will be amazing.
It will be great.
It's always the Finns, man. It's always the Finns. Everyone has normal names, and then the Finns come along, and you're like, what? Okay, we call him Tattoo. Oh, man. But we call him Röka, which means smoking in Swedish. And then we call him Eru. Okay. Oh! It is Olaf. Swedish Olaf, the Swedish Viking. No. Oh,
you got made it so hard.
Oh. Chaos, why are you doing this, man? Oh, come on, man.
The Heimer.
Disappointed. So disappointed.
Really interesting, but I don't think it will be Heimer. I think they will pick a jungle here. Or
looks like
Camille.
What is going on?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Jack jungle.
Oh.
Yeah.
On Tattoo.
Yeah. Tattoo. Yeah. But it's really interesting to see Camille's come back in the meta for top lane. So, and I think it's really good against Cassante. So great counter pick there, and we will see the bread and butter from Merza here as he picks the he has the Brand in the mid lane, so it will be interesting to see how he performs against Lofty when he has the Azir.
Yeah, but they're baiting out Cassante, and that means they get a bit of an edge in top lane with the Camille. Camille being a good tank destroyer, to say the least, I would say.
Yeah, a really strong pick against Cassante, and the side lane push will be great here. As Epic Avalanche has the Camille, it's really hard for the Cassante to match it, so I like the counter pick there, but a great scaling in Bloodline. They have the Smolder. Even though Smolder has got the nerf after it was kind of broken earlier, but still a strong scaler, and they also have the Azir, so it's a bit scary if they can scale, but Epic Avalanche has the aggressive style if they want to play it, so it will be interesting to see if Bloodline can handle it.
Yeah, a lot of flex picks coming out from the side of Epic Avalanche. They had Brand, Jax, and Bloodline was convinced that it was either Jax jungle and Brand mid, or Brand jungle and Jax top, or whatever combination you can imagine. Bloodline picking Cassante as their last pick in top lane, and the Uno reverse card hits from Epic Avalanche as they pick Camille as their last champion, putting Jax jungle and Brand mid lane. So a lot of spicy thing coming out from the Finns, who probably watched the first game against Bitfix Gaming, so they have some information now how to play. Do you think it's favorable for the Finns to have seen game one?
Yeah, I think getting the information on how they play now, instead of just watching their older games, maybe a few patches ago, it will really help them here. And I think Bloodline should have done the homework there, because if you have watched the Finnish league, you know that the Brand is probably going in the mid lane because it's one of Merch's pocket picks here. So,
but Clover, we're not watching the Finnish league. We don't understand Finnish. But you guys are watching the Swedish league because you understand Swedish. With that said, everyone, just accept it, bro. Just accept it. With that said, we're going into game 2, first day of NLC RPS at Summer Split 2024. To your left, first seed Bloodline from Sweden, and to your right, Epic Avalanche, first seed from Finland.
Yeah, as we get into the game, it will be interesting to see how Bloodline will start the game. So, as we go a bit back,
we won. Let's go! No, I'm just kidding.
not all right.
Fastest game in NLC RPS history.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Let's go. But normal covers again. I think both junglers will start bot side, but I think the Jax can start. Excuse top side, but I think the Jax can start bot here, move against the Cassante, and maybe get Carvex ahead here, because the Camille will be important here, as Epic Avalanche really want to open up the top side.
Yeah, I'm gonna double check later if we can force him to change name, because that's insane. Like, he doesn't even have a space between EA and his name because it's too long. The name is like, it's not even a name. It just looks like you push the entire alphabet together and try to make it sound like a name. What does it mean?
Peace Judge.
Peace Judge.
Yeah, like word peace. Peace Judge. Yeah.
What is this, man? Well, okay. Finnish is a normal language, everyone. Best language. Only spoken in one country.
That's best language. That's why we're the happiest. It's ours.
Okay. I'll believe you. Chaos being countered in the last seconds of Fix and Bans. Carpet swept under his feet as he was expecting a Jax, and now faces off against the Camille.
Yeah, both junglers starting from top side, so they will really want to fight bot side, and the Bloodline bot lane is kind of weak right now because of the Smolder. The first 25 stacks at least is really weak, so Eru and Röykkä can get the advantage here really easily and help Rauhantuavari to get the advantage.
Yes. Both junglers finishing up on the top side, but Citoon has a faster clear as Tattoo still hasn't finished red buff.
Yeah, and as Citron gets the faster clear here, he can really maybe skip the Krugs and just go for the bot gank, because Röke and Eru playing a bit far here, but the wave is pushing into them, so it will be a hard time for Leonard and Luis here.
Yeah, I'm trying not to mention that Leonard and Luis just missed the canny. Let's not talk about that. I'm just over-analyzing everything after the last loss. I'm still traumatized. I was so convinced Bloodline would go undefeated in group stage. Let's see what Luis can do here. Trying to predict that Eero is gonna jump to Rakea.
Close enough, just go with it. But the wave is in a really bad spot here for Bloodline, because the Roundhammer can really look for the flank here for bot if he wants to, but looks like he's going for the a grab here.
We see Tattoo getting bot scuttle, and it looks like they... like initially I thought they were gonna contest it, and I think Mersa was also thinking in that way, but it's not gonna be anything here. As now Tattoo, maybe a ward jump here.
Yeah,
it looks like it. And
really flank.
he has to wait for leap cooldown now to be able to do this gank. But it's not good wave state from the side of Bloodline. I think it's inevitable. There will be a gank. Question is how devastating it will be. Lerna trying to get out. Luis ignited and knocks him up in mid-air. And we actually see him going down. Tattoo goes down to 100 HP as Luis cancels him. And Bloodline actually doing that really well. Oh, Chaos. Is he dead? Is he not dead? We don't know yet. The place. Oh, Carvex picking up first blood. And that wave is not good for Chaos. He will teleport, maybe lose one minion, but Solo Bolo to the Finns.
Carvex just really patiently waited for the W to come back up, and Solo kill a really big one also, forces the TP there. Now he has the TP advantage, but also really well played from Bloodline there, so they could get the flash from the Jax there. And now as the Jax is in top side, they also get information on the pink ward there on top side, so they know where Roundhammer is moving. So they could look maybe for a bot play if Röke stays, but looks like he takes the reset.
I mean, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Obviously, they will win top because they swept the carpet underneath Chaos' feet, like we talked about. They picked Camille in after he picked Cassante. They got the counter pick, and now they will do everything in their way just to make it as difficult as possible for Chaos. I think they saw last game and they were like, okay, Chaos is one of the players that will do his best for his team to win, and they're trying to suppress him, but that's impossible. His name is Chaos for a reason.
I think keep coping. We are getting the first Drake here, so but Bloodline is really spotting everywhere where Roundhammer is moving. They also have the ward in the bush on the river, so they get the crabs here, and just good response from Bloodline, or just tracking the jungler really well. But on a good timer, Epic Avalanche will get the first dragon.
Yeah, Lewis will be there to confirm it as well. Will they try to steal it?
Rail changes makes it so you can't steal that one.
It would be amazing.
Yeah.
It would be amazing if we stole it.
I mean, not for me, but
Nothing's impossible in Sweden, bro.
Yeah, but Merta might be in trouble here if Citron can look for the gank, but really hovering the bot side, knowing that
Lofty could go in for the ultimate, does as well, throws Mersa right into Citoon, who's patiently waiting with the stun here. Flash stun goes forward for Mersa. Mersa in under the tower and survives. The Finn is slippery with Ghost.
Yeah, really well played from Lofty to get the shuffle there, but Mercha with the ghost just can't pay for the out there and forces Citron Splash for the trade. But now, information on the jungler that he's topside, that they could look something in bot, but unfortunately, nothing they can do really. Just the game is slowed down now.
Yeah. If we look on scaling, both Luna and Rakia will do well throughout this game, but none of the junglers able to capitalize in bot lane quite yet. Tattoo was there, but Lewis with a perfect disengage. Let's see if Citroen wants to give some attention as well.
Yeah, and will Rauhantomi spot the ward there? I don't think he spotted it, so they have a permanent vision on the top side there, spotting the Jack, so it's really hard for Rauhantomi to make any plays here, and Epic Avalanche though have a good vision on bot side, so Citron can't really make the plays easily unless they overstep here and maybe dodge the vision.
Oh, Chaos with the plays! Throwing Carbucks in under turret, who takes a lot of damage. Chaos is looking for the solo bowler and he gets it! Chaos gets it! With the BM as well.
Unfortunate, but a really good push under tower and all out helps him to get the solo kill there, and just a really good punish. Now Chaos makes the lane equal now.
Citroen now looking for bot lane. But we'll settle for the blue buff. With some decent assistance from his team. Both support and mid lane standing there cheering him on as he kills the blue buff. You can do it, bro. You can do it.
Yeah. I mean, they had full control there. Bot wave pushed in, mid had the prio, so Citron can just make the play there. And just on the top side, just chilling. But Mercer needs to really watch out here. He doesn't have the TP, and Rauhantomi actually finds them.
He wants this fight. Jack's now using Counter-Strike to get in, and Lofty just throws him away like a plastic bag. Goodbye to the Finn.
I mean, that really saves Merza in the mid lane, because now they really don't have a good play in the mid lane when the Citron doesn't have the flash and no ult for Lofty there also. So Merza can just wait for the flash to come up, and now a bit safe there, but a really slow game in my opinion there. I would have thought that Epic Avalanche would have made more plays, but Rauhantomi has just been tracked really well by Bloodline, as you can see from the pings, and Lofty if the next target is okay.
Now trying to turn in the backline, doing damage to Lerna. But a lot of mobility from both teams makes it quite impossible to kill each other. Lofty being curious. Oi oi. Flash immediately and he gets cancelled mid-air. I think Lofty's dead here. A little bit too curious from the mid lane. And a quick pickup here for the Finns.
And a really good flash, but as they get vision now, Citron will get the grubs here, might get 6, and I mean, it's a bit scary, but the bot dive is here.
No mana on Lonar. We've seen this before. Lewis did well last time. Will they do it again? Teleport coming in from Chaos. And it looks like they will respect if they can. Chaos wants to create something but cannot. 6 grubs and teleport comes out from Bloodline.
Yeah, Epic Avalanche respecting it a lot. Now they see them back and they will get the Drake because of the tempo, and Carbox really can just get plates in the top lane because no TPS on the map. Lofty has used his also, so Epic Avalanche has a good tempo here. Get the Drake, get some push in the top lane, so good control.
2 Drakes to Epic Avalanche, 6 scrubs to Bloodline. Now Citroen actually looking here. Trying to force out damage here on Iro, who goes down really fast. And Bloodline is looking strong in this fight. Chaos coming in from the side. Carvux wants to create something here on Lofty. He's trying to move around, but it doesn't really matter as Carvux trying to get out. Chaos knocks him back mid-air. Chaos going absolutely crazy, and Bloodline fights their first big fight this game.
And a big win for Bloodline. Now they get all the camps from both sides. They get the push. They force the TP from Carvox, and Lunar can just scale up in the top lane for now. Maybe get a plate, and even though they get the Drake, Epic Avalanche gets a big loss here.
Yeah, Swedes doing what they can to get back in. Now we have some internet issues on the side of Finland. As we know, they are not as great of a country, so they don't have the same type of internet we do.
Alright. Unnecessary comment from there. But,
but very true.
No. But it will be interesting to see.
Oh no, Lofty, not again! Okay, this time he actually makes it out.
No flash on Rahatomori, so he just makes it out, can't follow up with the flash, but the Herald will be the next target for both. Lonar in the bot lane matching Merza, but it will be interesting to see if Merza starts moving up to mid lane and maybe start contesting, but bot 3, are they trying to look for the dive on Lonar or just trying to mismatch a bit here?
Hard to tell right now. Lonar trying to stay out of vision, so it's hard for them to decide what to do. Now they have spotted him, pinging him on the map, but now I think it's a bit too late, as both Tattoo and Mirza no longer interested in going down. Or maybe they are actually. Ulti coming up from Lonar in bot lane, I can see on the minimap here. Herald will be secured, but can Lonar get out? Tattoo chasing him down, hitting the stun. Will not be enough. 4 members bot lane to look for a dragon, and dragon gets away.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to mismatch here, force Leonard to just fall off and try to open up the bot tower, but as you just use the ult to clear the wave, it's really hard.
They're
now.
trying to bait here. Hero wants to save his 80 carry if possible. Beautifully played. Perfect disengage. A lot of attempts in bot lane, but nothing has almost happened down here. It's crazy.
Epic Avalanche is just trying to make some plays, but really well play from Bloodline to answer them. And at the same time, Chaos has opened up the top lane, getting the first tower, and even though it's a counter matchup, Chaos is getting the lead here as the gold is on Bloodline.
Yeah, Bloodline doing it well now. They did so as well last game, but a lead was still not enough to close it out. Let's see if they learned a lesson and if they could somehow capitalize on being the richer team this time around.
Yeah, they have the top open, so they could really just move the Cassante to the bot lane or just move here. I think it... Okay.
Oh, Lewis should be able to get out here. It's a good cancel though.
Yeah, just trying to mess with the tempo as the Drake is in a minute, so Chaos moving to top lane, just trying to stop Carvox from pushing, but it looks like Avalanche can get the control on the bot side if they want to.
I love the positioning of Chaos, reminding Carvox what happened last time he got out of position near tower. Can't step up, and in that way Carvox cannot deny him the wave. He's always a threat when it comes to the turret, and Carvox has to respect that.
Yeah, as Rauhantuomari has moved to the bot side, they are trying to stop Luis from getting the vision here, but it will be interesting to see if they walk up and get caught. Epic Avalanche a bit late though.
Sitskun walking up. We see Tattoo looking here for Lofty, who's flashing away. Mirza uses ultimate already, and Lofty with a good disengage. They will probably get him, but a wombo coming in from the Bloodline side as Chaos now is trying to fight alone, and he will not be strong enough to do so. They go down low, but not low enough, and Epic Avalanche finds the fight. After Mursa taking down everyone below 50% HP.
And just a great play from Epic Avalanche. Just Rauhantomi finds the engage there, and Mercha can follow up, chunks them so low that Eru and Rauhantomi can re-engage there, and they get the soul point. Infernoso is so strong. They have the ability to make the plays now and forces TP from Lofty here to defend the bot side.
Yeah, Epic Avalanche coming up clutch in that fight. Gold still in favor for Bloodline, but now soul point for Epic Avalanche. Dragons was a problem last game as well when it came to Bloodline, not their strongest side.
Yeah, but they get the tower here, get the standing gold. That they have defended the towers really well, Bloodline here. Just TPing, they opened up the side lane towers, and now just next plan would be to open up the mid lane with the Herald that they still have. And the scary part is that the Smolder and Azir are both scaling. Even though Epic Avalanche is finding the fights, it will be harder later the game goes.
4 members now top side for Epic Avalanche. And they will start with blue buff, but then they have the opportunity to go either for Luna, who's stepped up in mid lane, or for Chaos in top lane. It looks like mid is the option to go for here.
Yeah, just trying to open up the mid. Bloodline will get it. Can they get another crash here? And they will. Look at the grublings there.
Yeah, it's decent amount. 6 grubs will do that.
Yeah, but they're getting all the standing gold here. Like, a really well played from Bloodline. They extend their gold lead to 3k here, and as the Baron is up in 30 seconds, it will be interesting to see who gets the control and maybe look for the sneak there, but I don't think they really can here. Bloodline though have a great damage on the Baron, so Epic Avalanche really need to put vision up there so to defend Merza and also just to stop them from sneaking the Baron.
Oh, Eru stepped up a lot here, but will be slippery enough to get out using Tattoo.
Yeah, just Rakan is really hard to get caught with Rakan, but Eru a bit too far and has to be forced back.
Still got the vision he was looking for. If we look top side, we can see a lot of vision blue side. And that's because he stepped up. He took the courage to go on a dangerous adventure into the enemy jungle and got everything he needed. And then got out in the end, Indiana Jones style.
That pink part in the top side has, in the Epic Avalanche jungle, has been there like for 15 minutes or more. Like, it has given Bloodline so much information. It's crazy, but they have a really good vision on Bloodline as well. Just that ward outside of the pink there, so it can't be spotted. And it's really hard for both teams to play topside here.
It's almost like the Swedish language in Finland. It's just there. You can't remove it. It's just there.
Always with the shots here. It doesn't matter. We have the Drake coming up in minute and 20 seconds, so we can just play for that. But Epic Avalanche will need to get the control of the river because you really don't want to walk towards Azir on the chokes.
Now setting up for Baron, Dragon spawning in 1 minute. And they need vision of both objectives. It's soul point for Epic Avalanche now when they're looking for Seri cancel mid-air! And a perfect play from Bloodline! Rakia did not expect that.
Yeah, he got caught in a really bad spot and Bloodline just punished so well here and get the mid.
Oh, Luna taking a lot of damage from Merza as Lewis now has to step up. Merza is doing well here from the side. Being very annoying. That's more damage than they anticipated. Now Merza has to reposition. They could turn.
Yeah,
Corvox stays top lane and does a lot of damage to second tier top lane turret as well.
Yeah, but Luis is really chunked here and they don't have the ultimate up yet, so this Drake is really contestable. Carbox can just TP in. It's not the easiest, even though Bloodline have the control here. So it will be interesting to see how Epic Avalanche will go in here.
Lona pushing up mid. Lewis going down low. Mercer picking up that kill. Like you said, already quite chunked out. And Mercer finds the damage. Lofty is looking over the wall. Teleport from Chaos. They're trying to collapse. They will do so as well. Lerna has to move around. And it's a good fight so far for Epic Avalanche, who's kept themselves in a good situation. And Bloodline will lose Dragon. Chaos, what can you do? Nothing. Epic Avalanche abuses the fact that it's a bit overstepped from the side of Bloodline, and the Finns coming up clutch here. Get Soul and the fight.
And even though they haven't opened up any towers except top lane, the gold is almost even here because Epic Avalanche just find the fights here. Just a good tempo for Epic Avalanche to use there, get the pick from Luis, and now can open up the bot lane as Röfgat takes it. And now it's a bit harder for Bloodline to fight because of the Infernal, so it's really strong, and the Baron will be the next play for Epic Avalanche.
Yeah, Mercer is a big problem right now. A scaled brand, and they don't really have the perfect champion to get him. It's if Lofty somehow flanks getting him into the team. But Lewis will struggle to be the one who delivers this brand to the front line so they can execute.
Yeah, just Luis trying to take control here, clear out the vision, but Eru has put the wards really well here, and Carvox playing safe, and the mid control is Epic Avalanche's Citroen. Doesn't get caught.
Ooh, Carvox was ready. Now Tattoo taking a lot of damage. Lerner now coming from the side. Chaos has to tank a lot of Mercer damage here. But they get rid of Lerner's ultimate. Calling for his mother.
And just Bloodline taking control over mid.
Oh, Lewis.
A bit aggressive from Lewis, but he's playing well. He's fine. He has the jumps, but Carvox just playing the sides here, just pushing it and ready to move to his team. So Epic Avalanche needs to play a bit safe here. Watch out for Lewis's engage or Lofty's.
Good stun there from Mirza, keeping Chaos away. They are dancing, Now Chaos caught off guard. He's trying to stay alive for as long as possible. As much damage come out from both of the teams. Bloodline actually looking like they got the first fight they need. Citru needs to go untargetable, cannot reset as Arrow stops up. And Lofty now together with Bloodline looking for the kills. Mirza, can you do anything? You cannot! It's a quadra kill for Lerna and the Swedes ace!
And it looks like an end here, like the Smolder scaled, he just gets the quadrant. I think it's an end here. I don't think Rauhantomari can make it up.
They have 6 grubs. Sweden will get their revenge against the Finns. Epic Avalanche, last season of NLC RPS, somehow defeated both Swedish teams. But now, they can finally sleep well at night knowing that the Finns got destroyed in the second game of the day, Group A. It feels so good, man. It feels so good. It feels absolutely amazing. How do you feel? Do you feel good? Because I feel amazing. Do you feel good? No?
Yeah, but what can I say? It's really sad to lose by that type of play. Like, Bloodline fight's a great fight. Just as soon as the Smolder scales, they just pull the trigger, get the fight, and win it.
Who won?
Bloodline.
Yeah. Sweden won over Finland. You know, because Sweden is better than Finland. Can you say that Sweden was better than Finland in this game? Can you?
I don't know about that. I have
so Sweden wasn't better than Finland in this game.
They won. Let's say that.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay, we will have a little break. When we come back, we will have an interview from an amazing Swedish person that we will see later. A little break, and then we will be back. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC RPS, where I'm feeling absolutely amazing. My name is Sleeper, here together with Clover, and we just saw the Swedes showing Finland that they are worse. Together with us now, mid lane from Bloodline, Lofty. How do you feel?
Great. I played so good. No, I'm relieved, at least I can say. First game we lost, obviously. We felt like we had big lead, and then we mega griefed it away in a very Bloodline fashion. If you watched Soul, I know Sleeper will know about it. But yeah, second game was versus Finland, and like can't lose to those guys, at the end of the day. Sorry, no. I think for real they played pretty well. Personally, I feel like I played super bad today in both games. But I go here because no one else wants to do interview because they're all little antisocial, little cowards,
Yeah.
But we're having a great time. I think we're all saying that we will play a lot better like tomorrow. I think everyone came in a little bit shaky today. It's
Well,
the first time we play with this formation as well, right? With
that makes me feel better, at least. Clover, questions?
Yeah. So I just want to ask about the draft first. Like, when they picked the brand, did you know that it would be going mid lane, or was it a bit of a surprise that they put the brand mid there and just made you play a not so familiar matchup? I don't think.
I mean, I actually have played this matchup a bunch in solo queue. It was just a while ago. I saw someone actually bring it out in like a competitive game. When they picked it, we probably assumed that it was jungle, because I guess it's just a more normal role, right? But the thing with Azir is that he's kind of like not very nice to people in that you don't really get to interact too much with him after a while. We obviously looked to punish him on my ult like once we got his flash, but we didn't really return. But we felt really fine with it going anywhere. We weren't surprised per se, but it was like it was something at least I had in the back of my head that he could be going mid. So I think we felt completely fine. We thought our team comp was way better than theirs, to be honest.
Yeah, and you showed it in the last fight. Like even though Epic Avalanche had the Inferno, so like you just knew when to pull the trigger. Did the call come in from your top laner there as he found the engage, or was everybody just ready to when they were a bit off position?
I mean, in the usual chaos fashion, he didn't say shit in the last fight. Sorry if I can't say that. He was very. I mean, I think he said something like, "Can we look for fight?" And then like 5 seconds later, he gets this like double knock-in, right, which actually leads to the fight win. But I feel like we are very. I don't know if I want to call us coordinated, but we have a lot of like trust, I would say. So when someone sees an angle and someone calls something, then we're very likely to just snap go, right? But yeah, I don't think it was like a okay, we're gonna let them walk up to this slide and then we're gonna go. It was more of a like chaos finds like a crazy 2-man knockaway, right? So yeah,
Well,
it's nice.
Bloodline is the best improv team in the world, I would say. But
Yeah.
now coming into game 3, we're gonna watch Norway against Finland, and of course, I need to know who do you think will win between Bitfix Gaming and Epic Avalanche?
I mean, rock paper scissors rules, right? So I think Finland should win because Norway beat us, we beat Finland, and then Finland should win versus them. You know, I feel like rock paper scissors rules always goes through. You know, we're in RPS tournament.
Just because it's beneficial for us, I will agree with you. Okay. Okay. But
Come on,
thank
come
you,
on.
thank you so much for the interview, Lofty, and well played, and congrats once again to the win against Finland.
piggy. It's fine.
We will go to a short break now. When we come back, we will see Bitfix Gaming against Epic Avalanche for the last game for me and Clover today. Be right back. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC RPS, where we just saw Bloodline taking home their first game of the group stage against the Finns Epic Avalanche, and the rivalry continues as Sweden finally defeats them and does so in a very good fashion. My name is Sleeper. I'm here together with Clover, and now it's time for the last game today for us two. And it's going to be Norway versus Finland in the shape of Bitfix Gaming against Epic Avalanche.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see because, as our interview last said, it's rock, paper, scissors. I hope so, at least. So it will be interesting because Bitfix came down from the goal deficit, and Epic Avalanche had the control last game and just took a bad fight. So it will be interesting because Bitfix has the, like, how do you say it? The control to play the game slowly, doesn't care about the gold lead. So Epic Avalanche needs to watch out for these mistakes that they made last game.
Yes, and information coming from above us, above our pay grade. Bitfix will lose their first ban this game. They skipped one ban last game, and that was because they forgot how to ban. But this time it's actually because they're getting penalized for breaking some rules here. So just 2 bans for Bitfix and 3 for Epic Avalanche. So you guys are already in a good seat here. Come on, Finns.
Yeah, this is our chance.
Guys, they don't have bans. We will win.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see. Like, the Rakan Zeri hasn't worked in 2 games, so please don't pick it here again. So I would love to see something more aggressive from Epic Avalanche bot lane, because I know Röka is an aggressive player naturally. So I would like to see him on a bit more aggressive early lane champion instead of something like Zeri, who needs to really scale a lot.
Yeah, we will see. Now you will be the expert on one of the teams. I will not be, but I saw Bitfix earlier, and as the Swede I am, of course, I'm analyzing from a Swedish perspective here, and it would be best for us if Epic Avalanche won this, because then it would be a tie series, and we would be back to the normal state of the groups, and all of a sudden Bloodline would be in a better situation. So that's what I'm hoping for right now. But we'll see what will happen. But Norway so far has the opportunity to come up on top of groups after day 1, as they still have the opportunity to go 2-0. Bloodline went 1-1, and Epic Avalanche right now is 0-1 here in Group A. So important for the Finns to catch up.
Yeah, it's a big win we need right now. We don't want our first seed to go 0-2 in the first day. Like, of course, we don't want them to lose both games, but it would make it a really hard second day for Epic Avalanche. So important win needed here, but Bitfix Gaming is no joke. We saw them in the first game. They can really play slowly and find the good engages, and it will be interesting to see how the matchups will go with their slow pacing game. I think Bitfix played a bit slowly first game, but they had the control. Can Epic Avalanche like interrupt the gameplay and make some aggressive plays?
With that said, everyone, it's time for another rivalry. Finland versus Norway. To your left, we have Epic Avalanche, first seed from Finland. To your right, we have Bitfix Gaming, second seed from Norway. Right now, 1-0 for the Norwegians and 0-1 for the Finns. And as I told you, we will skip 1 ban for Bitfix Gaming because they did a rule break. So penalized in the way of removing 1 ban.
Yeah, and I think it's a great ban removal for Epic Avalanche, because now they can force a ban if they want to first pick something. If they don't want the Jinx here, for example, they can just leave it open and force Bitfix Gaming to ban it. So it will be interesting to see how Epic Avalanche will do on the bans.
It's kind of funny, actually. We see Epic Avalanche going for some of the same bans as Bloodline went for before. Bloodline went Elise, Yon, Jinx against Bitfix Gaming, and we see Epic Avalanche going Elise, Yon, Ash. So they have two of the similar bans, so Yon and Elise is a threat from the side of Bitfix Gaming.
Yeah, and they also banned the Ashe, which was Naxi's champion. Jinx banned one of the strongest ADs here, and Bitfix Gaming want to take Rauhantuomari's Vi out here. It will be interesting to see what Epic Avalanche will want to pick first. Do they want to focus on the jungler, or do they want to pick AD here? Those are the normal ones, but you never know with this team because they are kinda crazy.
Yeah. Let's see, as we should get the first pick here. And Finland goes for Varus.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Get some aggressive plays in the bot lane, you get prio really easily, and you have to watch out for the example Renata here, that can be, but Hatsu likes the Skarner. They can play it in top lane, but it will be interesting to see if they flex it, and they hovering the Aphelios. It would be interesting if they go full on scaling in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Skarner left open, and so is Aphelios as they get picked out. They are kind of limited right now in the ADC meta, but Lucian is also one of the strong ones. Also, of course, mid lane flex pick, as Elk has shown the world that this champion is not something you joke with. We will see it right now, and it's a threat for both Naxi and Energy. I think Naxi played really, really well in game one, and so did Energy, so he could be a threat in either lane.
Yeah, and usually if you play the Lucian bot lane, you really want to play Lucian Nami or Lucian Media, so it would be interesting to see what they pick. And Rauhantuomari picks the Jarvan. It's one of his picks, and the Bard would be an interesting pick for Eru.
The Bard hover is sort of a meme here in Sweden because of a team called Bardicted to You. They always hover Bard. But it looks like Senna hover will not be it. Karma and J4 picked up here for the Finns.
Yeah, we have seen it a lot in FPL that the Karma can go mid lane a lot and has been more preferred in the mid lane, but I think because of the changes in Karma, nerfing a bit the Q damage but increasing the E, so I think it would be going support here, and Melio is the pair up for the Lucian.
I was just about to say it's clever for the Finns. They pick a flex pick as their last pick in first pick phase to match the Lucian pick, but now when we see Melio, it feels quite favorable that Lucian is going bot lane for the Norwegians.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to see if Bitfix Gaming would flex the Lucian here. I don't think it's the angle here, but I don't know. The flex picks are always important, but the Camille taken away from Carbox.
Now, bans coming out here. Carbox did a great job with Camille last game, but mainly so because of how they performed in picks and bans, deceiving the Swedes, and in the last second, picking in Camille against Cassante, making it very easy for Carbox to play the game. But in the end, doesn't matter because Sweden is better. And first ban, second phase here for the Finns will be a Syndra.
And they take away the Olaf but leave the Jax open, which is really interesting. I don't know if they think the Skarner is going top and he can handle the Jax, or do they have some interesting pick?
Maybe they pick Jax here.
Yeah, they have an angle for it, but Epic Avalanche just banning out Bitfix's last game's champions. They take the Syndra, Wukong and Ashe away, so making them play something else.
Ooh, Oriana with the Skarner delivery. It's almost like Nocturne delivery, just going through walls. But right now, we still don't know if Lucian is going mid or ADC. I think it feels a lot like it is ADC Lucian, but they will let us know in the last pick of this game. Now for the 2 next picks here for the Finns. Epic Avalanche going 0-1 against the Swedes in their first game. Has to win this one. And starting it off with Aatrox top lane.
The World Ender has been put into the top lane. I don't know about the Skarner matchup. Is it that good? I don't know it yet, but it will be interesting to see when Karavax has these champions that can carry. But is it the Karma mid? Because now they are showing the Braum. But
oh, okay.
Hurry.
Karma support. And now for the grand reveal, Norwegians will tell us. Is it Lucian mid or is it Lucian ADC? But if it's Lucian mid, what could they possibly flex in instead? A lot of ADC champions removed this game, and it's leaning towards Azir, and we will get an Azir as well. So this is the teams, right? Like, if you look at these teams, is there anything that immediately catches your eye?
Yeah, I think the Ahri Jarvan combo for Epic Avalanche is one of their bread and butters. Like, Merza is great with Ahri, and Rauhantomari plays the Jarvan a lot. So it will be interesting the link up in mid, because you can really catch the Azir if you can hit the charm. But it will be interesting to see because of the media that it changes a lot how you can get the picks, because you can't use the chains of corruption here from Virus really easy to get a pick.
I like the Norwegian team. It's sort of a combination of what we've seen so far today. They take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and they create their own thing. So Norwegians looking very good here, taking out the Skarner and Citroen, Viego, and then they have Loftis, Azir. A lot of Swedish influence here. I like it.
Taking all the credit as the Swedish version here. all you, I guess. But it will be interesting to see, because I think bot lane is both have a really strong bot lane here. Like Lucian Media, you can trade really well, and Karma and Virus is so annoying. They are so long ranged. But I think Epic Avalanche has the lead, but I think both junglers will play for the bot side here because they want to get kills for these carries.
Well, this is the first time today I can relax. Sweden is not playing this game. It's Finland against Norway. And no matter what, I don't get affected by the results at all. So I'm good with this. I'm just going to relax, watch some top-notch League of Legends. And let's see who comes up on top, Finland or Norway. Right now, the state of the group is that Bitfix Gaming 1-0, Epic Avalanche 0-1. To your left, Finns, first seed, and to your right, Norway, second seed.
Yeah, this is a big win for both. Epic Avalanche needs this to get into the rock, paper, scissors kind of a state, but Bitfix Gaming 2-0 would be a great start for the first day. And they're just trying to put Vision up there, and Kuri just covering his own jungle.
Once again, we see the top laner on red side always covering that bush for some reason.
Yeah, probably just trying to get some trades in. If Karvax walks in, let's see if he's smart as Hatsu was when he got that cheese against him. But Rauhantomari just marking that vision, marking those raptors, and both junglers starting from top side.
I have to write down his name again, otherwise it will be messy here. It's not an easy one. But right now, playing it slow in the early game, as always, it's not often we see invades in this level of League of Legends. And once again, we will not see it today.
Yep. Carbox helping his jungler to get the clear a bit faster, and Hatsu gets a bit of a control in the lane. It will be interesting to see if the bot lane, who gets the first level 2 here, can really trade hard.
Well, you talked a lot about Carvux. Played good last game. Let's see how he performs against Hatsu. Hatsu, who made a joke earlier that he never played Skarner before, and actually goes for it once again. So there's something about the champion he liked, or the coach was just like that. That's okay. You can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, the laning from Hatsu, he got solo killed by Chaos a few times, but in the later game he played really well on it. So it will be interesting to see now that the lane isn't fist fighting from the start how he will perform against Carvox's trucks. And actually, Rauhantomri moving to the enemy jungle here is really interesting.
Aggressive Finnish person trying to get something here, and it's a lot of respect from Cuddy, but Flag and Drag is gonna miss, and that's a lot of neglected damage from the Finnish side. Wave state is just favorable for the Finns, and it looks like they will take over.
Yeah, good movement from Rauhantomri, just seeing that he has the control, and let's see if Cuddy gets the camp. He gets it.
I mean, they get blue buff, but this is a lot of invested time from the Finns.
Yeah, they just want to get the jungler a bit ahead here, maybe stop Cuddy's control and maybe messes it with his ganks here, but Cuddy actually moving to the top grab here, just doesn't want to play in the bot lane, and I think it's a right choice here.
Cuddy probably a little bit upset, but as a jungler, you can always recover. Wave state doesn't really affect you the same way as everyone else, so he'll just have to use his time to do other things than clearing camps, I guess.
Yep. He gets a reset here, so he can use the tempo to get something here. As Rauhantomri standing on a word that really just makes it easy for Energy to play safe here. Just play a bit back, but he wants the cannon.
They're trying to look for him, cancelled mid-air. Mursa flashing forward with the charm and missing. Energy still has flash, and Mursa does not after that gank.
Great sidestep from Energy, just not using the flash, and has the flash lead now, and makes it a bit harder for Mursa to play after he gets the 6. But the tempo is really in favor of Kuri here, because he's got the reset, he's got the item advantage, so if he meets Rauhantomri, he can look for ganks, but unfortunately for Epic Avalanche, they spot him in the Raptors.
A little bit more nerves this time for Mursa. Looked very, very down to earth last game, but he had time to flash and charm in a different manner, but it looked a little bit like he was forced to do it because of his nerves. But I could be wrong here. Carvus taking a lot of damage, but it's a good sidestep as Hatsu is trying out his spells for the first time.
Yeah, great dodge on the ultimate. Gets the flash also, and maybe if he gets the 6, he can look for the solo kill, but not. And Kari just taking the Drake here, and it's interesting to see how Kari just, even though his bot lane was pushed in, had the confidence to take the dragon, and Rauhantomri has no information about it, so he can't trade Krux yet.
I think it's so funny that Hatsu is learning Skarner throughout the NLC RPS tournament. Like, he doesn't know the champion, he's learning it right now. You can already tell that he's better this game than last game. He's playing in a different manner, he's crashing waves. So yeah, I'm impressed by this guy. He's adapting well to the tournament.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that the champion in their eyes is just so good that you can just learn it in the first game and just play it well after it. But the grabs going to Epic Avalanche, but their bot lane really needs to watch out here. They have the pink ward covering the Reaper, so it's not the easiest gank for Cuddy. And
ooh, good damage coming out from Naxi. As Rakia actually steps up and misses The arrow, last second. Cuddy now coming from the side as arrow. He's taking a lot of damage. Flash from Noxy, flash from Cuddy. First blood, Norway.
And just a bit greedy from Epic Avalanche, and great punish by Bitfix. They get a good trade on the bot lane, and as Röke and Eru steps up, Cuddy just knows he can come in even though they have vision. Get the pick there, and good investment.
Correction there, Cuddy did not flash, that was a dash. I was confused by the animation, my bad.
Yeah, but the game state is really good for Bitfix now. They have the flash burn from support and mid, so they can look for plays on either sides there. And also Karp's really chunked.
Okay, Hatsu going for the solo bolo. But we see Tattoo coming from the side as Hatsu tries to run away. Doesn't have flash, he's stuck in there alone now as Cuddy comes from the side. And I don't think he can take this fight.
Yeah, he doesn't have the 6 yet, so it's really hard. Rauhantomari has just taken these camps all over the map and has a bit of an experience lead, as Energy tried to move in, but they were a bit late. And a great pick from Rauhantomari and Carvox to get the kill to Carvox and help him extend his lead.
I mean, Hatsu is just getting more and more comfortable with this champion, actually trying to go for a solo bolo here. He's already showing improvement, but well played to Tattoo, showing himself in bot lane, making it difficult for them to play. Now damage coming out to Noxy, more than he expected. But the arrow missing once again.
The meteor ult came up in the right time just to save his ADC there, but good aggression from Epic Avalanche there, but can't force any summoners from the Bitfix Gaming's bot side, so they really need to watch out as they're pushing the lane that Cuddy can just look for the gank here if he wants to.
Right now, both junglers has settled for Drake blue side and Grubs red side. Last game we actually saw double Drake and double Grubs. How do you think they will trade this game? Will they just shake hands and keep trading, or will they fight for next objective?
I think Epic Avalanche will contest Drake. They want to get the advantage there, unless they are in a really bad spot. But looking at how they're playing normally, I think they want to get the second Drake and maybe force them, Bitfix, to let them scale a bit more here.
Yeah, Hatsu still looking strong in top lane as Karvox is trying to stay alive. But Tattoo going for lane gang, so is Cuddy. It's gonna be a 3 versus 3 as Eero gets caught off guard. Cuddy should be able to get untargetable, does so as well. Cataclysm coming out from Tattoo. And Rakia is just doing insane amounts of damage. And the Finns find the fight, and I think a triple kill for their ADC.
And really well played from Epic Avalanche. They get the response even though Bitfix Gaming gets the engage on Eru, who doesn't have the flash, get the reset, but really well played from Rauhantomari and Röke. Just the damage output was great here. And both teams now starting to move for the Drake here, and Röke is so fed now that it will be a bit harder fight for Bitfix Gaming.
Or you could tell Hatsu just wanted to ult like a billion times there, but couldn't find the timing to do so. Karvox has to reset, has teleport available.
Yeah, but if he invests the TP, Hatsu can take a reset here and maybe look for his TP of own on the Drake if they are contesting it.
And it looks like he's doing just that. But he gets cancelled actually. And doesn't really matter, Bitfix Gaming still gets Dragon uncontested. Grubs are up. And it looks like double Grubs for Epic Avalanche instead. Hero overstepped, Cuddy doing a lot of damage together with Tug. And the Norwegians keep finding ways into the game. It's a lot of similarities as we saw with the Swedish team. Even though they do a lot of things right, the Norwegians are showing up. Rokia is very fed after that fight bot lane before. Went 3-0.
But the pick is great here. Just forces Röka to play back, makes him lose minions and they get the... Okay.
That's beautiful. That is perfectly executed from Naxi. I didn't actually think he would get the kill, but I think it was like the last shot actually executed him. Energy now trying his best here to survive in mid lane. Doing a lot of damage back to Mursa. Norway just feels more comfortable right now.
Yeah, Epic Avalanche is making some plays, but they're just not working here as Bitfix Gaming just punishes everything that Epic Avalanche does here, and the bot lane is now in a great spot as he gets this Naxi gets the shutdown on Röka and has gotten a lot of plays because of the tempo of the jungler being there. So the bot lane, I think, might be ahead here.
6 Grubs favored for Epic Avalanche, 2 Drakes for Bitfix Gaming. But right now it's really hard for the Finns to push anything at all. I don't think they have... Yeah, they have platings bot, but top lane and mid lane, not a single plate removed. They struggle to push these waves.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see if they will play for the Rift Herald here, as both bot laners are at bot, and Röka took the reset here to complete his item, but Naxi and the Thug just pushing the bot lane full.
Going in on energy, doesn't have that much damage. Fairly harmless. Instead, energy coming in from the side looking for Mursa, who has to dash a wave. They want to look for more. Mursa now doing damage. That's one last dash. We'll use it to disengage. Well played to both teams as Rocket once again bursted on the turret and goes down again. What a perfect execution from the Norwegians.
Naxi just knows his damage. He just gets it every time. The culling was beautiful again, and these picks make them so they can open up the bot tower, and the bot is just playing so well from Bitfix Gaming
Hatsu
side.
is in trouble here. Uses the wall to get out. And it looks like Epic Avalanche is gonna get that Herald quite uncontested, as they know where Kari is on the map. 6 Grubs and Herald, that could be disastrous for the Norwegians, right?
Yeah, I mean, Epic Avalanche can open up the top side because of it can get Carvex a bit ahead here. Because of the bot lane situation, it's really hard to make any plays there, as the Bitfix Gaming will move their bot lane mid, and Röka still in the bot lane. I think they should just get the Röka to match with Eru here on the mid lane. The mid lane tower is also so low that Bitfix Gaming can extend their lead so much with this tempo.
Norwegians have somehow scored 3 consecutive kills now as Cuddy has to get cleansed out by Thug. Goes in a bit deep. A lot of that for a Raptor. That's a lot of resources for a Raptor, but I mean, it's the little things in life that makes you happy, I guess. Once again, Naxi looking this time for Mursa. This Lucian is a threat.
Yeah, like the damage is great and they open up mid because of it, and it's a hard contest for Epic Avalanche because of the control that Bitfix Gaming has on it, but the Lucian is low, so they might get the tempo advantage here and try to look for it.
Herald spawning mid now. Like we said before, 6 Grubs available in the Finnish team. As Energy has got enough flank here. No vision on Energy. This is a good flank. They will see him now and try to turn on him. Kadi coming in on Eero. Eero is falling immediately. Energy going for Mursa. Cannot execute. Meanwhile, everybody falling. And Carvex is doing his best. But he's so alone. And the Norwegians doesn't even lose a single member picking up an ace.
And just great flanks from Energy, and Hatsu there gets the TP on the bot side, so no vision of it, and they just execute it perfectly here, get some control, get the soul point in the mid tower, so using the fight, the tempo, and the TPs really well, and putting Epic Avalanche in a really rough spot.
Right now, when it comes to objectives, 4 minutes until Dragon, 2 minutes for Baron. So it's all about vision, all about wave management now for a couple of minutes. But right now, if you look at the state of the game, soul point for Bitfix Gaming, Norway looking so comfortable. One last fight, ace after just 16 minutes played. What does Epic Avalanche have to do to get back into this game?
I mean, the objective bounties have come up, so they really need to start making plays for the towers. Maybe use the mid and top laner to just open up the bot here. Move Merza to bot, and with the TP he can match if he wants to, and Hatsu has no TP. So it will be interesting to see how they will play it, because just matching these lanes will be beneficial for Bitfix Gaming, as they don't really care about fighting before the objectives, but if they want to, they can.
Well, it was actually Epic Avalanche that looked good in the early game. They had a 3-0 Varus, who got a triple kill bot lane after an amazing gank from Tattoo. But all of a sudden, it's all Norway. Cutting out, looking bot lane for Carvex. They don't know he's there, so now it's a good setup for Norwegians. But that disengage, Merza dashing forward, looking for damage here, wants to hit a charm, cannot do so, and then it's 4 members for Norway instead, as they try to turn the fight and do so as well. Look at Norway go, and now trying to chase down Merza. Rokia stepping up, picking up a kill in favor for the Finns, but it just feels like every time they try to do something, they retaliate immediately, and once again, but shut down actually. Going over to Rakia and putting him in resources again, but Norway delivering first day of groups.
Yeah, just a great turn from Bloodline. Epic Avalanche played it really well, but Bloodline just was there first and made the play. Hatsu wasn't even there, but gets the top tower really low here, but Röka gets the shutdown on Naxi, 1k to the barrier, so it helps that the AD carry gets a bit more gold, but still a winning play for Bloodline.
Yeah, Bitfix Gaming is right now doing everything right. Showing us the way. Won their first game of the day against Bloodline, the Swedish seed, or #1, their reigning champions from Sweden. And throughout that game, it looked like Sweden was about to win that game, but Norwegians showed up strong. Once again, this game a bit weaker in the early stages, but working their way in. I think for the last, I think they were 4-1, Epic Avalanche, and now they're 6-13. So a lot of work coming in here for the Norwegians. They just do everything right. Naxi now against Merza. Merza going in the backline together with Tattoo. They're trying to do everything, and they're doing a lot of damage, but they cannot execute. Melio keeping Naxi alive. And the result will be that Merza just falls, as the Norwegians now are looking for Baron.
The mid shield matchup here in bot lane.
Hatsu is looking stronger. Corvox has to turn now if he's gonna do it. That was the last Q. No more healing, and then it's a perfect shuffle from Energy. As they disengage Baron and look for the fight instead, Naxi now will secure the last kill here on Eero, and it's the second ace of the game. And Norway is looking for Baron power play.
Yeah, Epic Avalanche is just trying to fight some lanes here, but Bloodline won't let them. They are always ready for them. Naxi and Thug just playing really great there to not get caught, and the answer from Bloodline was great. They can force the Baron, and Hatsu just doesn't care about the Aatrox, just fair 1v1 and he wins it, as they get the Baron power play and 10 seconds for their soul fight.
Yeah. Epic Avalanche still looking for ways to get back into this game. Every single time it looks like they found a good fight, found a good solution. It just feels like they have prepared better in Bitfix Gaming, because they just say, oh, you're doing that, then we do this, and then they are successful. Soul point now for Bitfix Gaming as Cuddy walks in. Teleport coming up from Carvex from the side. In pit right now, 3 members as Energy steps up. Has you Sonya's, but it's a quick kill here. Rocky already dead, Energy stepping up. And everyone in Norway is just so strong. Bitfix could just look for the members if they want, but they are taking it slow. They will get Dragon, and then they will start pushing the waves.
They're just extending the lead, just even though Epic Avalanche thought they had a pick. Energy, great Zonias here, just stopping the play, and great turn again from Bitfix Gaming, and they really open up the map now, getting the mid inhib tower and getting the tier 2 from bot lane, so just making the gold lead so much bigger than it already is, and it makes it hard for Epic Avalanche to walk even into their own jungle, as the vision control is in the bot lane for Bitfix Gaming, so they just need to defend their base at the moment and just try to fight Baron or Elder.
Right now, BFG, everything in their hands. Another fight in the pocket, another Dragon in the pocket. And it's hard to see Epic Avalanche finding ways to get back into the game. But if they are to do so, where should they look?
I mean, they are seeing that they have a plan already here.
Oh, now looking for Noxy. That was actually a good pick. But it doesn't really matter when you're that strong. Noxy's gonna fall eventually. But they lose 2 members in doing so. Korvok stepping up against Kari. Hatsu is zoning out almost everyone in Epic Avalanche. Energy now from the side looking for Eero. Eero cannot do much against that. And the rest of BFG will secure Carvex as he cannot escape. And it's just 1 standing member right now. It's short timers though, but it's just Mursa standing to defend this inhibitor.
Yeah, they saw the pick there. They're trying to get Naxi always here because it's so strong, but with the Melio, it's really hard to make him fall down, and Hatsu just really well using his CC to defend his ADC. Even though Naxi falls, it's just a great play for Bitfix Gaming as they get more.
1 inhibitor down now in mid lane. Looking at objectives, 230 for Baron, 340 for Elder. Maxi is 1 strong ADC, 13, 3, 5, 227 farm in 25 minutes. Forced to be reckoned with. Even though Rakia got a triple kill early and a shutdown earlier, doesn't really matter. They haven't been able to unfold the damage or activate anything at all. Hatsu just tanking everything, and Carvex is just gonna get eliminated as he steps up. 5 members now from Bitfix Gaming trying to finish up this game as fast as possible. Ultimate coming out now from Rakia, trying to find damage as Energy goes into the backline. Has stopwatch available, will use so as well. And it just looks like the Norwegians have found their way all the way to Nexus. Mursa is low, Eero is low. Will they go for the ace first, or will they just finish it off? It's a fountain dive, it looks like. Norway wants to create content. Cannot find Eero though. And with the final basic attacks, this will mean undefeated first day for the Norwegians. 2nd seed from Norway, Bitfix Gaming.
That's a rough one for us. That's a rough one.
I'm not saying anything. But you guys haven't won a single game today. That's all I'm saying.
not saying anything but that. Yeah, but I mean, Bitfix Gaming just really well played all around. Like, even though Röhriä got a really big lead in bot lane, they punished it really well, and all around the map, they seem to have the control for the entire game.
I mean, Norway came to play and they did so 2-0 after game 1. We will do a short break. When we get back, let's get some more words from the Norwegian roster. Hi everyone and welcome back to the NLC RPS Summer Split 2024. My name is Sleeper here together with Clover, and we just saw BFG or Bitfix Gaming, second team from Norway, take home their second game of the day against Epic Avalanche, now taking down both Sweden and Finland. Together with us now, Cyclash, coach for Bitfix Gaming. How do you feel going 2-0 today?
To be honest, happy because it was a troublesome day. Let's just say that. Lots of troubles, but we finished strong.
Yeah, you can see from the game that you finished strong. Are you happy with the players, how they performed for the second game? More like, because that looked like they had a perfect control of the game.
Yeah, but I think it's mostly because they were already settled in. Like in the first game, people were just like getting home, no warm up, no nothing, just straight into the game. We even first time Skarner, right? So it was a bit of a like chaos. But the team enjoys chaos. Let's just put it like that. And I love teams that enjoy chaos, so we just thrived in it.
Yeah, and just to ask about it, that the interesting pick that you picked the Skarner for first time for Hatsu. We just talked about it, and he played 2 really good games with it. Was it like the Skarner champ is so OP that you will know how to play it, or did you have full trust with your player that he will perform no matter what?
I had trust in him. Like I've seen him pull off more mechanical champions out of nowhere already. And although we don't have like that many screens together, I've seen him do it, and I was full trusting that if we could, we would just pick Skarner and have our fun with it.
Well, you went 2-0 today and showed that Norway is a force to be reckoned with. A lot of people have been talking about Finland and Sweden. After today, do you feel like you could go undefeated in groups?
Maybe, but last time I said we would go undefeated, it backfired. We lost like 2 games the next week, so I'll never say that again. I'll just say I have confidence in my team, and everyone is working towards like winning the maximum amount of games, and that's just what we focus on.
Well, big congratulations and really, really impressive today from your side. Thank you so much for the interview, and go celebrate with your teams.
Thank you.
From us here in the NLC RPS, we're gonna take a short break, but that was all from me, Sleeper, and Clover today. When we come back, it's time for 2 other casters who I know will have a lot of banter for you guys at home as well. Clover, do you have any last words for us?
Yeah, I'm a bit somber here because of the 2 losses, but great games. I think this shows really how good the National League players are. They can control the game really well and how they can play the map. So it was really enjoyable to be here today, and hopefully see you soon.
Yeah, so when we come back, everyone, it's time for 2 different casters in the shape of Duckling and Carvis, 2 of my favorite casters. And it's going to be a little longer break, but what I can promise you is more banger games. Thank you so much for today. We'll see you soon. Let's go! Are you ready for another bet?
Honestly, man, I'd love to do another bet, but last time we both just ended up getting smashed by the Finns. So I don't know if there's really any point to you and me betting against each other.
Yeah, man. I really hate the Finns.
Same, like they're just so irrelevant, yet they still somehow beat us up all the time. Like, what even is the point? I hate them so much, dude. It's disgusting. I think even though I hate Swedes, like at the top of my list, Finns might genuinely be number one. We should just like team up against them. Screw the Finns.
So I hear you guys want to do a bet?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC RPS. For the last 3 games today, my name is Jack Duckling, and I'll be joined by a Finn, a very irrelevant Finn, who has just watched his team go 0-2. Carvis, how are you feeling, buddy?
Happened the last time as well. This happened the last time as well. When the RPS spring was there, Epic Avalanche
You can hear the
also was-
cope. You can hear the cope. Just listen to
They
the
were
cope.
in danger of elimination in group stages, and they ended up eliminating everyone. I'm not worried at all, and we still have Houtis Gaming left in the other group, but we are here for Group A's second half. We have 16 teams per group, and now we have a new whole 3 teams facing off against each other.
Yeah, that is true. And just to round off the segment, if you guys remember what we did last time around in the NLC IPS, it was Denmark versus Sweden. Turned out both nations sucked. Both me and Sleeper did have to lose that bet. So this time around, we've teamed up against the Finns, who, in our inside the green room predictions, are the strongest region. And Epic Avalanche didn't quite show that yet. But as you said, they did manage to come back last time around. And while I can hear a bit of copium in your voice, you do also sound quite confident in your voice still. And I'm not going to be celebrating too hard until all is said and done. Regardless, though, it's time to turn our attention towards some of my teams as well, slowly but surely. Not this first time around. We have 2 games with them later on, AUC Tigers. But at the moment, let's turn our attention towards 42 Exodia, one of our ladder teams. And then someone from the UK. I thought Brexit meant Brexit, man. It's Paragon.
It is Paragon. And second seed facing off against the ladder team. The ladder team, of course, from the NLC ladder, open ladder, you could participate if you have a team you want to play with, and you qualify as one of the top 2 teams into the RPS. And therefore, we don't have a lot of data on 42 Exodia.
Yeah, I mean, 42, we did have the Academy in the NLC RPS last time. Did they perform well? A resounding no was the answer. This time around, it is a completely different roster. It is now not 42 Academy anymore. It is 42 Exodia. And hopefully they do get a couple wins on the board for the latter guys. Not really representing a nation. I do see a couple of Danes on the roster, though, and that makes me quite hopeful for something good coming out of that team. Regardless, though, let's turn our attention to the UK EL guys. Paragon, the second seed, I do believe, from the region over there. From what I've seen in some of the preseason content as well from Middlecut, I mean, obviously, the way Middlecut edits his videos, he makes every national league look pretty good. But from the highlights I saw as well, I genuinely thought the UKL actually had a quite good level. And I mean, Paragon had a bit of a run as well to even just make it this far. And a lot of new names for someone like me who hasn't been knee deep inside the UKL talent pool. So excited to see what they bring to the table. My expectations aren't the highest, but maybe I'm going to be surprised. I'm keeping my mind open here, Carvis.
Yeah, and I also have very high expectation for the new support for Paragon. They replaced the previous one, Moses hopping in. Previously, they had a ton of Janna and Tariq constantly banned away and picked on their side. But Moza playing a ton more engaged supports, bringing things like Nautilus and Rel to the table, trying to provide the additional front line to the many carry players that this UK team has.
Yeah, this is the first game of the UKL in this NLC RPS. I think a lot of UK fans out there are excited to see what they can bring to the table. Remember, guys, if this goes horribly wrong, it is only your second seed. You still got your first seed to cheer for, unlike Carvis, because they went 0-2.
I still can cheer for them. They still have games to play.
They still have 4 games to play. That is fair. That is very fair. Regardless, though, the draft is moving along. Carvis, we do see the Aurelian Soul and brand being taken away from 42 Exodia, rather, as Paragon removed the vibe, which has had a 100% pick and ban rate at MSI and the Akali.
The Aurelian, huge target ban towards Timato PR, who is just an absolute god on some champions. This Aurelian being the probably the most dangerous one out of his entire champion pool. Saw that a multitude of times in the UKL when it came to the playoff bracket. And yeah, there's still a ton of good mid laners for him left, like the Hui, like Azir. There's also Karma. He can bring the utility to the table as well. But with the Rek'Sai being banned, Skarner has been left open.
Yeah, that is exciting, especially seeing how much damage it did up against Epic Avalanche just last game. I think, personal opinion, Skarner is still a strong champion. I know you agree with me because we discussed this before heading into the cast. And despite the nerfs, Skarner is definitely still a place where you could actually first pick it if it is something that you would like. Regardless, though, that does not seem to be the choice early on here for 42. So you're hovering that Gragas and in the end, locking it in as well. But that leaves quite a few power picks open on the other side now for Paragon to pick up Skarner, being just one of many options here.
Yeah, a ton of power picks, and flex picks have been the name of the game in our first, couple of patches. With things like Skarner, with things like Talia being super strong, I wouldn't be surprised if Paragon Picket here does quite well into the Gragas, preventing body slams to go left and right. Azir also a decent enough blind pick and matches up against the other meta mid laners except Talia quite well, so wouldn't be surprised if this gets locked in for comfort.
Yeah, obviously very early to lock in your mid lane champion, considering that you do have the last pick, but I do also get as well a few mid laners have already been trimmed away. You've removed the Akali, and we've just seen the strength of the SE as well. I think it's a good champ in the meta. The Sejuani, something you talked about, which is strong in the meta, but doesn't really offer that much flexibility compared to something like the Skarner early on in the draft.
Does offer recently gained buffs though. Sejuani is returning to the meta. Already was decent enough to be played when you need a tank in the jungle, and now will be super, super strong. I'm still thinking, what does Soren go for here? Has the mid lane knowledge already? Kindred for Fidlog. So a ton of carries already, and the Talia being considered. Still lacking a bit of frontline though. We haven't seen full tank Gragas in a while.
And that is interesting, right? Because with the Gragas very likely going top unless they are really flexing as to put it in the support position, it does leave you a bit short-handed in the tank department, even if you go for something, let's just say the Nautilus, or maybe even an Alistar. I know he's not meta, but you'd have to go towards those picks to get even some sort of reliable frontline, right? The Rakan and the other engaged ships like that doesn't seem that much of a possibility. The Camille, risen in priority. We've seen Australian pull it out on the MSI stage. Now we get our hands on it here in the NLC RPs as well. Paragon locking that in to round out the first rotation. Now the second ban's coming through, and in terms of what needs to be banned out, well, we are still lacking any bot laners here. Wouldn't surprise me if we see more AD carries, more supports trimmed off the table.
And I wouldn't be surprised if things like Lucian and Varus get... Oh, Varus is already banned, but hard lane bullies get banned out here on the side of Paragon, since Kindred is already locked in on the side of 42 Exodia. Caitlyn being taken off the table. This Kindred really needs lane priority to be established in the early lane to start accruing those early marks when it comes to scuttles, when it comes to early invades after you've gotten a couple. So removing these AD carries from the pool makes it so that they can keep scaling up and play around this Camille in the later stages of the game.
Let's see what the ban will be. It is yet another AD carry as we discussed. Not quite a lane bully, but certainly someone who scales well into the late game. It is that James being taken away. I do wonder if we are going to see any support bans really throughout this, or if they do just continue to trim that pool. You've mentioned the likes of Lucian as well, still on the table as of now. Might not seem like the most enjoyable pick for Paragon to lock in though, up against something like Talia who can stop the dashes instead. Attentions towards support, one of the tankier engaged supports with that, which I think could have been an obvious choice for the Exodia. Yeah, the Nautilus taken away. I think that is a very good ban considering the lack of frontline we've already discussed on the side of 42 Exodia.
So a thing 42 can do here is to keep banning these hyper carries that Lastped wants to play. Something like a Kog'Maw could get banned out, exactly. And if Lastped goes for a Zeri here, keeping the hyper carry theme that he loves to be the insurance for Paragon, Twitch becomes a very, very good pick for 42 and layback. Oh, never mind, they take it away.
Carvis, could you stop? I know your region is bad, but I mean, you're absolutely smurfing that there. That is genuinely clinical, clutching up the last ban into the fourth pick as well. I'll give you the chance to predict the final pick from Paragon Gaming by the time I hand it back to you. Depending on how slowly they lock this in though, because obviously the AD carry and support is what is needed now on the side of 42 Exodia. A lot has been trimmed, but the Lovers duo is still open. Could be a real possibility that would add engage, but as you discussed, might be a bit low on front line. But a damage certainly not lacking if this Rakan gets locked in.
They want to kite backwards. That is what they are built to do. Sure, they have some engage potential. When you get a Gragas flank, when you get a barrel, you have Rakan to bounce with through the front line. But if this Braum gets locked in, when it comes to taking objectives, they're going to have a bit of an issue dealing with the Camille on the sideline. They don't really have anyone who can match up against her when it comes to the later stages of the game, and she has scaled up. And they are really committing hard to the mid-game game plan where they want to look for an advantage.
Okay, so the draft has now been completely covered. It is indeed that Braum being locked in as the last pick. Very rarely do we get to see a support being last picked in competitive play. Very exciting to see how that will turn out for them. I think there is a few surprises, I will say. I didn't expect someone like the Scarlet to make it through the draft unscathed. The Twitch, as you say, with all the AD carry band, made a lot of sense, but not something I would have expected initially. But the biggest surprise, I look towards Vidloy in the jungle, right? Locking in that Kindred, something we very rarely see in competitive play, and I'm not too sure what I feel about it. It's kind of one of those picks where if you're really, really good at the Kindred, you can make it work, but if you fall behind early on, all of a sudden this game can be very hard, especially if you're very late at getting your 4th stack.
And again, it all comes down to the early to mid stages of the game. Can they get this Kindred ahead? Can they play with the lane priority and try and secure, whether it be objectives, whether it be invades? Taliyah should be able to match up against Azir quite well when it comes to the mid-game skirmishes. And bot side, that's the place where I'm slightly worried about. The Twitch Braum can play very aggressive, and if you commit hard as a Xayah Rakan for a trade against that duo and don't find the Twitch, you can get turned around on very, very easily.
It is very important not to undervalue the Braum passive in particular. That 4th shot really deals a lot of damage. The XOCC as well, giving time for someone like the Twitch to build up those lethal tempo stacks, and Braum, high base damage as well. I very much do agree with that point. It is not a champ we see often in competitive play, but has its niche spots, and this is certainly one of them, right? Adding that extra defensive tool without quite being an enchanter for your AD carry. Pressure on the Twitch, though, to step up in this game. Excited to see how it plays out as the UK Yield and the latter teams get their first showing here at this year's NLC RPS. It is 42 Exodia up against Paragon.
And again, for the early stages of the game, keep your eyes on Hidlo. Not only is he in prime position to make the aggressive play towards either one of the scuttles, even go for an invade onto the Sejuani, who has a hard time reaching Kindred, just able to dodge away from a Arctic Assault with her own Q. You can also go for a gank, whether it be onto the slightly immobile bot side, or even trying to punish the Azir if he commits, if he's too far up in the lane and gets stuck in the Taliyah rocks. So there's a lot of opportunities for 42 Exodia to be aggressive early on.
And now, Cobbs, I know this is my play-by-play thinking, right? But when I look through the drafts here, I see a lot of scaling. Especially on the side of Paragon. You have the Camille scales incredibly well into the late game. The Twitch obviously scales well. Same goes for the Azir. And I'm not saying that Exodia or 42 Exodia doesn't have somewhat the same tools, right? We all know what a late game Kindred can look like. Xayah, late game AD carries, pretty much strong all the time unless you're the lethality. And Taliyah doesn't scale poorly either, but I'm seeing 3 incredibly strong scaling carries on the side of Paragon. And I mean, if they drag this out to 30, 45, 35 minutes, the longer it goes, I'm starting to fancy that chances more and more then.
With a strong mid-game power spike comes a little bit worse late-game scaling, and again, we've been talking about it a bunch. One thing that I didn't even mention is that Hidlog has Ghost instead of Flash, so positioning will be very key for him to be able to dodge away from any sort of Azir ults and Sejuani engages.
Yeah, that is a very good point, right? Because all of a sudden you could be hit up by a Sejuani ultimate and you're just dead because you don't have anything to juke it. You can't just flash away. Camille E as well, good to see you mentioned the Azir ultimate. Regardless, those situations unlikely to occur until that level 6 has happened. I do just want to say, it is an absolute disaster from 42 Exodia to not synergize your skins when you're literally playing on Tournament Realm and have all the skins for your lovers duo in the bot lane. Absolutely disturbed by that, by the way. But regardless, I do want to take it back to the game and not make skins the biggest talking point here. We have already seen a small trade down in the bot lane, but it didn't lead to too much.
What I find a little bit disturbing is that Last has 3 CS. When the Gragas in the top lane is starting to fall behind, the bot side of 42 Exodia is doing extremely well for themselves. And Snipex may even have to skip a camp here to try and dodge the timing for a possible collapse onto the Scuttle. He does not want to face off in a 3v3 against this Lovers Duo plus Kindred skirmish. It's just way too dangerous to deal with.
It certainly is, and while the Braum is a support that can add a lot early on the Twitch and AD carry that would rather just play it safe. No reason to risk it, especially against such a strong duo, and it seems like Exodia.
The blue buff is still up.
Yeah, as you say, the blue buff is still up now as well. They've won the lottery in terms of Lula here. He's gonna get his first stack on this Scotland crab. The blue buff will be taken, but 42 Exodia, they don't care. The Rise is on one of the 4 prizes that Lula needs to really get into the game. The first stack already secured. A fantastic start here for the Kindred.
Snipex getting his own full clear secured. Now both junglers are rotating over to the top side. Scuttle securing those extra resources would be really nice to have. But in the 2 versus 2, Timado and Snipex have to be careful. Again, both their dashes can be interrupted by the rocks of Talias.
Very little trade coming through. And it is kind of what we talked about, right? You get CC'd by the Braum passive. It does a bit, but not quite enough. I'm not assuming anyone's enough damage to kill unless 42 Exodia really overextend the Braum passives. Coming back up again, but the concussive blows can't be stacked up fully. And that means 42 Exodia are able to walk away as Lesp now the one stepping up.
Very precarious position for both AD carries.
Weird.
That's the power of the Twitch Braum. As you said earlier, high base damage on both of those characters if you land the full stacks from the poison, if you get the Winter's Bite hit into a full passive proc, you chunk down Keens, you chunk down Layback. But if you get caught by the feathers yourself, you can't really force the issue. It's just too much burst damage for a squishy Twitch. You want to outrange the Xayah later on. You are here to just provide a hyper carry in a safe environment.
As we've now hit that 5-minute mark, slowly but surely, we can get to turn our attentions towards the objectives in just a little bit of a minute's time. We'll see the first Void Crops up on the Rift. Drake is already here for the taking if anyone wants to pick up that early Drake scaling, but I do also want to try and keep my eyes on Vidlight. Not only because where does he move in terms of looking for his next stack on a kill. Seismic Shove in the mid lane could lead to potentially first blood over here, but the slide and glide gets Timatopper out to safety. That is a name that will be have to say very quickly in the team fights. Regardless though, the attention has been turned back towards the bot side as the wave crashes in. The Drake might be eyed up here by 42 Exodia.
Yeah, they've established priority on both of the lanes. It should be easy pickings for them. They even have most of the vision secured on both sides of the river, so they see Sejuani coming in already. Poking forward. Timato, though, getting chunked down.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. He goes in. He misses the ultimate completely. And back into another fight now around the Drake. It's secured it already. 42 Exodia, though, will pay with the first blood as down goes Keen. In comes Soren. He wants to claim some kills in revenge, though, as much of the target. But they can't quite take down the Braum. It is actually 42 Exodia who have to disengage this. First blood to Paragon. But the neutral objective goes to Exodia.
And first blood going over to Snipex. Shalom Sejuani gets a little bit of extra resources there, but getting the extra objective from the late game scaling team without Grubs being punished is very good for the side of 42 Exodia. However,
as well. Oh, the auto got cancelled. I don't quite think it would have been enough. Regardless, though, refresh is out without using the flash. And I do want to go back to your point there, Carlos, because I think it is a good point, right? Paragon could have essentially said, we'll take three Void Grubs, but they rather wanted to go for the fight, where instead of getting the Void Grubs, they now just got a first blood instead.
And again, they went for the fight when Twitch isn't level 6 yet. They didn't have the critical power spikes that they probably need to head-on fight against Zyra Khan, with Soren ulting in after chunking down Tomato PR. I don't know how to pronounce it. Let's go with Tomato. They're just kinda stuck in the river fighting with trading auto attacks. You don't have the range advantage, and without your mid laner there, the fight just doesn't go their way.
I mean, the Void Grubs are now being taken down, and I want to make it very clear, there's also just a second stack spawned there from Duloy on the Scuttle. He did manage to claim that, but 3 Void Grubs, while you're making your point that card, is taken away. And while, I mean, Duloy will be happy getting that second stack, those 3 Void Grubs could be kind of huge later on.
Timatopper. That's a tongue twister and a half. Let's
I mean,
go.
it kind of gives me the vibes from, in Danish it's called the Reiner med Frikadella, but it's raining meatballs. I think that's what it's called in English as well, but like the flims on the fleur. Timatopper. Kind of gives me the same vibe. Do you not know the movie?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, what do you guys do up in Finland? You just guys just sit in saunas all day. That's why you're the most irrelevant country in the NLC. Like, how can you say you haven't heard about It's Raining Meatballs? I mean, let me just check if that's actually the name, though.
Well, duckling chicks.
Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. That is the name in English. That is correct. It wasn't the direct translation. Let's see if this gang translated into a kill. Soren surely dead here, right? It was a good shot back. One more auto attack from Tim Topper, who claims the kill there for Paragon. I apologize profusely here. We should have prepared this beforehand, but I was too busy thinking about how the Finns were getting smashed. If we are completely mispronouncing it, feel free to blame us or UK folks. I know you guys are living in a shithole either way, so I am sorry. That's another flame that goes out there. That's straight from NLC Division 1 beef. As we keep moving with the game, Lula here looking for the invade. Okay, it does go with Snapex. I will finally give you some time to talk, Carvis, unless I will have to interrupt.
I'm very much enjoying myself listening to this tirade of attacks towards the UK fellas that are doing quite well in the game, though. Timatopper is again managing to survive in the mid lane, keeping a solid CS advantage, and as long as the Azero holds his own and doesn't fall prey to these seismic shoves that Soren is trying to go for, it's looking good. However, the Raptors being stolen away and another stack going over to the Kindred is a nice small catch up to 42 Exodia. The stacks don't show up in the gold, and those are quite good for Kindred.
Is 3 stacks now, just 10 minutes in without a kill. That is really, really clutch, because all that means is just now either getting the next stack on the jungle monsters would obviously be nice, but one good gank is all that is needed to get that as well. So all of a sudden, very close to getting an early power spike here on Kindred, and that could certainly be something to give more hope. Obviously, this game is far from said and done, as another trade has been done in the bot in level 6 taking through as well. Muscle yet again taken quite low, but not sure they have the damage on Lesbeth. Wants to trade back. I do believe that's a Sejuani. Snapex making his way down here as well.
Both mid laners as well.
No way, that's the 4th stack already. Dulai, that is the best RNG I've ever seen. 4 stacks secured. Now Soren fighting up against Snapex, who's forced to flash away. Nah, that is. Do you realize how unlikely that it is? Before 11 minutes, 4 stacks without a single kill on Kindred? That is crazy. That is actually crazy. Holding my breath to see if Paragon could get a return kill. Those concussive blows cannot be underrated. 4th auto attack, I think he might have been dead there in that, of course.
With that stack being claimed, Fiddler can already start up the dragon. Snapex losing his flash in the earlier fight. Will be a hard time for him to go anywhere near this dragon area, and in the early game, even though they are down in gold, the jungler is performing so well for 42 Exodia, single-handedly keeping them in the game. While the top lane, this is what we talked about in draft, the Camille, slowly but surely starting to become a problem as the first item power spike approaches.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because there are so many scaling components in this game that are all satisfied with the way this game is going. As I look to see what happens up in the top lane. No glacial frozen to the glacial prison. That's the name of the Sejuani ultimate available. Means the gank couldn't quite come through. He will though instead go for the void crops, and I do expect the fight. To my point, will have to be delayed as we see what happens here. Keen's rotate up first. Masa is here as well. TP coming in from Kasadi as they go towards the Sejuani. Good shot back. Decisive shot for the damage. Not quite. Yeah, they have good knockback on 2 though. Masa the target yet again, and this time I think they has the damage, but I have to believe I'm lying yet again. As layback. That is a clutch flash to win the 1v1 in the AD carry duel, and 42 Exodia. They claim a couple of void drops, and they're now on the board with the kills as well.
Well, if you're missing your Braum, the Twitch cannot hold on to Layback's onslaught of feathers. Cloudy with a chance of feathers instead of meatballs. I guess that works as well. And yeah, that's basically 42 Exodia flexing there again. Early game and mid game power spikes, they are feeling more powerful. Sure, 4 of the grubs did go over to Paragon, but they managed to deny the ever so important 5th and 6th one. So they got 2 dragons and left Paragon with the scraps of the secondary objective on the map. And if you look at the gold, it's looking quite even throughout the entire playing field.
Yeah, it is quite even. Obviously, at different points, you can see different leads. Villar surprisingly behind in gold, or not so surprisingly, you could say, while Snepex has been spending his time getting kills and assist gold, Villar has been claiming those stacks that, as you say, don't show up in the gold. But, as I yet again want to make sure I don't have to interrupt myself on the point, it is very clear that the scaling components up. Overall, pretty satisfied with the way this game is going, Villar being one of those same goes on replay. But it's time to take it back to yet another fight, Carvis, because a break in this game, I doubt it. At the very least, I keep caster cursing this. I was sure a fight was gonna break out there, and they instantly disengaged as I made that point.
There's so much incentive for both teams to go for these scraps. Like here in the top lane, Kazardius will just take a small trade once again, but the bot lane is where action will be going down. No Feather Storm for Layback.
Glacial Prison available. If you could find the engaged CC chain, would surely be there. As the Glacial Fisher could have come on top as well, but no. Disengaged, trade in the mid lane, and while Timatopper is now low, it isn't the biggest thing, but we do need to be a bit more careful around what happens there, because another good seismic shot could lead to something else. I swear to God, there's only been 3 kills, but it feels like we've had 10 so far, because there is so much pressure thrown around the map, as pretty much a minute after that Herald spawns, it will already have been taken down by 42 Exodia.
Again.
While the counter punch will be towards his bot side. That is very good. Concussive flow stacking up. The Glacial Prison comes through and Keen's locked up, but not taken down. They turn their attention to the AD carry instead. Layback will not go down for now, as underneath the turret he will fall. The stacks ramping up from the turret damage means Keen's will get one in return. But overall though, I think Paragon are happy with that one.
Paragon are definitely happy. Look at all the minions underneath the tower. And meanwhile, speaking of Kindred, and another stack will go her way. Was that a stack or was that just counter jungling? Not 100% sure, but a ton of resources going into Idlog's hands. Refresh though, can look for a 1v1, misses it.
Yeah, Blue out of the E cooldown as well. That's a big part of the damage on the Kindred.
Huh. So, with that, the counter jungling finished. Kindred able to pick up most of the resources, and now Snepix is in a bit of a weird spot on the map where he has nothing to take. The dragon is up in 30 seconds, should look for a reset here, and Paragon needs to stop this soul from going over to 42 Exodia. It is a critical power spike for characters like Talia, who relies on that poke from the rocks, just able to burst people down with the additional AP and burst provided by the Inferno Soul. Seems like mid lane, Soren getting ganked, will be losing its life. Tomato picks that up, Keens and Fidlog going for the clapback though. The Kindred stealing so much damage, just pushing forwards. Layback's there to support. Flash still available for the Azir. Moza trying to block as many auto attacks as he can. Snepix there to provide some backup, but they dare not approach the 42 jungler and friends. But that's a ton of cooldown still burnt. 42 need to somehow regroup with this Herald push in the mid lane to go for the dragon afterwards. And Snepic's already starting it up. Mozza has been spotted out. Double ping for there in the river. They should know where the Sejuani is, but if they don't, this is a huge flank opportunity. They find Feedlog, but is there follow-up? That's Lastman trying to get as much damage down before the enemies get to him. Refresh in the backline is trying to peel the Gragas away, and it looks like Paragon has taken at least most of the team fight to their name. Keens and Feedlog still very low. Could look for a repeat fight if they so wish, but for now, they just have to give it over. A nice team fight there from the UKL second seed. Layback now in the mid lane. We'll start to look for... Oh, he needs to be careful. Lastped can commit to this. Doesn't have to play the Ruin King finish just yet. But is still more than capable to take down a Zaya who is unprepared. Featherstorm still available in case of a hard commit. Timatop is still looking for a flank opportunity. Not spotted out by a ward. Will be forcing out a Featherstorm, trying to bait it actually. Emperor's Divide hits only onto Keens and 42E. Kiting back, Snepix finds his way into the fight. Layback already taken down. Feedlog and Keens 2 on 4, not able to fight back. Separated. Soren only now making it back as top lane. We have another skirmish going. Sardius and Refresh having another scrap for themselves. And Feedlog, even though the Kindred has gotten so many early stacks, feels quite powerful. Has the Kraken Slayer already finished, and you could see the kiting potential there. If Paragon cannot reach Feedlog, there is a chance that 42 just runs away with the team fight, but for now, Refresh committing hard. Mozza is there to back his top laner up, but there's a lot of damage already going over, trying to get the extra movement speed, but the damage is raining arrows from the sky. Mozza now finds himself too deep, has to flash over the wall, but there's no follow-up. Glacial Fissure will barely provide enough CC. The slow keeps the two members of 42 at bay. Last. I'm getting pronunciation guidance from the production, and these are some very, very interesting tips that I've been given. Timatapa still trying to hold on to the top side in a tower, but again, this counter jungling has been so effective. Feedlog, though, may stick around for a little bit too long. They escape to the Baron pit, but Last has popped his ultimate. The Lamb's Respite keeps everyone alive. That's another 1v1 for the Camille. This time against the mid lane, and may have a better chance to win this one, but Weaver's Wall provides a clean escape for Soren. And explosive fights all across the map, but the catch potential, while high, the damage isn't there just yet. So many items here are built for extended fights. Thank you. I was being complimented on my perfect pronunciation. But with the second item finished for Timatapa, Leandri and Nash's is where Azir starts to hit hard. They just need to keep 42 locked down for long enough or catch them out before the Lamb's Respite can come down. And we're in this weird phase of the game where neither team is strong enough to go for the dragon. they want to look for any sort of picks, any sort of overextension on the side lane. You see Kindred hovering the Gragas, already Refresh committing to it. Doesn't have the flash, and it's a free pickup for them. As I mentioned, it shall happen, but seeing two members, including the jungler, down on the spot side of the map instantly, Paragon makes the move to catch vision on this top side of the map. And they get some deep wards down there. Setting up for a possible Baron play. Last also finds lead back towards the Defender Storm early. The CC still yet to be used. And they show no, the flash just enough to get away. They can't get the... Okay, finally get the final proc onto Keens, but they find the support and commit a lot of resources for it. That's a Twitch ultimate and Ghost popped glacial... What is that even called? It's the Bola. I heard Duckling say it earlier, but... It's, and with all the resources used, 42 Exodia can look for a trade. Blue Trinket used on the Baron, so Paragon can start to rotate over. They know that it's happening, as Snepex able to solo the Infernal Drake down slowly but surely. With Keens not there, no ultimate either, they have a hard time forcing the fight, so instead they reclaim vision, but it's bit of a hard time, although Refresh again losing his flash the moment it comes back up. Kazadis trying to look for a barrel angle, slows are landing into the wall. You go, and into the inventory goes the gold. Fidlog picks up a third. Keeping this mid lane outer tower would be so crucial for 42, providing a teleport point for anyone who wants to get onto the map as soon as possible. And with the top laner gone, no teleport either. 42 again posturing towards the Baron. They started up, and Paragon, no vision just yet. Blue trinkets have been used. Stepix on the other side of the wall. Could go for a 50-50. Hops in. 2k HP. Which one will get it? That's their ultimate. With the Rampage fight keeping it alive, but 42 have been pushed out. Baron's been secured by Paragon, and they're marching away. Trying to get the team fight as well. Kasadi's in the backline barrel. Timotopper flashes it. No hope for 42 in objectives, nor the fight as Paragon flexing their power. They have scaled up. They are 4k ahead. They survived to the 25-minute mark. And they are doing it in style.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
And now, the tables have been turned. 42, while it looked very confident in the early stages of the game, now find themselves on at a huge disadvantage. Defending against the Baron is very difficult when you have to commit to the minion wave. Sure, you have wave clear from the Talia and Xayah. Kindred may be even able to auto-attack the minions safely, at least the melee ones. But the cannons are going to be hard to deal with when you have a possible Sejuani ultimate, Azir, Shrimmer Shuffle, so many different things flying at you, and there's a Camille on the map eventually to shove in a side lane, and you have nothing to really 1 versus 1 her with. Just cleaning up the map of resources, Paragon. Know that they're not in a hurry. Already secured the advantage, got to reset. Just need to find the angle they want to play at. Sejuani already on the flank. Fixing up the bot side wave, getting all of the minions to crash at approximately the same time. That is a big wave down on the bot side as well. So if PRG wants to, they can go for rotation, but they have the flank. Hitlog going for Timotopper, has been called out, but the nice Emperor's Divide peels everyone away. Only Braum left for 42 to hit, and Lance is just destroying everyone. The Twitch snuck into the front line, killing literally everyone. Teleport's being channeled to the bot side where Snipex has been pushing the entire time. Paragon looking to close out their first game of the RPS group stage. Even the Sejuani ultimate still yet to be used. 2 more kills, 2 more Nexus towers, and the Nexus go to the UKL second seed. And now, I am really interested to find out what I will see here. Hey, hello, it's just me here. We are dealing with some technical difficulties. We will try to get Duckling back as soon as possible. But yeah, UK showing up in style. I really loved their composition. They figured out what 42 was trying to do. Sure, anyone will struggle against what they did in the early game, but they called themselves back into the game and performed quite well. We will cut to a short break as we wait for an interview and try to fix whatever Duckling's dealing with.
Hello, we are back. Obviously, I am not Duckling. However, I also want the Finnish teams to lose. So, Carvis, we're going to have to scrap that out at the moment. But, I am from the UK, and so is Snepex, our interview from today, coming in from Paragon. And obviously, I've seen you play a lot, right? I've seen you in the regular split. I've seen you in the playoffs. You guys changed a lot, not only just like team, but also just how you guys present yourself. You've moved into this tournament. Are you feeling confident?
I think so, yeah. I think a lot of teams have doubts, but I think we showed it in this game, and I hope to show it in the next game. I think we did great overall, and we're going to keep it up.
And you, as you said, you played very clean. 42 threw a very aggressive early to mid game composition at you, and you guys really, I think, played to your strengths with the Twitch pick. Did you guys plan the pick away, or did you just go with what you were comfortable with?
I think the draft was kind of messy, especially from their end, because they have like a semi-engaged / disengaged underground comp. So we just thought, hey, if we have a chance to pick Twitch here, and we have a chance for him to be like free to do as much damage as he wants, we have enough damage from everyone. So it just felt right to just pick it. I think it played out nice.
Yeah, it played the last team fight especially, I think, was a very Twitch style play. You guys just played very well, and overall, as Paragon, you're the second UK seed in Group A against a ton of teams. We already saw Bloodline, Epic Avalanche, and Bitfix play earlier on. I don't know if you watched the games, but how do you think you match up against the other teams in this group?
Not to say much, but I think we have some picks that work depending on what team we're playing against. So I think I think we're gonna be able to cook. Let's leave it at that.
Okay, I'm expecting some very spicy stuff from you guys in the future.
And the question that I got, this is the final question that I got, and it's been on my mind a lot since I watched you guys in playoffs, right? Coming into this tournament, obviously, at the moment, we're playing best of ones, right? I feel like you guys, you're used to that. You've been through that. I feel like you can kind of hit that on the head. But obviously, when we came to playoffs and we saw you guys a lot, you were notorious for being 0-1 down. Has that kind of stopped Snepex, or are we still going to maybe be seeing that a little bit in playoffs?
Hey, we do fine in scrims, but when it comes to best of threes, we try to give one game away so it's more fair, to try to scope out the enemy. Yeah, it's definitely intentional. Yeah, don't worry about that. We know what we're doing, for sure.
Thank you very much, Snepex. Yeah, Carvis, you have to wait until you see these guys in playoffs, man. They love the first game to just be getting stomped, and then for some reason they turn into a whole new animal and then win these series. So with that being said, Snepex, we're going to let you go. We're going to let you get ready for your next match, which will be coming up shortly. Carvis, it was a lot going on. We've got a lot more coming up. We're going to have for a break. just like Eurovision, everyone likes the UK. That's all I'm going to say. And we like them so much, we're bringing them back. Paragon are back for another game on stream. Let's go, Carvers. But this time, they're taking on AUC Tigers. Talk to me about this team that we haven't seen so far, I believe.
So, AUC Tigers, the first seed from Denmark. We already talked a little bit about the teams in Group A with Duckling when he was still here. And the players on AUC Tigers are a little bit more unfamiliar to every one of us who are more familiar with the Div 2 scene, having not too much experience with the Danish scene, having not too much experience with the Norwegian scene. You usually see a couple of names like Energy, for example, we saw earlier on today. AUC Tigers, completely new for me, for most of their players. But I think Galle is the one that I heard of before, the AD carry of AUC Tigers. If I remember correctly, he's a very good Lucian player, so we should see a ton of aggression. And yeah, I'm excited to see what the Danish first seed will bring to the table, challenging you guys from in the UK.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It's the thing is, what I really want to know, and what I hope that we get to see a lot, is like how close the regions are as well, right? Because obviously, all these regions, they're competing, they're having their own tournaments, and they're sending 2 teams. And obviously, you do get those kind of classics sometimes where regions have a really strong 1 seed. The 2nd seed is not as strong. And I am really interested to see how much that actually differentiates from country to country. Obviously, if I'm speaking about the UK, I will say that when it came to playoffs, it did feel like there was a bit of a difference. But actually, you know what? In the best of ones, on any given day, these 2 teams could have beat each other. So I do think that there's going to be a lot to play for here. I think AUC coming in as number 1, like, there's a lot of weight on the shoulders. I'm not going to lie. Like, I know Duckling's not here, so I'm going to do the thing for him. I'll be the patriotic Danish person for them as well. Like, this is our team, boys. You know, we're going to be coming through. We got to show that Denmark has got some professional player talent, you know, that's going to come through, and not just some good casters, you know. So that's a feeling what I feel like Duckling would say, right? And he's like, yeah, basically AUC, they're going to roar, they're going to show the claws, but I'm not going to lie, like, it's Paragon, man. It's Paragon. You can't predict this team, Carvers. Anything could happen.
Yeah, I just got way more excited for Paragon after the interview, hearing that they have some team-specific picks cooked up, and I'm wondering if it's more towards the we all think that Bitfix, Bloodline, Epic Avalanche are along with Paragon, I think the favorites to go through since we have so low data on AUC and the ladder team. So I wonder if they're more targeting, let's say, Bloodline, who were expected to be favorites, or Bitfix, who showed up 2-0 already today, just in a really, really strong fashion. But we'll see. What have they cooked up?
What have they cooked up? We cooked up some good music. This is vibes, you know. Like I'm liking this. This is a nice way to get into draft. You know, we got some picks flowing out there. The Cassante, the Lucian, obviously. A lot of strength in that bot lane, right? We've talked about it all season long. Bot lane is a powerhouse. There's a lot to be played for down there. We're seeing it a lot in MSI as well. Strong bot lanes equal strong chance of winning game. But on the side of AUC, banning out a couple of picks that have also been very high in priority, right? The Azir and the Vi.
Yeah, and flex picks, again, we cannot emphasize this enough. We are on 14.9. Flex picks are the name of the game. Things like Skarner, things like Talia, super strong on this patch. However, we are in the regional leagues. We aren't at the top premier game. And a ton of personal picks are there as well that you can play around. Happy Meal on the side of AUC Tigers, a very, very proficient Nautilus and Thresh player, loving those hook champions. So they can play around an aggressive bot side if they so wish, banning out the Jinx. So Paragon, what are they cooking with their first pick? There's, again, a ton of priority picks still available.
And you know one thing I want to see, Carvis? I want to see these teams that are moving into NLC Div 2 make a little bit of NLC 2 division moves, right? Senna. That's what I'm talking about, Carvis. It's on the board. It's not banned away. I want to see someone pick it.
Senna would be an option, but Barriers is also a very good one. Interesting. Ari first pick did receive a small nerf on this patch, taking down the Foxfire damage a little bit, so you actually have to land some skill shots to kill people from 100 to 0. This does let AUC go for, again, if Harbor plays Talia, this would be a very great opportunity to pick it. Panda also could bring it out, getting those flex picks and good lane matchups. Instead, they opt for the aggression, they go for the Xin Zhao. The AD junglers, things like Wukong, Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, Viego have shown up in full force, and they let you play the early game way more aggressive than anything else.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, Xin Zhao, I still don't know if I like it more than Jarvan. I'll be honest. I know there's been a lot of priority to it. Maybe I'm just not reading the numbers enough closely that actually Xin Zhao is just superior, but there's a little bit of part of me that kind of misses the Jarvan coming back. But Zeri is someone I'm not missing recently because they are so popular. They are so strong, Carvis. And this does give a lot of flexibility in my mind to how this bot lane wants to play, right? Because they have the opportunity of having Xin Zhao go aggressive, so they could go for that aggressive support. Or they could say, you know what, Zeri is so safe, maybe we even leave them on their own, get a bit of roaming from the bot lane.
There's couple of options that they can go for. Things like Yumi's surprisingly good with Zeri at the moment, so they could even opt for that. Instead, they go for the Poppy. Not really surprising at all. They already have 2 dashes, and whatever you want to pair up with Zeri usually has high mobility as well. Things like Khan are very commonly paired with Zeri. Things like Yumi, you can interrupt the W dash if you ever need to reposition, and just overall, a very nice flex pick into the jungle and top lane. Well, this is Paragon.
It's been talked about a lot. I've heard so much about this champion, right? I know that EEZ was on the weekend, right? I've seen the tweets. Veterans been talking about this pick, about how it's really strong. There's obviously AP builds, there's also AD builds. Obviously, Ginsu's can definitely come through. I'm interested to see how they decide to pick this one up, but I'm also surprised that they haven't gone for something like a Lulu to kind of ensure that the Kog'Maw is going to be set up well.
There's still, when you think about the things that you can pair up Kog'Maw with, there's things like Milio, there's things like Braum, there's things like Lulu. So even if you ban out 2 supports here, you're still going to get a nice option to play with. So I don't think they're too worried about it. Taking out the Milio, of course, yeah, that's 1 down. Probably the Lulu to follow, but that lets you play the Braum into the Zeri Talia.
So Basilia, you talked about Basilia earlier, right? You said it would be a good pick if they play it. They've locked it in. Obviously, most likely going to be mid because we've already seen the Xin Zhao. Are there any kind of bans that you're kind of feeling towards, or any other picks to round out the comp of AUC at the moment?
They do need frontline to... Xin Zhao is a very bad solo frontliner. You kind of go in, and if you don't survive after your ultimate is running out, then your entire team falls apart. So I'm expecting Buckies to probably go for some sort of a bruiser here. If he plays Cassante, that's of course an Cassante's banned. What am I saying? Of course it's banned. It should be banned for most of the RPS, still an extremely strong top laner. Things like Olaf, for example, could work well here. You don't want to pick anything with a dash, since there's a Poppy on the enemy team. It also can just run down a Kog'Maw if he's not super strong, so something to keep an eye out for.
We are going to go into that second phase of banning, right? Almost finishing it up here. One more. That's good. The Lulu? Whoa. Wait a minute. What?
Huh. Okay, so banning the Lulu away, since, of course, red side gets to pick first here. Now the Zeri is running out of supports. Because you don't really want to pick Rakan here. Rakan is not into Poppy, Ari. Okay, they take it with the Braum. So you take it with the Braum. What is left for the Kog'Maw to play with?
The Janna? Janna back? Janna Remeta? Soraka?
Remember, we have Moza now, who mostly plays engaged supports. He's known to be a rel player, Nautilus. Sona would be very interesting, and also very dangerous, because there's a Xin Zhao and a Talia on the enemy team. Maokai, this could be jungle, so we don't know the support just yet. I'm expecting it to most likely go into the support role. But Sona would
what year is it that you're playing Sona? Like, when was the last time Sona was picked anywhere? Like, that's what I want to know. Because, like, that screams like 2015, 2014 era of League of Legends for me.
And into a Braum, I don't think that's the best idea.
It wouldn't be it. It's not the play. But Maokai, like you said, engaged support's coming in from Moza there. I like the pickup. I think he does have a lot of potential. I don't know how else this Kog'Maw is getting set up. I will be honest. I am interested to see whether they do decide to go AP with it to maybe give it a little bit more range rather than having to be an auto attacker. The Jax, I like the pick. Refresh loves to scrap a bit. He loves to have a bit of fight, so give him something he can work with. Malphite, though, does seem to feel like it's going to throw a lot of the anti-fun in the way of Paragon.
The problem with this Malphite pick is that there's still a huge flex between Refresh and Snipex. theoretically, this Jax could go jungle, and the Poppy lane up against the Malphite, who is way better into the tank matchup, in my personal opinion. Sure, there's player comfort with that comes into play. The Poppy will be really good if you can make your way onto the map and go and shut down the Zeri, maybe even the Talia. If you get a stun into charm combination, the Talia will be instantly deleted. There's a lot of play opportunities there, so I can understand why Paragon would go for this lane assignment instead.
Well, we're gonna have to see how it works out, Carvis, because I'll be honest, I've got high hopes in the sense of Paragon. I feel like they're giving a lot of energy into this tournament. You know, I feel like they are looking strong. I think Snepex was saying that they are very well prepared. I believe it. I'm here for it. I see it. However, AUC, I feel like do have the easier to execute comp. And as I always say, I feel like that is one of the keyest parts of League of Legends.
Yeah. When it comes to a best of one situation like this, when it comes this being a round robin best of one group stage, the top 3 teams advance on from each group, I think. Top 3, probably, if I remember correctly. Hope so. If not, I'm lying and I bamboozled all of you. I don't care. Anyway, as I say, simplicity is extremely strong.
But is it going to work out? Let's get into game, man. Let's get into game. I can hear the sounds pinging off. We are moments from seeing Paragon take the Rift once again. And I am getting gassed because I'm from the UK. And yes, I am going to be slightly biased. But hey, what can you say? That's part of the RPS, baby. That's the whole point. We're all here, Carvis.
This is the only tournament in the year that we can be 100% biased no matter what. And it is perfectly acceptable. Like, again, I was getting blasted a little bit by Sleeper and Duckling both after Epic Avalanche went down 0-2. But I'd like to remind you, last time we were here, Epic Avalanche went down 0-2, and it beat not only Denmark, not only Sweden, but the UK lads as well when Ruddy fell down in the first round of playoffs.
Wow, okay, we're going to those shots. All right, well, let's see what shots get fired in game, Carvis. Let's get into this one. AUC taking on Paragon. Who is going to come out victorious, and what are they going to do? Because right now, level 1, we're seeing the setup, but I'm not seeing anything particularly crazy right now. But I feel like Brom is a champion that could utilize something a bit weird.
Absolutely. Brom, along with Zinjao, is something that you do not want to face check. You will get stun locked into a knock-up into a grey screen quite quickly. And I don't think the tools are there for Paragon to go for a level 1 play themselves. Sure, you have the Cockmon with a lethal tempo. You can look for this early vision trade as well. But once this gets spotted out, hopefully, eventually from AUC, they can instantly start moving towards the enemy Raptor side as well and go for a good old tried and true vision trade.
Okay, well, as of now, feels very quiet. You see, just waiting for their moment, you know, not going to do it just yet. Although, actually, I really like this. I really, really, really like this, guys. I want this late invade. I want it to go off because it's so interesting and it's so good when you have that Brom, right? The fact that you can proc with the Xin Zhao is just, it's limitless in terms of what could happen, really. And I think the Paragon may not have even seen it.
They did not. No defensive wards placed at all. So information is very, very lacking for Paragon. And once Snipex finds out, they could see it from the pathing here. Kala and Happy Mail, I don't think Last managed to spot them out. So they may just think it's a standard good old jungle clear. And if the Poppy doesn't figure this out fast, Poppy's not that great at counter jungling.
Yeah, and Panda right now, 2 camps are done, looking to potentially make their way down. But I wonder if they go for this 3rd camp. I want them to, and they are going to go for it. They're going to take Crux, they're going to full clear, so they're going to say, Poppy, you're not going to have a bot side jungle at all. So this is so crucial as to where Snepex goes next for the early game.
It's going to be a disaster. They have no idea that Panda will be on the bot side of the map at level 3, and they've just established lane priority, and they don't want the tri-brush either. Last and Moza could get punished hard.
Oh, the level 3 Xin Zhao, I can feel it. It's like the Jaws track. Someone's got to play it. The flash forward, the stun's going to come through with the root, and the knockaway. Panda is going to be forced back. Moza trying to get out, but it's not going to be. AUC strike first, and they strike early.
And now they figure out what has happened. Snepex went over to his own Raptors. He will be late on the blue side invade. So Panda goes over to his own bot side camps. Could even just take this blue buff and start heading top side to prevent the Raptors and Krugs from being taken.
And Refresher getting the push, but at the moment can't really utilize it. I will say the one saving grace for Snepex is even though Poppy isn't the best invader, the top lane pushing in does mean that there is the availability to roam early, so they could potentially get the same number of camps as Xin out early on. But if we do look at the mid lane, Carvis, Harbo does have quite a bit of a push lead at the moment, and we're seeing a scrap in the top side that isn't going Refresher's way.
Yeah, also both of the solo laners for AUC running out of mana, so it's not an easy play for them to make. But bot side, Panda still has flash, and they're forcing their way in.
No way, don't let it be two. Moz is going to get stunned up. The concussive blows are just too powerful against the tree. And Moza will go down for a second time already, Carvis. It's only 4 minutes.
And the wave is still being frozen. AUC have full control over the bot wave, and Last just cannot advance at all. Instead going for a punish on top.
Ooh, back is going to be stunned up. Did flash away here. Just about might get out. One more auto will secure it, and a nice swap of the tower aggro there will get them both out safely. So a little bit of a silver lining for Paragon at the moment.
Panda's just hanging around here. Set up a full-on 3-story house in the river pixel brush. Moza just cannot approach. They worked too far already. Happy Meal and Kalle, they want to fight more.
Oh, they're here again. Another flash, now the exhaust and the concussive blows. Paragon, the bot lane is doomed, okay? It is doomed right now, Carvis. The freeze has been set up. Kalle is not only just 12 CS up, but now 3 kills, Carvis. It is so much gold.
It would be a shame if AUC had drafted themselves the AD carry who probably spikes the hardest at level 6. Wouldn't it be a shame for the UK lads?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. But we can look at the sunshine, because in the top side, it looks like Refresh is going to start to get a bit of a fight on, although back is actually starting to win this one, so maybe we're not going to be too happy about it.
That's a very dark sunshine over there in the UK. I know it rains a lot.
That is classic. Always behind the clouds, man.
This early game is not going Paragon's way at all. Already almost a 3k gold lead. And AUC, if they can fight over, they can rotate over the Braum now, basically. Kalle is 3 kills up. There's almost no combat power on the PRG bot lane. So Zeri can easily just lane 1 versus 2, get an XP lead, while Braum starts roaming around the map with Panda. As we already see them setting up the dragon, establishing mid lane priority. If there would be a Poppy, let's say, ganking Harbo, it would be a 2-on-2.
I really want to see Snepex start to make plays around the map, right? I know that it's going to be difficult with the bot lane, right? Realistically, dragons are not going to be your bag for a while, but getting the grubs, getting a bit of pressure, trying to maybe gank those mid lane or top lane, right, those solo lanes, potentially could be a play, Carvis, right? Or are we maybe expecting something crazier, like maybe an invade?
It's one of those things that remains to be seen. There's so many play angles here. What is something that we can talk about, though, is Paragon able to steal away something. They get the grubs in the trade of the dragon announcement. They know the Panda is on the bot side of the map, but instead, oh no!
No, Refresh, don't go down! The last auto, Backins picks up the kill, Malphite doing Malphite things, solid as a rock. Nothing is going to stop him, and he will be able to pick up that kill, and all of that lead that was generated in the early stages, getting that dive off as well, has kind of just disappeared, Carvis, and maybe a little bit of the dreams of winning this game.
Jariel, I think Buck has heard your earliest Sun reference. I just realized that's Dark Star Malphite.
Yeah.
That is not our Sun. That is a Dark Star.
thought it was giving off a lot of light, but it's just the explosion of the dreams of Paragon winning this game potentially. But there's still a lot of game left, so I'm not going to count us out just yet, because right now, an invade into the jungle is not going too well. Panda going to be caught out here, will be taken down eventually, or maybe just not, because apparently we can't get the kill here. PRG are now in big trouble. Panda is still alive, and Team Atoppa might be the one on the shocking block. Here comes Kale, and they step forward and get 2 kills in a situation that should not have gone their way.
I have no idea how Panda survived there. Triumph heal right after the kill barely is enough to keep him alive, and by then, Team Atoppa was out of mana. Could not fight any further, and yeah, even when they seem to have caught out Panda, we'll talk about this later.
Ooh,
Let's being chased down a bit.
You gotta run. It's a little bit of a Forrest Gump moment there for Lost. Just popping the ghost, just having to run. But you know what? Look, Carlos, it's not looking good, right? I'll be honest. 3k down at 8 minutes 30 isn't the best. However, there is a world where they're scaling, right? Kog'Maw obviously scales incredibly well. So does Jax. Poppy can do a lot in the team fights, and so can the Maokai. So I do still believe in Paragon, but how do they get to the later stages, Carlos? That's what they need to know.
They need to activate the Ahri. Team Atoppa hasn't been able to participate in a single kill yet, and they have what we would consider a Ahri mid-jungle duo, something like a Vi, for example, something like a Viego, usually paired up with the Ahri, where you can CC chain and pick off people who are caught out. But with this bot lane going as badly as it is, they're not getting a chance, and they somehow need to either catch Harbo out as he's trying to establish mid lane priority, or find Happy Meal on the bot side roaming around the river.
And at the moment, it's just AUC favored. But I still think the Grubs is a big play. I think that the Jack's getting a little bit stronger as well. Maybe at 2 items could start to put Malphite in the dirt. But obviously at the moment, the powerhouse that is AUC is still rolling. And the thing that I am a little worried about, Carvis, is their team fighting looks pretty exceptional.
It does. Zeri, especially against a comp like this, where 3 out of 5 of your characters are melee, and you need to go in to find a fight. We're going to talk about this later. Snepix caught out.
Snepix, where are you? Invade. I get it. I get the play. They were on the red buff, I believe, but Panda has found them out and now caught them. Keepers fighting, though. We'll knock them for 6, but I believe I'm not too excited just yet because Talia is moving up, and I think Harbo has the wall. Here's the Weaver coming in, and this should be an assured kill. It was a nice looking play, but it doesn't work out.
Even donating the 2 assists over, that was a good idea. I give it a solid 5 out of 10. 5 for the attempt. Still ended up dying though, and another kill donated over. Poppy losing both of the buffs. It hurts a lot. Again, they're not able to establish any pressure around the dragon, around the grubs that are about to spawn. And they still are 40 CS down on the bot lane. They like 30 CS down on the top side of the map. They need to get Team Atoppa on the map.
Wait, I don't know about this one. Whoa. Snepix, chill. Snepix just stepping up there into Panda. I know they want to try and play for these grubs, right? But as you said, sometimes you just got to chill out. And at this moment in time, I feel like Bacchus, Harbo, and Panda are a much stronger 3 than Team Atoppa, Snepix, and Refresh. But we might still get the fight on their hands. Paragon are looking for it. They have got the stun onto the Malphite, but Bacchus is so tanky, just walks it off as if it's nothing. And Panda now able to get onto Refresh, but the stun going to come through. The counter-strike does land. The charm is not going to connect though, and Panda just able to 1v1. The top laner will go down finally, and we are going to get Refresh to go out of this, but how will the fight ensue? Bacchus now also getting kind of low, flashes away from the charm as Harbo is just dishing out damage. Rock after rock after rock is landing, but Refresh tries to get into range, gets slammed down. The David and Goliath story is coming true, but this time it's Goliath with the rock.
And again, you see that the potential is there. You have the CC chain, and with the Counter-Strike, with the wall smash coming out from Snepix, they do chunk out Panda quite hard, but they're missing that little bit of extra oomph to win those fights. And if they had coordinated just a little bit better, gotten the Ahri into the fight earlier, it could have been a different story altogether. They almost got away with the team fight, but it's a game of literal centimeters here, where PRG
And we
are
don't use
constantly
those in the
coming.
UK.
True. I completely forgot. Oh no, you're one of those countries, aren't you?
At the end of the day, we're back onto this dragon. Thomas, it's not looking good, bro. That's how we would say it over here. And it's another dragon going to go their way. Soul-wise, though, maybe we get a rare Sunshine. You know, maybe there is some sort of hopium that we get a good soul and we can utilize that to our advantage. It looks like it's Infernal, which if you were ever going to roll a dragon and you're behind, maybe this is it.
I think this is the third or fourth Infernal today. We already saw Epic Avalanche lose with it, so hopefully the curse doesn't follow AUC. But it's still a very rough situation as Last. Oh no.
Last is going to be trying to make their way out, but there are 4 members of AUC here. The tower dive is complete, and that will be a load of plates over to Kali, who is already very far ahead. If we can have a little look at the money, I want to see where this one differentiates. Yeah, almost 3k gold in the bot lane.
I heard our producer early on when Paragon was winning their earlier game say that Paragooners are doing really well. They may have gooned a little bit too hard in their first win of the day. This is looking rough.
Yeah, everyone got the
11
bunting
to
out. Yeah, it's not the best, but you know what? It can always go up from here. So there is a world where something could happen. Right now, though, a play in the mid lane. Moza is going to be able to get onto Harbo, but Harbo is surprisingly not taking enough damage here. Will finally go down. Team Atopper will get that trade, and that is a little bit worth, I would say, to Paragon there, finding one, but it's only worth if they can keep the lead, because Panda now absolutely removing Snepex from this game with a little bit of help from the friends, and Paragon stepped one step too far again.
Wild Pokemon encounter, Poppy appears underneath a tower with Hex Flash out of nowhere, and Panda's just there to instantly respond. What are you doing over here? They get a kill traded over, but this is what I wanted to see. They finally get Moza rotated over to the mid lane, and they get a kill onto the Ahri. This is what you need to do more of. With the Malignance there, you have more than enough damage to tap down the squishies of AUC. Sure, it looked a little bit rough considering that Harbo is level 11 and Moza level 6. So the base damages from Maokai just aren't there, but they still eventually get it. And they need to do it a couple more times before the Seraphs is completed.
When they're going to go again, they're trying to get Team Atopper into this game. However, they're just not really able to as of yet. They aren't able to get those fights started. And I will say really good respect shown there from AUC. They don't overcommit. They don't step a little bit too far. Even though they are so far ahead, they're still playing the sensible game.
As you would expect. Whoa, what is this?
Team Atopper is going aggressive onto Harbo here. He's going to get a decent bit of damage down the Charmlands as well, but it's not enough at the moment, and Harbo is dishing out so much damage, Carvis. Obviously, almost 2 items completed, going to be hitting a little bit harder than the Ahri. Also,
the Seraph completes just as we mentioned it, was able to just play very confidently there, even with the Team Atopper just trying to go for the 1 versus 1 play. There's just way more HP there than it really shows. You can't just one-tap the Talia anymore. Now you need to start looking for the shutdown. 700 gold is there in the bag for Kalle. And it is... Zeri is way more squishy than this Talia will ever be from here on out. The main problem is, how do you get through Happy?
I'm pondering this because I also got a question of how do we get through Bacchus, you know? So there's a lot of people that we have to try and get through for Paragon to start winning this game. And we talked a little bit about how the Cogmor's been really strong, how there is some itemization that you can kind of go to build them a little bit differently here and there. At the moment, we're just not really getting to see it, Carvis, because the Cogmor is so far behind. And we've kind of talked about bringing themselves back into the game for Paragon, but it just feels like it's more on AUC making a mistake. So let's talk about the other way, right? How are AUC going to cleanly win this game, Carvis?
Well, basically what they're doing now, they're constantly establishing lane priority, moving around the Zeri across the map to where the outer towers are still up. They're already very low as well, and Harbo is strong enough where if you are laning against the Ahri, you can just keep chunking the towers down and just slowly choke out the map from Paragon and go for the dragons as your win condition. They could even look for a fight mid.
Oh, no, the lightning crashes. And it is all doom for Paragon. Zeri strikes in Kale, stepping forward. Timatopa is trying to buy a little bit of time, will keep the tier 2 mid alive. But it just feels like AUC have so much agency across the map, although maybe one a little bit too far forward here. Panda going to be backed up again. Harbo rotating across, the TP coming in, and Paragon have no way to get an out.
And the gold lead is just starting to snowball out of control, let's be real.
Yeah.
Let's be J-real.
Yeah, let's keep it J-real.
8k gold as your mid lane is getting chased down. If you have to burn the ultimate here, you may not even have the chance.
Yeah, but last piece coming back into this here, you never know. The Cogmore, come on, the Cogmore, let's go, let's get online. Back is though, is just walking out. You know, there is no way that you're going to stop the mountain. He is just able to move away, and Kale now joining this fight. This could go really, really far downhill for maybe AUC because they lose their ADC, and Lost flashes away, but it's not going to be enough. Bacchus gets the kill, as we now see Happy Meal will finally fall. Paragon, they love a bit of a scrappy fight, they love a bit of a skirmish, but AUC are still very, very strong. Carvis, they are able to hold back the Paragon line and chase them back to their own base.
Maza got the gold. Maza got the full shutdown of Kale. Even though the gold lead goes a little bit for Paragon, it's all for naught, as your support is always richer than your AD carry. Just 400 gold separating them at the moment from that shutdown. And yeah, sure, Kale may have overcommitted a little bit there, but even that mistake doesn't really cost them too much with that kill. And you saw the main thing that I didn't mention Malphite earlier, is that Bacchus will not be trying to peel for Kale. He will just sit on top of Blast. And I give him A for effort on trying to auto attack in that chase that eventually led to the team fight. But if you get hit by the Malphite E, this is basically what's going to happen to you, even without the Malphite.
That is tough. Towers are starting to fall and crumble, and so Paragon's chances in this game, if you already thought that they weren't over, as we are going to see AUC there mopping up a tier 2 in the mid and potentially in the top lane as well, because Snepex needs to be careful, gets knocked back, the damage is there, Panda with the kill, and the Rift Herald are going to be able to charge this one as well. A little bit of damage is going to be hit onto this tier 2 tower, and the dive coming through as well. There's the knock up, the unstoppable force. Timatopa still alive though. Not going to go down just yet, as Bacchus able to get away with a slither of HP. Refresh trying to make the hero play, trying to get the couple kills that they need, but they are only going to find one. They will be removed by Kale once again, who has rotated to take more pressure onto these plates. And I feel like AUC, they're just kind of playing with their food right now, Carvis, although they might need to sort it out, as they almost do lose Kale there. But another kill just gets given over to AUC, and Paragon's dreams are one step further removed.
You still need to respect the max HP damage coming out of this Kog'Maw. If you don't get the Braum, if you don't get the Malphite on top of the AD carry of Paragon, there's still chances for them to go for aggressive plays. Nifix as well, trying to move forward.
Yeah, Paragon, they still seem confident in this game. They're still willing to go for the play. Keeper's Verdict coming over the top. Harbo now being attacked by the RA team. Timatopa picks up a kill, and Happy Meal should go down as well. A little bit more damage will finish off that kill, and a little bit more gold going back towards Paragon. But is it on the right members, Carvis? Again, last died before the fight could go their way.
It is not on the right members, and that is the main issue coming from these team fights. Even though they are punishing AUC for their overextensions, trying to go for the greedy play, they aren't getting the gold onto anyone really relevant. The only thing that went their way was Refresh getting the shutdown and a bunch of gold onto himself, so he eventually may be able to match up to Bacchus onto this on the sideline. I'm
just glad Darkling's not here, you know. At
He
least
would be popping up, wouldn't he?
This would be his dream, man. Like I feel like he cannot wait. Like he made the whole thing about the Finnish teams and how he wants to win against them, but I feel like he can't wait to be the UK teams.
I think the first thing that he would have said is that this is what a first seed against a second seed would look like, right?
We'll have to get his comment, but we can't right now because PC shut down. So yeah, sucks.
At least
sucks to be
someone is
inducted
showing
right
up for Denmark.
Yeah. Hey, we like all the nations equally here, which is except for the UK apparently. Everyone seems to not like us, but we're back in this game. Paragon, they're trying to make the plays, right? They're trying to make something happen. I respect it a lot, right? What I will say, what I'm liking Paragon is that they're not just rolling over. They're still trying to be aggressive. They're still trying to find something. However, they just haven't managed to get the success moment that they need. But what I will say, Carvis, is there a little bit of a chance that AUC are getting too confident and maybe actually handing over an opportunity to Paragon?
I mean, we've seen already multiple instances of it, especially when it comes to Kalla's positioning. I mean, he's just been diving in head first into the enemy team as Azeri. And he probably should have a couple of more numbers on the death count, not just one. But they're just that far ahead that they have the margin of error to go for those sort of aggressive plays, like onto this Baron.
Oh no, this is risky. Paragon have to turn here. It's not low enough on that Baron, but they are getting caught out in an awful position. Last, it's going to be head first into the Malphite. Brom on top. Goodbye to the ADC, but Kali might be going down as well. Will finally drop it. Paragon making it a 4v4, but look at the HP bars, Carvis. Paragon are just getting obliterated. Harbo dropping another couple members, and Paragon, they have to run for the hills, but they're not going anywhere. The Malphite Brom, the slows, the stuns, your time is done, and a little bit more damage will ace out that fight.
They got the AD carry, but at what cost? The entire team and the Baron, maybe even the Infernal Drake. I think that AUC will just go for a reset here, get all that gold that they got from the team fight spent up, and they should make it in time for the next objective as well. And that is something that PRG may just have to fight over, because that is the Infernal Soul that they are playing for.
Hopium levels. I'm now the Hopium dealer, okay?
Okay.
Get your Hopium! Get your Hopium! Two for a pound! Hopium deals here, you know?
That's a very cheap Hopium.
Yeah, of course, man. Like, we got to sell it in spades right now, Carvis. Look at the game, you know? Paragon, we need a way back in. We need something to happen. They don't have Baron. They're down 13k, but we have belief, you know? Because like everyone in the UK is probably thinking, it's coming home. You know, like realistically, if you're an English fan, you're thinking our number 1 and number 2 seed will make it to Div 2, right? So you got to believe on every win.
The thing is, when we were making our predictions, when I was talking with the other casters, when I was watching Bucci make a tier list, for example, everyone kind of discounted AUC. We didn't expect them to do this well, to demolish Paragon from the early game on like this. And if this ends up being another 1-to-1 trade in games, so we have 2-0, 1-1 and 0-2, Group A will be very spicy.
Oh, it's definitely going to heat up. I'm really excited for the RPS tournament. I think so much is happening, and obviously best of ones, they go to this sometimes, right? And the next day, when we see these two teams play, maybe it goes completely differently. Maybe Paragon pick up the mantle and they pick up the wins here. But at the moment, it has been AUC in this game, just absolutely obliterating. That's another team fight. We didn't even get to see the Kog'Maw in the fight. They're all gone. They're all going. And a couple more Paragon members will stand. They're trying to hold out a little bit longer. But that was a 4 versus 5 Carvis. They are obliterating through the UK number 2. And that is going to be another kill. Team Topper down, Snepex the last one alive, but no longer. The Nexus will fall and AUC will claim their first victory.
Well, every single country I believe has a win now except for Finland.
Hey, what can we say? What can we say about that? Huh?
This is not looking good for me. I am in big trouble.
But at the same time, there's still a long way. There's still a lot of games, Carvis. There's a lot of games. If you're a Paragon fan, don't worry. This happens. We've seen the regular split. They were even in regular split. And that might be enough. But they're obviously trying to make it through to playoffs. Only the top 3 out of 6 will make it into the second part of the tournament, into the playoffs, into the quarterfinals, where we'll be introducing the NLC Div 2 teams to drop down. But Carvis, we're going to go to a short break, I believe. When we come back, we will have an interview, I believe, from a member of AOC, and then we'll be on to our final game of the day. Hello and welcome back. We are here and we are joined by AOC support Happy Meal. And I've got to ask, you got to be expecting it, but are you loving it?
It's been great. It's been a lot of fun playing both these tournaments, and this is our first game, so I'm excited. It's good. It's good. We've had fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and coming in as the Danish #1 seed. I don't know if you saw Bucci, the Swedish co-streamer of ours, make a tier list out of all the players. Coming up like this and just demolishing Paragon as you did, do you think that Denmark might be a little bit underestimated?
Well, I've not seen the tier list, so if someone could send me that would be nice. But
you'll find it on his Twitter, I think. But
I'll look after. I mean, I don't know how he's rated us, but I think we're really strong. I said the same. If we had this roster when we played our regional series, I don't think we would have lost the game. I think we're really strong. I think we play the game well. I think we have very good vibes and very good communication. So if they've underestimated us, that's fair. But I mean, we're here to show that we're better. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm just double checking. Yeah, you were rated the 4th worst team
Oh.
in the RPS in Butch's
Yeah.
tier list. Yeah, you definitely showed him, if nothing else. So for this
That's good.
game, you guys went for the 125 invade play. Of course, with the Broms and Zhao, it was really strong. And was this like your game plan from the start? And did you like expect it to work as well as it did?
It was kind of on the fly. We just said basically in loading screens like, is this not just really free? And we all just, yeah, it basically is free. So we just kind of did it. So it's nice that the team can do on the fly adaptations when our jungler makes the call. So yeah, and it worked out beautifully. Enemy team didn't have a response to it. They didn't really punish top as much as you'd expect. So I think it worked out beautifully. It was really good.
Okay, and last question that I got for you here, Havmil, what I want to know is, obviously, there's a lot of new teams that you haven't faced. There's a lot of people you maybe don't know, or some that you might know. Are there any teams that you're a little bit worried about facing? Or, if there are none, and you're supremely confident, who are you most excited to face off against?
I mean, there's some national rivalry. I would love to beat the Swedish teams because it's just more fun to beat the Swedish teams as a Dane. But I've not really done much scouting myself. It's mostly been the rest of the team. So I've not really looked into either the players or the rest of the teams. I just know that we're here to play our game and we are better. So there's not really any team I fear particularly.
Okay,
So,
well, here we go. Doing it for national pride. I like it a lot. We're going to go to a short break. Really good game from AUC to kick it off. A very strong performance on that stream. But we will be back with more games after the break.
Yes, sir.
And we are back again. Final game of the day. And it's a packed tournament, right? It's a packed tournament that cannot be underestimated. Every team is playing. Every team wants to get themselves into playoffs, Carvers. There's only 5 games between each team, so every game is really mattering, and I feel like it's kind of brutal. But we have the next matchup. It is going to be AUC, the team we just saw dominate against Paragon, taking on 42 Exodia. But do they have the pieces, Carlos?
Do they have the pieces? Or are they fished up from the sea where they were thrown? It remains to be seen. The first game that they had, as we heard in the interview with the Paragon jungler, it felt a little bit hastily put together when it comes to their drafting. They had a ton of moving pieces where they didn't have a coherent game plan. Sure, the Kindred worked out really well in the early game, but then they didn't really have a way to reach their win condition when it came to the later stages. And I expect them to learn from it. And now when they're going up against the AUC Tigers, they have 1 game of warm-up and they have 1 game of data. What could be coming in from their opponents?
And also, like, I will say this, like, from teams that are going to now play against AUC Tigers, I feel like they didn't get much data from that game because it was kind of over very early on, and then they just did League of Legends things. You know, they just walked them down. And obviously, okay, you could say maybe they were a little bit overconfident. Maybe there's a world where you can punish that. But they were also like 8k ahead. So it's kind of a little bit like when you're that far ahead, you can be a little bit more overzealous. Whether that continues in games that are closer is the thing that I've really got my eyes on about AUC. But they have a lot of confidence. They looked pretty strong. I'm expecting big things. I'm really excited to see what 42 have an answer with it, right? Because if they are coming through with quite calculated compositions, they might be a little bit easier to predict against.
So the thing that I do disagree with you in that is that you do get a ton of data out of that previous game, and important data. For example, now you know that the enemy top lane plays Malphite.
Ooh.
That is a very important piece of information that you need in case you have a top laner who loves playing, for example, the Jax, for example, any auto-attacking top laner, literally. You need to prepare your draft in a way where you don't instantly lose to the Malphite counter pick that can be lethal at this level of play, because it negates the usually very mechanically proficient AD carries who go for outplays in team fights. And it is very simple to play. You just press R at the nearest enemy comp piece, and you pretty much win the team fight if you pressed it well. So having bits and pieces of that, what does the enemy play in meta? Do they do aggressive level 1 plays like they did? They realize they have the Broms in Zhao, so now you're aware, hold up, they are actually pretty good. They can go for this.
Okay, no, I get it. I definitely get what you're saying. I think there definitely are some pieces that you can kind of take together. I'm interested to see what the strategy is against AUC, right? Because at the moment, obviously, we've seen them really, really strong ahead, right? We haven't seen them at all behind. So maybe there's a world where early game drafting could work well into this team, right? It could potentially just take the power away from them, and then we really get to see what they're made of when it comes to that mid-game, late game. Because I will say, Carvers, we did see them fight a lot, but it's always hard to judge how a team fight goes based on the fact that they were so far ahead, right? If that comes through a little bit closer, is it as clean? Because there were definitely worlds where we were saying that Kali was getting caught quite easily. But is that confidence? Is that a team fight thing? That's still left to be found out.
It could have been a happy meal and a happy game as well. When you are that far ahead, you just kind of sometimes limit testing a little bit. It's
of course.
You know when you are playing your solo queue game, you're like, haha, I'm 6 kills up. I'm gonna go in this 1 versus 4. Let's see how this goes. And also, the same thing we saw early on when a team is really down, you may keep on fighting, just forcing your way in. So there's a lot of different ways those sorts of games can go. And when it comes to a whole new round, that's when we get to see how AUC actually plays. And they're on the blue side this time, so getting that R5 counter pick on the top lane may be a bit more difficult.
And we love a limit test, you know? We love a limit test. In Div 2, in UKEL, probably in the Finnish League as well, we love a limit test, right? So
absolutely.
In RPS, it's not going to be any different. And we're getting some similar bans once again. The Vi, the Lucian taken away. Are there any maybe like directed picks that you think we might get here, or are we just going to get the meta standards?
It's gonna be a mix of both. Hui ban is interesting. Soren on the side of 42E is a big Akali player from my quick hasty scouting. So we saw the ban against them earlier on today by Paragon. So instead banning the Hui is interesting. Also the Kindred that we saw Vidlug play very well on. Instead banning out the Vi. So again, this is more targeting the meta.
Yeah, and here's it. We're not too surprised, right? Harbour, very good on the champion, so why would you leave it up? Also, some cool names. I'm not gonna lie, Covers. Some cool names on this one. Kazardius, like, I like that one.
You didn't get to see Sleeper suffer with the Finnish ones like Röyke and Rauhantuomari.
I'm already going to have issues with that later on, right? I do apologize with pronunciation. I will try my best, and I will get some advice from the other people from the other regions on those ones. But right now, back into this one. Gragastat is a name I can pronounce, and I'm glad it's gone, Carvers. This champion is just crazy in all the roles.
It is. And again, we're going to hear this a lot during this RPS. Flex picks are the name of the game. Something I've been surprised about is Skarner has been escaping the draft for the past couple of games. Kalista, though, this was banned in the previous game, and Kalle, loving his aggressive bot laners, will instantly lock it up, but the Ashe has been left open. This is a flex pick, usually seen very early on the blue side if it's left open, because this can go in either the support or the AD carry role, and does really well against this particular champion, and with this particular champion as well.
Yeah, support, ADC, we'll see where it goes up. Obviously can be paired nicely with things like the Brom, which are also good against Kalista. So we'll have to speculate a little bit later as to what is going to happen in that bot lane. But I like the Kalista, right? I like that teams are saying we're so confident in our early game that we can put out the Kalista, we can play for those plays. And also, you never know, the lethality might come out as well, that poke from Q. But Akali, you've mentioned it once, you mentioned it twice, here we go.
Finally, it gets locked in. I was really expecting it to be the R1, but of course the Ashe makes perfect sense. The Akali, though, blind picked. If Horrible has a nice counter pick to this, it can be very painful to play the Akali. Something like a LeBlanc or a Galio could absolutely ruin your day. But there's the other angle. Just pick something solid into it, like the Orianna. You will have maybe a bit of an annoying time in the mid game, but when it comes to team fights, you should be able to blow up the Ashe quite easily if you have something to ball carry your way with. But instead, they lock in the Nautilus for the support, and now AUC are looking to play extremely aggressive.
Yeah, I think the Naught goes well, right? It's really good at getting onto the Ashe. No way to get away. If it is going to be Ashe support, obviously a lot of threat in that lane, and will go well with that Kalista. The Ryze being picked up. Now you're the mid laner here. Ryze, Akali, what's going on?
I'm not sure. I am actually not sure. Ryze, of course, has insane amounts of wave clear and a surprising amount of self-sustainability due to the fact that he builds the very HP-oriented build of Rod of Ages and a ton of mana. So he's hard to chunk down as Akali. You also have a point-and-click CC with the Rune Cage, so you can hold her in place if necessary. But this may be a comfort matchup. I am not that knowledgeable about the players, if Harbour plays this often or not. But if he does, I can see why you would pick it here. But on the side of the 42E, they see, well, there's a bunch of skill shots flying at us at high speed. Let's pick the Braum here.
And Brom goes well. It's a thought I've had a lot, right? That maybe is just a little bit overthought. But I feel like Freljord is the only region where all of the champions work so well together, right? Like Brom, Ashe, they all have slows. The Sejuani as well works really well with a lot of the top laners like Olaf and the Trundle and etc. So like, I do kind of feel it. And if you're playing against Kalista, why not bring out all the slows? Let's get some more Freljord in here. Maybe we even get something like, I was going to say Anivia, but we've already got the Akali, so it's kind of ruining it. Unless they send Akali top.
I'm starting to think that is Freljord the only region where all the champions are considered to be pretty good? Like Anivia, I think, is the only outlier there. Every single other champion, I think, feels quite viable.
Yeah.
However, speaking of viability, interesting
Why did they
things
not
come.
ban?
Yeah, AUC is keeping a ban. This leaves the Rek'Sai open. This will most likely be heading to the jungle. And Panda, known to be a bit of a character specialist, brings out a ton of interesting picks over in the Danish league. Master Yi is an actual target ban against this dude.
Ooh, okay. Cassante, it was banned in the last game, wasn't banned this time, has slept all the way through the bans, and we are now getting the Cassante. So we're going to see why Backis wasn't allowed to play in the last game. We saw what he did on Malphite, now on a little bit more of an aggressive one. You've got the hand. What's going on?
I have a certified Carvis read for you.
Ooh.
This is either Camille or... it's most likely just Camille for Cassardius. I'm trying to think what else it could be. Oh, this is Gwen Jungle for Panda, by the way. Another one of his specialties that wasn't banned away. I completely forgot to mention it.
Okay, Panda could be one of my favorite junglers to watch now in the tournament, except for the Master Yi. I'm not a massive fan of Master Yi, I'll be honest. Please keep that banned if we are playing against Panda. But Gwen, I am a big fan of. I like to see it. The Garen lock? What?
Okay. Not what I was expecting, but does a very similar thing to Camille, and that is kill the Cassante. It's one of his worst matchups. Since, well, when you commit with all out, you already cut your HP down, and Garen just goes, I'm spinning, and then just one-shots you.
I just love the thought that Cassante's like, oh, okay, I need to just power up. Let me go all out, like charges through, and then Garen's just like, justice, boom, and then you're dead. It's just done. It's over. There's no chance. Like
it's literally the okay. I'm a head out. Let's beat up this Garen. Oh, hold up, this Garen got hands.
Man, Garen is such a stupid champion. I genuinely despise playing against Garen, man, because it just feels like every time he just does a lot. Maybe I'm bad at the game, right? But Garen just has so much in his kit. Like, he's just always annoying, and I'm really excited to see it. But the thing that I have to think about, Govis, is it's not just about laning phase, right? Yes, the Garen might be good against the Cassante, but how is Garen going to do in the rest of the game? Because there's a reason why we don't see it often in pro play.
And the thing is, in this particular game, possibly quite well. Think about the range. Think about the range from ASC. Kalista, Nautilus, Ryze, Gwen, and Cassante. That is not a lot of range. Garen will be able to easily reach anyone if he goes for the Stride Breaker. Should be able to keep anyone in place as well. So I love this pick. I was expecting the Camille. It's very strong at the moment. Can lock down things like the Kalista and overall just beat up Cassante in the lane. But this works just fine as well. Just need to see how 42 executes this. And I think this composition is a lot better than their earlier one. The Rek'Sai is the only thing that I'm looking at and slightly worried about in how will it do when to reaching the key target that is the Kalista when you have a Ryze, Cassante, Gwen, and Nautilus to deal with.
Yeah, and I didn't really talk about it too much because I said things I wanted to see against AUC, right? I wanted to see that early game, and I'm really actually glad that we are seeing those aspects coming out from 42, right? They picked that Rek'Sai. They want to be proactive in the early stages. They want to try and make these plays. Obviously, the Akali, we all know what happens if they start to snowball. They can be a big problem. The same is actually quite true for the Garen as well. So I do think there's a lot of possibility here. I am expecting a lot of action bot lane, though, right? You've drafted Braum, you've drafted Ashe into that Kalista. Rek'Sai should be able to get onto them pretty quickly and pretty easily, but as you said, those later game team fights could become a little bit difficult, right? Because Rek'Sai does start to fall off. The Ryze does a lot of damage, so does the Gwen, so does the Cassante, plus the Kalista, and then you've got to get through Nautilus as well. So there is a world where it does fall off. I'm expecting 42 to really push this early game, and if they can't get ahead, Carvis, I am starting to think maybe AUC will take this.
Their only fallback in the later stages of the game is that Ashe is an incredible carry when it comes to fighting low range compositions. You can just kite forever, and the slow from the frost shot against, for example, Gwen, for example, Cassante trying to head towards you is so annoying for them to try and reach the Ashe. It's just, is the Nautilus death charge enough for them to find the constant engage onto the main carry? Because everyone else should fall off quite hard, as you said.
And like I remember I was playing some league with a friend and they were talking about, so obviously everyone knows like it's like space gliding, right, on Twitch, where you like auto attack a move. Apparently there's like a new meta of it where I don't remember exactly what the name is, but you just stand still and you just auto attack, right? Like you don't move anywhere, you just stand and auto attack. And I feel like there's a world where, because of the low range composition that is coming out from AUC, if the Ashe is allowed to just stand and fire, it could be absolutely devastating. So I'm kind of looking at that kind of sentiment. Like, I feel like Ashe isn't necessarily going to be able to like run away from this team super well, because there is quite a lot of engage, quite a lot of movement. However, are they going to be able to get directly onto the Ashe? And is the Ashe actually just going to be able to stand their ground and just fire off shot after shot?
Will she? That is, as you literally said, the question. I just think that the important point to touch on is, while the Rek'Sai will be falling off, you can enable the Ashe with it. You have a ton of utility where, if you look at the composition once again at that, like a broad view, Nautilus is the only consistent engage tool coming out from AUC. Cassante, very good at picking off a single target, but engaging a team fight, not so much. Gwen, what's that engage? Ryze, again, one target, you can cage them down, maybe slow them a little bit, but requires high commitment with your low range. Kalista, that's still using the Nautilus, so there's not really a lot of tools there. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rift, you have Rek'Sai, easily able to engage onto any pick, especially on the side lanes where you will be shadowing your side laner and looking for the enemy jungler or a possible pick in a 1 versus 2, or an Ashe arrow that you can just combo with your Rek'Sai. You can even initiate with yourself. There's just a ton more tools there to play in the mid game.
I'm excited. I'm very excited for this game. I feel like this is exactly what I wanted from the RPS, right? I wanted to see new picks, new styles coming out. I want to see what each region is kind of feeling, what they kind of represent. And I feel like we're getting it right here, right? We didn't expect the Garen. It's new, it's fresh, it's coming in. We're getting some Gwen jungle, we have Ashe as an ADC, which I feel like is definitely underplayed, right? I feel like Ashe support, super prominent. You got something to say? Or you got your thinking cap on?
I wish I didn't have it on. Something that you said struck a chord within me. You said, do we want to see something new? I think I figured out how the Kalista can escape this lane. We haven't seen a lane swap yet.
Oh no. Please, not the lane swaps. I've seen lane swaps and then not go well.
Well, we are ready to go into the game. Let's see where the teams will be headed, because when I'm thinking about the game, you have a Garen and you have a Cassante. Which one of these do you think does better in a lane swap and is in a direct counter matchup?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it being a potential option that they decide to explore. I am interested in it. So far, they're walking our base and it's not anything crazy.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But it again, this is just speculation, but I could see the angle here.
No, I agree. I see it with you. I was also thinking about it a little bit earlier. I was like, are we going to start getting lane swaps in RPS? Maybe it could happen. I've seen it in some other leagues, right? We saw it a little bit at EMEA Masters. We saw it a little bit at MSI as well, I believe. So it's definitely there. There's definitely ways to make it happen. At the moment, it doesn't feel like it's going to happen just yet. But I'm also thinking, is there potential for a late invade here? Because Gwen is quite pushed up, but obviously they would be walking straight into the Rek'Sai.
This is also a very dangerous team to late invade. It would be the Braum team with the Ashe, with the Rek'Sai, with the Garen going for the late invade if they so wish to do. But from the looks of it, thank God we're having a regular all-lane phase. Now it's all up to player execution. How do they want to combat this? Of course, Gale rocking the cleanse will have to basically use it in case a stray Braum Q hits you and the trade starts to go very badly down the bot lane. But as long as Kalista is able to play at her favorite range, it should be fine for now.
Yeah, a lot of respect shown from 42 Exodia here. I'm a little bit surprised that they're so far back, but at the same time, obviously, the threat in level 1 is quite severe. So we do see... We get to finally see this Garen matchup. I'm very interested to see where this Rek'Sai paths. I do wonder, do you maybe play for that Garen to try and get them ahead early, or is it all bot lane focused?
I think you just leave this Garen alone. Like, look at this. Kazadius is just holding back Buckis from the minions. Can't quite zone him out from the XP range. But still denying a whole bunch of CS. Can set up for a nice crash to get a cheater recall if he wants to. While Fidlog most likely will look towards the bot side of the map and try and enable the Akali. Not the Akali, the Ashe that we spoke of earlier.
Oh, but there was potential for the Akali gank, but as you said, the gank bot lane,
Gamps.
it does look like this should be on right now. Level 3 does go towards Happy Meal, but they are walking back. They're respecting it. AUC, they're aware.
They are. Placing the ward in the tri-brush. Critical information. I think they spotted the Rek'Sai out. Able to crash the wave and back off in time. Buying Panda a bit of time to catch up on jungle tempo, and he will be there for the scuttle way faster than Fiddler.
Oh, and Kazadius there, like, you know what? I would say maybe this is like a little bit risky because you're going under the tunnel, under the turret, sorry, and Bacchus can get quite a bit of damage off. But look at the return damage, and actually, if Kazadius can get away, this would be pretty massive. The Ghost already used by Bacchus, and now avoiding the knock-up, a big win in that top side.
Yeah, and reminder, Kazadius rocking the Ignite, so there is no teleport to come back to lane with. We'll have to regen some HP with a potion and the passive. But no dive threat with Panda. Even though he's a level 4, they don't dare to go for it. Would most likely end up in a 1-for-1 trade, and the wave wasn't... It wasn't a cannon wave stacked up with a couple more that would make the dive worth it.
Now you see now, start to get a little pressure applied onto them. 42 able to start to put the push on towards them. The volley is obviously going to be quite critical. And Skale, it's going to be immediately hindered by essentially everything that Ashe does.
It's hindering Gale would require the presence of Rek'Sai there. If you want to go on to Kalista, I think level 6 is required otherwise. Just due to the fact that Nautilus can turn around and just start laying on to layback. The base damage from Nautilus, have you seen the numbers on his abilities?
Yeah, they are quite high, right? Like, I haven't looked in a while, and I haven't looked for maybe a couple of seasons, but what I remember is that especially the E damage was pretty crazy.
It is. When I was playing in the Finnish League, the second division, I played some Nautilus mid myself, and it's always even surprised me how much damage Nautilus does, even when building, for example, full tank. So, 42, abusing their level 4 to 6 power spikes here, and just starting up the dragon. They caught AUC on a reset, and they probably secured the dragon here with no contest at all.
Yeah, Panda has managed to get a level lead over Hidvlog there. So there is things happening in the background for AUC that will obviously keep them afloat, will keep them very strong. But that early tempo, that early pressure around those central objectives is something that I did want to see against AUC, and we are starting to get that from 42. I wonder if they also play for the scrubs as well. So far, though, not rotating their bot lane.
Rotating the bot lane is... well, normally a good idea. When it comes to Ashe Kalista, it suddenly becomes very volatile. When level 6 is not there, we can talk about this later, because Fidlug, where are you?
They are on the grubs, and everyone is starting to walk over. Obviously, 2 TPs were utilized by AOC to bring solo laners back. But Panda is the level up, and Harbo also looking pretty strong, because Kazadius does have ultimate there. You've got to be careful of that Demacian Justice, but so does Bacchus. And right now, Hidvlog just caught in the back of the pit, not able to really get into this fight, and it will just be AOC taking the grubs.
Yeah, way too low on HP after the initial chunk that he took. And this is, it's a result of the bot lane gank going badly. If you look at the CS differential, just getting those couple of camps more had Panda at level 5, while Fiddler was still stuck on level 4, trying to get the objective going. But the raw power just isn't there yet.
More power, more numbers is what's needed. We'll see if a couple items could change that, as right now Soren trying to get aggressive as in the bot lane as well. Quite a bit of fighting across the map. Happy Meal will get stunned up, but with the shield, not going to take too much damage in general. And a very even trade, as the one side that is not so even is Casadius in this top lane.
Even going for the proxy gets the plate gold for the minions, managing to take a piece out of the tower. And this enables Casadius to just have permanent top lane priority and eventually roam to the rest of the map if he continues to proxy farming. That's the main reason you do it. From the enemy blue side jungle, you have easy access to the mid lane, even at a flank where the normal wards placed in the river wouldn't catch you out. But Harbor, not even in any danger if it would come to that sort of a play, because he's just casually farming, holding Soren stuck in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I said that I wanted to see that early play into AUC, but it feels like 42, they managed to get one playoff, it started to look a little bit good, and then since then haven't really increased their lead at all, Carver. Do you feel like they're maybe waiting for level 6 to really hit their power spikes? Although I say that as we do get a gank in the mid lane. Harbo in big trouble here, should go down. One bite will do it, but they may, I thought they were going to try and give it to Soren, but they will finally pick up that kill in the mid lane.
They definitely thought about it, but Harbour still having his flash up, they couldn't leave him to be any longer, would have otherwise escaped. Panda there to catch the mid wave, they won't lose too many resources except for the Raptors, most likely. Braum rotating over as well. While Realm Warp is available, AUC would need to group up quite fast to stop the counter jungling from taking place.
But they are starting to mobilize as a unit here, although Happy Meal misses that hook, and that could be massive. Panda now getting into this fight, but they've already lost their support. Now Panda going to be getting stunned up very shortly, and the damage is just raining through. 2 kills to Soren, and AUC, they step a little bit too close and get caught.
Nice positioning from Keens, unbreakable, blocking most of the needleworks used in the entire fight, and now Carl is stuck in the bot lane all by himself.
Oh, the knock-up is there, and there's still the ultimate. Here comes the Land Shark. Rek'Sai picks up the kill. Yes, it will be traded for the Braum, but think about the experience. Think about the power that is being gained by 42 Exodia.
And mid-game was the name of the game when we were analyzing it in a draft. The Akali getting 2 kills, the Rek'Sai getting 2 kills. Now they can start playing towards this bot lane. Sure, as you said, Kale got the return kill, but the power spike acceleration that 42 is gaining from all of these small skirmishes can be devastating when you start playing towards these dragons.
Casadius as well. Still, look at the difference, man. 30 CS up. Oh, this is so rough for backers at the moment.
The tower! What's happened to the tower?
It's gone. It's gone. Look at him. He just runs in, walks away, able just to kind of spin to win the whole wave. It's just not really a lot that Sante can do. And AUC, they're not sending anyone to help them out.
I'm Garen. It's horrible. The matchup is just so bad. I don't know if you've ever played Cassandra versus Garen. It's just...
No.
You cannot really do anything without assistance there. You just get out-traded. There was the small window. Bucky has found the early trade when he popped his ghost and chased Casadius out of the lane. But with the Ignite there, you have so much burst potential after level 6 that it's just impossible to contest.
Talking about impossible to contest, the dragon isn't going to be contested. That will be nicely picked up by 42 Exodia. And they're ramping up a little bit, Carvers. 2k in the lead, now 2 dragons. They got control over objectives. The only objective they didn't get was the grubs, which I believe they are now going to contest as well and should be able to claim, unless AUC have a big plan in store.
Their big plan is to reset with Callista, try to look for some items to play with, get the Rod of Ages under the rise and stacking, and donate the objectives over to 42. Yeah, I don't think they can. Are they actually looking to fight?
Backins is stepping really far up into this one. Doesn't manage to get anything because we are going to see Soren attacked by Panda, but again, able just to get into the Shroud, not going to be getting caught out. And then you see us still playing for this. They are still getting aggressive, and I am a little bit surprised, but here comes the Realm War. They're going to go straight for this fight, and Keynes has been left by the rest of their team. It actually seems like 42 don't want to fight it until now, when they start to send it. Panda going to go down. Backins will get stunned, but does manage to take down the support. Here comes the Rek'Sai, though, and that's a double kill to Soren, and it might be more. The stun onto Harbo from downtown. Here comes Hazardous. Goodbye to Harbo.
Well. It seems that when you win a game today, you do not do too well in the second one. AUC getting just split up in that fight. They kind of couldn't decide whether to commit to Khazadius with a Realm Warp. They had the Nautilus and Rise split up, and 42 instantly capitalizes. They base check Brush. Fidlog is there for the knock up, and Soren on this Akali so strong. Perfect execution, able to melt health bars. And again, the tankiness in AUC's team composition outside of Cassandre comes mostly out of HP, just raw health. If you get hit by a full burst combination from 42, you're still gonna die. You don't have the damage reduction to tank.
Yeah, you're not Tahm Kench.
You're not Tahm Kench. You're not gonna tank a full Akali comp.
And the Akali is getting really strong, right? Soren is 4 kills up, already completed the first item, 9 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. And I don't really see them slowing down. They're 1.2k up against the Rise as well. And now we see a little bit of doom and gloom in the bot side as well. Kale going to have to use that cleanse early on. Will be able to keep the Nautilus alive, but maybe not for much longer, because here comes the rest of the team. Himlog is in the bot side. Layback going to be able to pick up another kill. And yes, it is traded for 1, but it does not matter. Another set of kills given. Over 4 to the Rek'Sai, and the early game keeps on rolling.
This is where 42E are the strongest. They've used all of the card draw in their deck. You've used your cards of demise. I don't remember any other. The Pot of Greed has been used at least 3 times. Recycle. You have your Royal Magical. You have Royal Magical Library 3 off, standing in mid lane. You're just collecting spell counters and getting all that gold. See, I play card games. You don't.
I don't play a lot of card games, I'll be honest. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I played like a couple of like random ones like Inscription, like online, but I've never played Magic.
That's a good one to play though.
It's amazing. It is genuinely amazing. But yeah, I've never played Magic, so I don't necessarily get all the references. But you said Pot of Greed, and I know what that does. So here we go. It does feel like we have seen 42 just roll all the cards into their hand. They have the pieces, but can they put them together to finish off this game?
J-Real. Those were all Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I just listed. Not only the
Oh, damn. Okay, well, there we go. Don't tell Temporal. He'll say I'm a fake fan. I only really played way back in the day.
Well, way back in the day, you couldn't charge it with a Herald. Nowadays you can. Using it onto the mid lane tower. Should be able to take it pretty easily. I don't think Panda and Harbo are strong enough to contest.
Oh, but they felt like they were, Carvis, and they're getting punished for it. Another kill added to the bank. Harbo stepping up, also going to get locked down. We'll be able to get out just about, but maybe not the same for the support. Happy Meal is going to be chewed up and spat out back into the fountain, as Hivlog may actually be caught out here. Kale doesn't have the damage, though, and will be able to catch the Rek'Sai.
Meanwhile, down on the bot side of the map,
gaming, bro.
Khazardi is having the time of his life. In the Finnish community, there's a famous song from like, is it from the 70s, 80s? Can't remember exactly. It's one of those like very melancholic worker man songs that goes, "Every day I'm working till 7 p.m." or something like that. And then every single top laner just starts singing it when they're split pushing.
I actually love that. That's the next evolution of League. We need the mic'd up League sessions. We sometimes get them from LEC. We need some more of that, you know. More teams should do that.
Well, Khazadius providing us with more content. Just 1 versus 2 near the Krogs.
And it's Garen things, man. Like you try and gank the Garen, he runs away, then he runs back in. Then you're like, wait, I've kind of got a little bit low because he let it rip and he's just spinning on me like a Beyblade, and now I'm dead because justice was delivered. You know, so it's Garen play. You know, I respect it a lot, to be honest, because I feel like Asadius has had a huge impact in this game, right? We can joke, we can mock and meme, but at the same time, the early game has gone sublime for 42 Exodia, right? Because realistically, they've only had to focus on 2 lanes, and they've won a lot of those team fights.
Yeah, and when you keep winning, this is very reminiscent to the previous game. We can talk this right.
Oh, Soren is going to pick up some more kills. This should be secured. That is going to be the perfect execution. And yes, the depth charge will land. So will the hook, but Soren will not go down. The ignite finally ticks out. But just like the last game for Paragon, the sad moment of the 1,000 gold, or 800 in that instance, went to Happy Meal, the support.
I was just about to comment on it. Every single thing that goes right for AUC is just reminiscent of Paragon. Once again, Carl is just being shut down.
Cleanse going to be utilized, but look at the HP dropped just from a few autos. It is a tough time out here for AUC. Yeah, maybe this is the thing, you know, unless you're Bitfix, you're not allowed to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah. Can someone tell Epic Avalanche that, please?
The only team to go 0-2. But I'm sure we'll get more comments. Don't worry. Someone will join them at 0-2. Maybe.
I mean, for someone to join them at going 0-2, 42 would have to lose this somehow. And again, let's be real. Sure, there is a ton of scaling on AUC. They have the Rise almost getting the full stacks on the Rod of Ages. But look at the gold differential.
Yeah, it's a little bit far apart. You know, like 7k gold in the lead. It's quite a bit at 18 minutes. And obviously, Baron hasn't spawned just yet, but they have 3 Dragons and Mountain. So it's going to be the prize if they can claim that one in 3 minutes. And maybe that makes it a little bit more difficult for AUC to play the game. And yeah, I do get what you mean, Carvis. I think at the end of the day, there is Worlds, but what I am really respecting from a lot of these teams is they've shown exactly where they got hit. You know, they get these leads and then they do not lose them.
Yeah, we haven't seen a big turnaround yet. The Bloodline game, first one of the day against Pitfix, was the only one where we actually saw a somewhat comeback victory, where Bloodline held the control for most of the game and then just kind of lost it out of pure team fight differential. But 42, they are not going to lose the advantage. Harbor's gone once again.
Keynes gets the kill, but we're not sad. You know, it's 42, they got it. They're not going to be worried about that one. And team fight differential, in that case, the team fight differential was that there was a team for 42, and no one was around for Harbo to get help from.
Yeah. And even though the kill went over to Keynes, you get the top play inner tower. You just want to keep sieging them down as much as possible. You may not have the most range in the world with the Ashe, only one confidently able to hit it from a safe distance, but you have so much raw stats that without a huge misplay coming out from 42, they should be able to win a counter engage.
And now you see, this is what I want to see from them. I want to see when their backs against the wall, how do they play it out? And obviously, this may be a step too far. It feels like they got counterpicked in multiple lanes, right? The bot lane really had the number on Carle, but also the fact that the Cassante got locked in. And then we saw Garen has made this game a lot more trickier than expected. But I guess this is also, like we kind of talked about, a lot of information that teams can gather about how teams draft, how teams are ready for counterpicks. So I am interested to see more from both these teams, but at the moment, 42 Exodia are really showing that they are not ready just to roll over.
And this is very cool to see. The reminder, 42 Exodia got here from the NLC ladder, the open one, where the top 2 teams advance to RPS and are actually playing for a Division 2 spot. If they do well here, well, anything could happen. They could advance to the playoff bracket. That's the chance that outside of the regional leagues, we have so much talent in the scene.
No, indeed we do. And it's really showing off here, and obviously that's a big commemoration to the RPSs. Right now, Panda trying to get their red buff, but they're not going to get this one for free. A couple of members are starting to roam around from 40 to Exodia. We are going to see Panda have to run away as Soren. Maybe gone a little bit too far, though. Will pop Zhonya's. Is now going to be getting a lot of damage dealt to them, but the knockup is massive. The Brom, the Rek'Sai, they're all in the air. AUC have been obliterated in this team fight, and Soren maybe had a little bit of fear that they may not get out, but they are completely unscathed. Harbo going to be the next victim on the list, and 42 Exodia obliterate AUC.
Well, you went into your own jungle, you went outside of the safety of your tower, and 42 instantly punished. Beautiful knockout combination there, layered perfectly by Fidlog and Keens. Yeah, not much else to say there. As AUC, you have to try something. They caught out the mid laner, but Soren not getting greedy. Builds a defensive item instead of something like a Rabadons or a... I think Storm Surge is something a colleague goes for. Not sure if that's an item on anyone else at this point, but the Zhonya buys enough time for the rest of the team. Hey guys, I may need some help. They get the collapse and a beautiful team fight victory right after. Now they have the soul and they can play towards the Baron to close out the game.
It does feel likely. Mountain Soul, as you said, makes it that even more difficult for them to burst down Soren, and with the Zhonyas, a lot of time can be bought. 8-1-5, and we talked about this potential Rek'Sai falling off. They have for sure not. Hidvlog has been very, very dangerous, as we do see Kali able to avoid the Crystal Arrow, but it may not be for much avail, as here comes the rest of the team. The Beyblade is spinning, and there is no stopping 42. They run down AUC bit by bit by bit, and that is exactly how the base will fall as well.
Engage options when you can run faster than the enemy. 42 Exodia. Get a clean ace. Didn't even have to try with these 4 minions. Only 2 Nexus Towers standing in their way, and a Group A. It just got a whole lot more interesting.
Oh, yes, it did. 1-1-1-1-1, unless you are 2 teams who shall not be named. It's all to play for, Carvis. We said it's close. We said it's cutthroat. We said there's a lot of drama that could be had in this tournament because only 3 can go through in that top 6 of your bracket, either Group A or Group B. Only 3 will prevail. And it feels like we're going to be needing tiebreakers. You know, they are scheduled in. And to be honest, I'm not surprised if we get a lot of them because at the moment, everyone is neck and neck except for Bitfix and Epic Avalanche.
Yeah, and for those 2-0 and 0-2 teams, this is actually a very good thing for both of them. When you consider it from the 2 angle, hey, we're the only 2-0 team. We just need a couple more games of wins and we are advancing automatically to the playoffs. No need to play any tiebreakers or anything. And Epic Avalanche is like, wait, we can get tiebreakers? Did I hear tiebreakers? Any Finland late bloomer enjoyers? Can we please get the power spike already? And it is a very interesting situation we found ourselves in after these 6 games in Group A.
Well, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll get an interview from one of the members of 42 Exodia. Which will it be, the arm, the leg, or the head? We'll find out shortly. But with that being said, we're going to go to a quick break and we'll see you soon. Okay, and welcome back. Here we go. We are here with an interview, not from Happy Meal, but from Kabir, the coach of 42 Exodia. Welcome in, Kabir. The first question I'm going to ask is, what's going on with the group? Why is everyone 1-1? What's happening? Is everyone just the same power level?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm like the worst person to ask because I got roped into this like this morning.
Okay.
So Thornton's a jungler, 42 jungler, Hill Dog, fitting name change. We go way back. So I was 42 coach last year, and he's like, "Yo, we got RPS coming up. We'd love to just get some advice, just have someone there supporting us." In the call, I'm like, "Yeah, fuck it, I got time. I'm LFT guys, so I'll come." I apologize, Ziv. I'm really sorry, Ziv. Ziv, I love you. I'll send you a coffee.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we got in, and game one, we tried to take it a bit seriously. We tried to play the meta as much as we wanted, and it just felt a bit uncomfortable. So we said, okay, guys, let's just play a game, and let's walk into this game playing champions we want to have fun on. And this is the draft that came in, and it was functional. It was the best thing we wanted, and if you could hear our comms, we were having so much fun in the game, and maybe every team had one game of fun today.
Yeah, and it definitely looked like you were way more comfortable with this one compared to the game one, where it felt like it went a little bit haywire when it came to the mid game, late game, where you didn't. It felt. It just felt like the game plan wasn't there. But here you went with the R5 Garen. I was expecting something like a Camille that we've seen so often. Is this the actual form of Exodia, which obliterates the enemies that you just have these wild pocket picks from everyone in this ladder team that nobody else has scouted?
Yeah, I think it doesn't even matter if it's scouted or not. I think this is how the game is played, right? There are champions that fundamentally beat other champions, and we shouldn't be afraid of not picking what's meta or what's number one on LS's tier list. Just pick champions that work. If you're confident on a champion and you know this matchup in and out, play it. Who cares? And play with confidence, play with a smile, and you're more likely to win that way than picking the meta champion that you don't know what you're doing on.
Yeah, and when it comes to these sorts of best of one round robin stages, since you got roped in today, I don't know if you've had too much time to look at the opposition. Maybe you've been watching the stream today. Is there anyone who really impressed you with the gameplay, or do you think that Exodia may be surprisingly strong coming into Group A?
So knowing the culture of 42 and knowing Thor really well, working with him for 2 splits, I know some of the secret sauces that we've managed to think about over the time. But even just being with this group over the past 4 or 5 hours now, I have a very good feeling that these guys are very receptive to letting their creative juices flow, finding what's functional, and they're not overly strict on trying to find the perfect mold. They understand these games are going to be messy, and they're embracing that. And I think that's going to be their biggest strength moving forward through this group. It doesn't really matter who the opponent are at this level. We have to just be confident in who we are as 42 Exodia, and these boys have it in them to find that.
Seems like the perfect storm for best of ones.
So I was going to say, obviously you're talking about you have a lot of picks. You have a lot of kind of creativity, fluidity around what you want to choose and what you're going to play against other teams. The big question I have is, because we kind of mentioned it before going into this game, and it could have potentially happened against your team here. Are you guys ready for lane swaps? Like, is it something you guys are prepared? Is it something that you might do yourself? Obviously, try not to give too much away, but is it something that kind of every team A needs to be prepared of and are prepared for?
I think there's value in having some prep to it. But I think if any team realistically comes down and says, yeah, we're lane swapping this game, no player is going to execute it 100%. So even if we have like the theoretical model down to a T, to a science, it's not going to matter because we're not at that level where we're going to reproduce it like robots. So the players, again, we haven't spoken about it. We've discussed a lane swap. What if, and I said before this game, what if we just came out and just lane swapped, just for fun, just have a bit of fun or not. And they've said they've tried it. So we could always go and revisit the topic and see what a functional draft looks like for that. Might as well have a bit of fun either way, right? This is League of Legends for the people. This is not League of Legends for the analytics.
Okay, I like it. Thank you very much, Kabir, for coming through, and hope the best for 42 Exodia moving forward in the tournament. We are going to let you go for now. We're going to bring it back to me and Carvis, because it's going to round out what a day that was. We've kicked it off with Group A. We've had 6 matches. A lot of teams are 1-1. Only one team is 2-0, Carvis. it's a good day to be watching League of Legends.
And as Kabir said, this is League of Legends for the people. We had so many surprising turnarounds today, whether it be the upset turnaround in game 1 of today, Bitfix against Bloodline, where Bitfix came back in the game, or whether it be Paragon stomping their first game and then getting reverse stomp in a very similar fashion into AUC getting stomped right afterwards. There's so much volatility in RPS, and we're gonna have 2 full weeks full of it.
I'm looking forward to it. You sound like you're looking forward to it. I'm really hoping Duckman gets back as well, because we need someone to support the Danish teams, you know? Like, come on. Although I will say AUC, if they keep playing how they did against Paragon, could make a fan out of me. They were really interesting to watch, so shout out to them. But with that being said, if you're thinking, hey, when are these guys going to show more games? We've only seen 6. He said 2 weeks. Yeah, well, we're back tomorrow, so make sure that you're here. Don't go anywhere. There's no other League of Legends that you need to watch right now. Forget MSI. It's RPS time. This is where you need to be. We'll see you tomorrow for Group B to kick off.